Chapter 2001. After that fateful, irreversible decision, one known only to the pure Kaylis, her eldest son Orion, and later that day, the Supreme Sword Theo, the balance of power on the battlefield of Mid-Sector 101 began to shift in a manner both subtle and deeply unsettling. Movements that had once seemed stagnant suddenly gained momentum, and calculations long considered stable were quietly overturned. Lord Hedrick soon received confidential intelligence from the Shadow Swords. The message was clear and heavy with consequence. The pure Kaylis had chosen to formally enter an alliance on their side. Not only would she lend her name, she would fight. And Hedrick was expected to support this decision with action. He did not hesitate. Half of his colossal armada disengaged from the ongoing siege against the army of the savage behemoth, abandoning a position that had taken immense effort to establish. Those fleets redirected their course toward the remnants of the Cursed Behemoth Darvion's forces, striking at the precise moment when Darvion's armies were struggling to reorganize their shattered formations and repair their heavily damaged war vessels. The assault was sudden, violent, and merciless. On paper, the forces under Lord Hedrick possessed a clear numerical superiority. In reality, however, they were a patchwork of fleets drawn from countless powers, empires, factions, and ancient forces whose cooperation was fragile at best. Coordination between them was a constant struggle, and unity was more illusion than truth. Even worse, the nexus states and world cataclysms embedded within that vast army were far from harmonious. Each power carried old grudges, unresolved blood debts, and eternal rivalries against several others within the same alliance. Every command carried the weight of past hatred. The only reason that army did not collapse inward was the presence of Lord Hedrick himself, along with the rulers of the 6 millennial empires, 7 Law Dominators who saw beyond petty vendettas and focused solely on the grand design of the war. Their authority was absolute, and their vision forced obedience where trust could not. Still, even their will had limits. The price of poor coordination and buried hatred revealed itself during the very first large-scale engagement. Despite their overwhelming advantage in numbers and firepower, the battle ended with nothing more than forcing the Cursed Behemoth's forces to retreat slightly farther from the bright galaxy. When the smoke cleared and losses were tallied, the truth was unavoidable. It was Lord Hedrick's alliance that had paid the heavier price. In every meaningful measure, they had lost. The Cursed Behemoth's armies withdrew to a relatively safe distance, not in panic, but with grim discipline, retreating to tend to wounds that ran deep. Every fleet destroyed now was a serious blow to their strength and morale, yet they still retained cohesion. The battle earned an unspoken title among those who survived it. The task failed successfully. Lord Hedrick and his forces had been defeated, yet their sacrifice was not entirely in vain. At the very least, they succeeded in severing all lines of communication between the Cursed Behemoth's forces and the remaining mercenaries scattered throughout the bright galaxy. In the aftermath, several fleets were dispatched to assist the Pureheart family. Their mission was twofold: cleanse the galaxy of lingering mercenary forces, and train Pureheart's people, many of whom had never known true war, in the proper use of weapons, tactics, and combat vessels. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, another storm was gathering. With half of the massive armada that had besieged them now withdrawn, the forces of the savage behemoth realized they could wait no longer. Opportunity had revealed itself, and hesitation would be fatal. They attacked. Once again, they shattered the siege with alarming ease. Rather than engaging on all fronts, they focused overwhelming force on a single sector of the encirclement. Faced with catastrophic losses, the fleets responsible for holding that line chose to retreat. Why should they suffer devastating casualties when their ancient enemies had lost almost nothing? If this continued, their empire would emerge from the war weakened, exposed before those who had waited centuries for such an opening. That was the logic that guided their withdrawal. It was also a grave mistake. Breaking free of the siege on all sides, the savage behemoth's forces did not flee. They had preserved nearly all of their strength, and within the sector itself there was nowhere meaningful to retreat to anyway. Once they reached a safe distance, their fleets halted in unison. Then they turned back. Lord Zarian, accompanied by 8 Law Dominators, assumed the terrifying forms of beast emperors, unleashing devastation upon their foes. Their immense, highly disciplined army moved as one, employing advanced tactics honed through endless warfare. What followed was not a battle, but a systematic dismantling. Hedrick's already fragile alliance formations were torn apart, isolated, and struck with merciless precision, blow after crushing blow, until the battlefield itself seemed to bend beneath the weight of their assault. Had Lord Hedrick himself not been present during that brutal siege war, he would have lost no less than half of his forces, perhaps even more. The pressure bearing down on his armies was overwhelming, relentless, and merciless. Yet Hedrick, standing at the forefront alongside 3 other Law Dominators, managed to halt the catastrophic advance just long enough. That brief window, bought with blood and willpower, allowed the battered army to withdraw before it collapsed entirely into chaos. When the retreat was finally ordered, the 4 of them followed closely behind, withdrawing under fire, barely escaping annihilation. After those 2 decisive and revealing battles, after it became undeniable that Lord Hedrick and the pure Kaylis had forged an alliance, and after the galaxy witnessed, with brutal clarity, the weakness and internal fragility of Hedrick's so-called unified army, the balance of power began to shift dramatically. The Cursed Behemoth was the first to act. He issued a sweeping declaration across the sectors, proclaiming that Kaylis had descended into madness, that instead of submitting to judgment, she had annihilated thousands of planets, drowning the stars in blood and fire. According to his decree, she was no longer worthy to bear the title of behemoth, nor fit to rule over creation. Her removal, he declared, was not only justified, it was necessary. Without hesitation, he mobilized a massive force, 1,000 fully armed fleets dispatched directly toward Mid-Sector 101, led personally by Lord Demir, his eldest son and chosen spear. In stark contrast, the savage behemoth remained utterly silent. No proclamations, no reinforcements, no withdrawal. Yet beneath that silence, his army changed. They began to act with a level of arrogance and dominance unseen before, as though the sector already belonged to them. They returned to the campaign of subjugation, not by grinding through borders, but by striking directly at the hearts of empires. One after another, they obliterated capital worlds, erased command centers, and shattered core planets, then advanced onward as a single, colossal war mass, an unstoppable tide of destruction. There was no longer even a pretense of caution. After that battle, no one respected Hedrick's army anymore. The truth spread quickly across the stars. That vast force, impressive in number alone, was nothing more than a paper tiger. And most critically of all, Hedrick himself understood this truth. Acting swiftly, he recalled half of the armada he had previously dispatched to support the bright galaxy, leaving behind only a minimal garrison, sufficient for logistical support, training, and symbolic presence, but nothing more. Then came the restructuring. The once monolithic armada was divided into 7 smaller armadas, each far easier to maneuver and command. Every fleet contained roughly 600 war fleets, each placed under the authority of a law dominator. Each dominator was granted full responsibility for enforcing order and obedience within their own ranks, while ultimate strategic command, the power to deploy, redirect, or sacrifice any of the 7 armies, remained solely in Hedrick's hands. As the face of the war shifted once more over the course of a few short, brutal years, the army of the savage behemoth continued to advance as a single, unified entity, rolling forward like an avalanche, erasing everything unfortunate enough to stand in its path. Meanwhile, Hedrick and the other 6 law dominators adopted a vastly different doctrine. Nearly every day, they launched lightning-fast raids, sudden, precise strikes meant to wound rather than conquer, before retreating immediately. They avoided prolonged engagements at all costs, desperate to prevent another large-scale battle or the nightmare of being encircled in a second siege. Whether the true issue lay in the structural fragility of their coalition, or in the sheer, overwhelming brutality of the savage behemoth's forces, remained unclear. What was clear, however, was this: they would not survive another battle like the last. At this stage, the war resembled 7 persistent wasps endlessly stabbing a starving lion, small, painful attacks that never ceased. And like any enraged predator, the lion responded. The savage behemoth's armada was repeatedly forced to halt its advance, turning again and again to hunt down those infuriating, elusive wasps that dared to draw its blood. This tense and exhausting phase of the war dragged on for nearly 5 long years, until, at last, the balance threatened to tip once more, when 1,000 additional fleets arrived from the galaxy of the Cursed Behemoth, led personally by the 9-star Soulmaster, Lord Dimir himself, descending upon the battlefield like the final weight poised to crush everything beneath it. Chapter 2002. The arrival of Lord Dimir with reinforcements sent a clear and terrifying warning across the sector. The threat had escalated to a level beyond anything anyone had anticipated. All the sector's forces were already fully engaged, struggling solely against the relentless armada of the savage behemoth, and there was no way they could concentrate their strength into a single decisive confrontation. Their attention was divided, their resources stretched thin, and now, the addition of Dimir's colossal army tipped the scales into a perilous new reality. With Lord Dimir arriving and assuming command of 2,000 fleets from the forces of the Cursed Darvion, the situation became nothing less than a death knell for the war itself. Every strategist, every commander, every soldier understood the implication immediately. The balance had shifted dangerously as the galaxy trembled under the weight of what was to come. Dimir acted without hesitation. He redirected his massive fleet toward the bright galaxy, initiating a systematic campaign of destruction, targeting the outer planets one by one. Though this strategy had been anticipated by some, the foreknowledge did little to soften the shock. Witnesses from across the sector stood frozen, mouths agape, as wave after wave of annihilation unfolded. The scale of destruction was incomprehensible. Entire worlds were obliterated, moons shattered, and fleets vaporized, all under the unstoppable advance of Dimir's armada. By that time, the battles against the mercenaries had concluded, and the bright galaxy had been fully reclaimed under the control of Kaylis. Thousands of young members of the Pure Heart family had undergone rigorous training, learning to pilot the warships and mastering strategies for defense and combat. Their skills were growing, but the challenges ahead were monumental. At her zenith, Kaylis had commanded 4,000 fleets, yet more than half had been destroyed during the campaign against the outer planets. Many had been lost in skirmishes with the mercenaries, while countless others were too damaged to fly. Her remaining forces were fragmented and diminished, yet still carried the weight of defending the galaxy itself. Facing Dimir and his devastating army, which had arrived with the intent to obliterate everything, Kaylis and her children mustered what they could, roughly 1,000 fleets, the sum total of what remained of her once mighty military force. They went out to meet Dimir head-on, resolute, despite knowing the odds were staggering. By Kaylis' calculations, including Orion, Siren, and the remaining siblings, they had a total of 9 law dominators on their side. Yes, Siren had joined the battle this time, compelled by the horrors Dimir's army had already unleashed. Yet even with this combined leadership, the forces at their disposal were woefully insufficient. The bright galaxy armada was weak. Its pilots lacked the skill and experience to survive prolonged engagements. Kaylis and her children could fight, but only to a limited degree. The path of purity did not bolster them as it should have. In any direct confrontation, one-on-one, they would inevitably suffer defeat. Thus, Kaylis relied on a bold, evasive strategy. She would exit the galaxy temporarily to launch sudden, devastating strikes against Dimir's army, then retreat back into the galaxy for shelter. If Dimir dared to pursue, they would respond with immediate, catastrophic sacrifices, throwing planets at them to inflict maximum damage. Yet Dimir never fell for the trap. He continued his methodical march, systematically demolishing the outer shell of the galaxy while inflicting mounting losses on both armies. The destruction was accelerating, relentless, and horrifying. The only thing restraining Dimir, along with his Law Dominators and Royal Soul Lords, from personally obliterating everything in their path was their unwillingness to bear the negative karma of universal devastation. Every final artillery strike on each planet had to be distributed, assigned to a different soldier each time, to prevent overwhelming karmic repercussions. Even so, at this pace, Dimir and his forces would reach the heart of the galaxy within a few years. Nothing and no one could stop them. Hedrick had no choice but to adapt his strategy. From among the 7 armies harassing the savage behemoth, he dispatched 3 to aid the bright galaxy, striking Dimir's forces from the rear. The maneuver was successful. Although the 3 armies, along with Kaylis' forces, were not strong enough to execute a full pincer movement or annihilate Dimir completely, they managed to halt his advance. The destruction of planets slowed almost to a standstill, giving the defenders a fragile reprieve. Meanwhile, Hedrick and his forces intensified the pressure to compensate for the smaller armies. They increased their sacrifices, coordinated frequent attacks, and maximized casualties with every engagement. Even with this, the army of the savage behemoth finally regained breathing room. Its destructive momentum accelerated, making it evident that Zabaros's forces intended to obliterate all the powers within the sector. A devastating, all-encompassing chaos had swept through Sector 101, leaving destruction in its wake and causing even the farthest observers of the universe to look upon it with sheer pity and disbelief. The very fabric of the sector seemed shaken. Fleets drifted in disarray, the battlefields were littered with debris of shattered warships, and the cries of soldiers and commanders alike echoed across the void, mingling with the cold silence of space. Amidst this maelstrom, for reasons that defied explanation, Lady Helen requested that her older brother withdraw entirely from the battlefield, insisting that she be allowed to take several fleets with her. And more astonishingly, Lord Hedrick agreed, without hesitation or protest, a decision that left even his most loyal officers questioning the reasoning behind it. At that moment, somewhere in mid-sector 101, a half-naked soldier shook his head slowly, his movements almost deliberate, as if to impress the gravity of the moment on himself. "Tisk, tisk," he muttered. "I can't believe the entire world is ablaze around us while we're simply stuck here, wasting years." He glanced at the man beside him, eyes narrowing. "How long have we been stationed here? 20 years, roughly? 2 decades of watching the sun go down and rise again, day after day." Surely Lord Hedrick has a reason," the second soldier replied, running a hand through his tangled hair in frustration. He would never allow any of his marshals, accompanied by 20 fleets, to leave the war effort without a purpose. There has to be some strategic rationale behind this. And what reason could possibly justify this? The first soldier's frustration boiled over as he sat upright on his worn couch. His hand gripped the control stick tightly, and with a swift motion, he guided the vessel to turn left. The ship responded immediately, its bow aligning toward something unnervingly close. Without glancing, he gestured toward it. "Is this it? We are now circling a planet so far removed from the battle zone, a place where Lady Helen resides alone? What could she possibly accomplish there that would serve Lord Hedrick's grand strategy? Shush." The second soldier raised his hand to gently cover his companion's lips, silencing him. "Does this ever happen normally?" The first soldier turned slowly to focus on the planet before them, raising his eyebrows in disbelief. His mouth fell open, shock rooting him in place. Then he stood, taking a hesitant, trembling step backward, as his heart pounded violently in his chest. The planet's atmosphere was no longer clear, no longer calm and transparent as it usually appeared. At this very moment, a massive, swirling vortex covered half its surface, spinning with an intensity that was impossible to ignore. A terrifying, almost apocalyptic whirlpool appeared, colored in the deep, lifeless gray of smoldering ash. No winds stirred it. No storms raged. There was no lightning, no rain, no natural explanation, just an immobile, supernatural spiral of ash, silent yet menacing, spreading a sense of doom across the planet. There was undeniably something unnatural, something terrifying, something beyond the understanding of ordinary forces. Could Lady Helen really have caused this? The standing soldier whispered, his heart pounding with dread, his voice barely audible in the ship's cabin. "I don't know," the second soldier replied cautiously, his eyes fixed on the swirling maelstrom. "But this is not a power any Nexus state could unleash, not even someone of her caliber, with all her abilities and might." The first soldier sent a rapid, questioning glance to his companion, then returned his gaze to the planet. Could it truly be that she? The second soldier moved swiftly, taking control of the ship himself. He manipulated the controls, redirecting the interface and guiding their vessel away from the planet, back into the safety of open space. He then turned to his companion with a dry, almost nervous tone. "Did you even eat today?" "I'm starving." The first soldier swallowed hard, finally understanding the subtle hint in his comrade's words. He nodded slowly, a faint smile breaking through his tension. "Yeah, you're right. Let's go find something to eat. Suddenly I feel the air here has become unbearable." Chapter 2003. Present time, Planet Bright. Crack. Seated upon her throne, her posture rigid yet trembling with restrained fury, madness flickering wildly in her eyes, clear bite marks staining her lips and fresh scratches crawling along her neck, Kaylis shouted in a voice thick with impatience. "Why has not the connection started yet? Why is it still silent? How long am I supposed to wait like this?" "Please wait just a few more moments, Your Majesty. We are still trying to put it through." One of Kaylis' descendants knelt before her with hurried respect, remaining there for only a heartbeat before rising again. He immediately turned and began frantically manipulating a control device positioned before him, his fingers moving faster and faster as sweat beaded on his brow. Then, almost instantly, his tense expression broke apart into a wide, relieved grin as he straightened and raised his voice. There it is, contact confirmed. The other side has responded. KSHHH. In that very moment, a stream of distorted light burst out from the control panel, rapidly stabilizing as it expanded into a massive projected image. The figure that appeared was a human with half-closed eyes, so deeply black they seemed to swallow the surrounding light itself. It was Theo. He looked straight through the projection, locking his gaze directly with Kaylis's, and asked in a flat, emotionless tone, "What's the problem?" "You still have the nerve to ask." Kaylis's fingers curled inward as her fists clenched with crushing force, her nails digging into her palms before she suddenly raised her voice, fury spilling out unchecked. "We finalized our agreement many years ago. I accepted every condition you demanded. So tell me, why has not the real operation begun yet? Why does all this destruction continue, even after I allied myself with you?" "Everything has its appointed time, Your Majesty," Theo replied calmly, his voice steady and unshaken. "Or are you truly that eager to abandon your galaxy altogether?" Kaylis stared directly into Theo's eyes, unblinking, the silence between them heavy and suffocating. "I am starting to believe I chose the wrong path when I allied myself with you." "You never had many options, if I remember correctly," Theo said with a faint smile. "We were, quite literally, your last remaining choice." He tilted his head slightly, as if amused. "And honestly, our offer was the best among all of them, from my perspective at least. Your excessive hesitation forced me to accelerate operations in sectors 91 and 93. You squandered an enormous amount of our resources when you turned to the gravity behemoth. Do you truly feel no shame at all?" Kaylis's brows drew together as her voice sharpened. "You are openly admitting that you are surrounding my allies, deliberately tightening the noose just to limit my options. To prevent a disastrous decision that would send Mid-Sector 101 straight into the arms of the Cursed Behemoth," Theo responded immediately, his tone hardening. "We are trying to cleanse this blighted region, not drown it deeper in filth. And I am the one who would drown it." Kaylis revealed a blood-tinged, dangerous smile, her lips curving with cold amusement. "I, the sole ruler of Mid-Sector 101, am the criminal who will destroy it, and you are the guardian angel." Faced with that smile, Theo merely nodded once. "Of course," he said, then continued without hesitation. "It would not have mattered who you sought help from. No one could have delivered support powerful enough to truly deter your enemies. You would have paid twice the price and gained nothing in return. You should be thanking us for stopping you from sinking even deeper into the swamp. Thank you for 40 years of pointless warfare. Thank you for 40 years of grinding this sector's strength down by a quarter. Thank you for 40 years of reducing my fleets to less than a fraction of what they once were. Thank you for turning my sector into one of the weakest among the 1,000 mid-sectors, all because of this endless, consuming war." Kaylis forced a soft, sarcastic smile that failed to hide the venom behind it. "So tell me, how many more 40-year cycles must I endure before I finally receive what our agreement promised?" Then she raised her voice, the sheer force of it causing the entire hall to tremble and echo. "How long must I wait before I get to kill Darvion? And what, exactly, would you have done after receiving support from the Sorcerer Behemoth, the Temporal Behemoth, the Destroyer Behemoth, or the Gravity Behemoth?" Theo raised an eyebrow, his expression faintly mocking. "Would you have played rock paper scissors with Darvion to decide who has the right to rule the sector?" He continued coldly, "I will not dignify these accusations with a direct answer. Deep down, you already know this is the best return you could possibly obtain. So I will settle for saying this: we are on the correct path, and the time will come, precisely when it is meant to." "When?" Kaylis lowered her gaze, her voice heavy, almost strained. "When our forces are fully prepared for direct intervention," Theo replied, a faint, controlled smile forming on his lips, "and when the groom grows a little stronger, strong enough to bear what comes next." "When?" Kaylis repeated, this time lifting her head, the edge in her voice sharpening. Theo nodded several times, slow and deliberate. "When His Majesty, Lord Human Robin Burton, emerges from his prolonged seclusion and is finally ready to meet you face to face." "When?" Kaylis shouted, her voice echoing violently through the hall. "When will all of this finally happen? This discussion does not seem to be leading anywhere." Theo frowned slightly, his tone cooling. "You will simply have to wait. There is nothing more to be said." Kaylis's brows knit together with force. "Why is someone within the realm of a martial emperor speaking to me in this manner? Has my status truly fallen this low?" "A very good question," Theo said, doing his best to maintain a polite, almost gentle smile. "I will leave you to discover the answer to that on your own." Then, with a soft static KSHHH, the connection abruptly cut out. Kaylis and her grandson continued staring at the empty space where the projection had been for a long while. Kaylis frowned deeply, unable to fully grasp what had just transpired, while her grandson stood frozen, sweat slowly forming on his brow, because he understood all too well exactly what had just happened. Ha ha. The grandson laughed awkwardly, desperately trying to lighten the suffocating atmosphere. "Maybe the shadow sword meant that. Get out." Kaylis's voice was cold, absolute. She clearly had no patience left for explanations. "Yes, Your Majesty." The young man did not dare look back even once. Bam! The door slammed shut behind him, sealing the chamber and leaving Kaylis alone. No, not alone. Her thoughts accompanied her. Crack! Kaylis crushed the armrest of her throne completely, fragments splintering beneath her grip. Her eyes were unfocused, unstable, filled with a storm of emotions she could barely contain. Whoosh! At that moment, the atmosphere around Kaylis began to churn, subtle at first, then stronger, until a small figure slowly materialized beside her. She was a young woman who appeared to be in her 20s, dressed in a loose white gown, holding a softly glowing orb that resembled a pearl. Her expression, her posture, everything about her radiated gentleness and calm. The girl inclined her head respectfully before Kaylis and spoke in a quiet, even tone. I have never known you to be like this, so consumed by anger. Not now, Bray, Kaylis replied, her body visibly trembling with restrained fury. Then when? The girl tilted her head slightly, curiosity laced with concern. When you ordered me to destroy 2,000 planets, you were far calmer than you are now. Only then did it become clear. She was the spirit of Planet Bright itself. At those words, the tremor running through Kaylis' body eased just a little. She leaned back against her throne once more, exhaustion creeping into her posture. Do not worry. I will not hurt you again, she said quietly. At least, I will try not to. What has happened to you, my partner? Bray tilted her head further, her voice gentle but probing. Who are you truly angry at? Myself, Kaylis answered curtly. I am angry at myself. She then lifted her head, staring upward as if searching for answers beyond the ceiling. I made a mistake when I sought help from that cursed Darvion to refine you. Perhaps I should have fled from the very beginning. Perhaps I should have hidden my talent and continued treating clients, just as my family did before I was ever born. It is a little too late for that now, the planet's spirit replied softly, without judgment. I know. Unfortunately, I know, Kaylis murmured. She continued gazing upward for a long moment, then finally turned back toward the planet's spirit. At the very least, you will soon have a new owner, one who can truly make use of you the way you deserve. A true owner. Bray slightly pursed her lips, curiosity flickering across her gentle features. Chapter 2004. On a certain planet within Sector 101, the mid-sector, Richard maintained his meditative posture, seated cross-legged on the ground with his hands resting calmly atop his knees. His eyes were closed, his eyelids perfectly still, his breathing slow and controlled. Even his heartbeat was steady and subdued, so quiet it was almost imperceptible. He looked less like a living being and more like a carefully carved statue, frozen in time. Then, without warning, his eyes snapped open. The stillness shattered. His expression immediately twisted into a smile laced with bitter self-mockery and a faint sense of helplessness. He straightened his back, then slowly leaned against the thick trunk of a colossal tree behind him. Remaining in that relaxed position, he gazed forward, silently taking in the breathtaking sight of endless yellow meadows stretching to the horizon, their color warm and serene, cruelly at odds with the chaos consuming the sector. After a moment, he reached into his spatial ring and retrieved an object. It was pitch black, shaped like a metal coin, yet far heavier in presence than its size suggested. A dreadful aura seeped from it, thick and oppressive, so intense it could be perceived with the naked eye, warping the air around it ever so slightly. Richard rolled the object between his fingers in silence, the movement slow and habitual, as if grounding himself through its weight. Is there anything new in the Soul Society? A voice echoed suddenly within Richard's soul domain, resonating directly against his consciousness. It was calm, feminine, and ancient, the voice of the planet's spirit, Yuri. And does a single day ever pass without new reports from the war in Sector 101? Richard replied with a faint, weary smile. The sheer number of lives being wasted for nothing, it is enough to crush the heart. Does your heart ache for their deaths, or because you were not able to absorb their life energy? Why not both? Richard answered lightly, though there was no humor behind it. He rubbed his forehead with his free hand, exhaling slowly. I am not in the right state of mind to talk right now, Yuri. I just want to be alone for a bit to clear my head. Oh, did you hear something about Serene? Richard said nothing, yet his eyelids trembled, betraying him. From that reaction, she is alive at least. Why do you punish yourself every time you hear news about her? Because I am constantly reminded of how small I am, Richard finally said, his voice quiet. Did you know? Today's reports say Serene forced an 8-star Soul Lord to retreat and personally led her galaxy in a counteroffensive. Among all the war updates surrounding the bright galaxy, her accomplishments always take center stage, outshining even her elder brother, Orion. He paused, his expression darkening. It has been confirmed now. She is a monarch, the strongest existence beneath the behemoth of purity herself. Richard let out a hollow chuckle. And me. He smiled faintly. I am someone who still entertains the thought of saving her. I cannot even fight a single Nexus state without slaughtering tens of millions of creatures beforehand. And even after carrying that much sin, that much ugliness on my back, I would still be risking my life just to exchange a handful of blows. He tilted his head back and stared at the sky above, the vast blue seeming impossibly distant. Saving her. He murmured. What childish dreams. What absolute foolishness. I wonder how my brother Theo reacted when he heard I abandoned my post in the war and left in anger. He must have sighed deeply, maybe even shaken his head, thinking about how naive I am. Would you have made any real difference if you had stayed with the army? No. The answer came without hesitation. The war no longer touches the ground. It has turned into a campaign of indiscriminate annihilation. My presence aboard a warship would not have mattered, no different from being part of a cleanup crew, sweeping up after devastation already set in motion. Richard smiled as he spoke, but the pain threaded through every single word, impossible to hide. Then there is no problem, Yuri replied gently, her voice softening as she tried to lift her owner's spirits. Your brother will understand your departure once he sees how much stronger you have become during these few short years devoted entirely to yourself. And secondly, do not look down on your own resolve. If you use that new method of combat you have developed, you will undoubtedly be able to kill a low-level Nexus state. Do you know how many Nexus states are participating in this war? Richard sighed, his breath heavy, as if the weight of the entire sector pressed down on his chest. There you go again, putting yourself down for no reason. No, I am simply seeing things as they are. Richard shook his head slowly. I am far too weak. My father, my brothers, and all of his followers are weak as well. That is why we resort to tricks, why we rely on Theo and on my father's wealth for everything, including schemes, leverage, and manipulation. Do you really think our side would care about all these convoluted plans if we actually possess true power? Power capable of crushing law dominance outright, power that could grind royal soul masters into dust. We are weak, that is a fact, Richard muttered, his voice low and bitter. But while my father found a way to carve out his own glory despite that weakness, despite spending most of his life buried in seclusion and cultivation, here I am, only able to watch serene from afar. I cheer her on as she clashes head-on with law dominance, while I sit here, almost proud of myself for merely being able to fight an Nexus state. Tell me, Yuri. His smile widened faintly, tinged with self-mockery. While she is fighting those colossal, history-shaping battles, do you think I ever cross her mind, even for a moment? Impossible, right? She must have forgotten me the instant we parted. His fingers tightened slightly around the coin. And yet here I am, chasing a mirage I know I will never catch. Maybe. But that mirage has made you far stronger than you once were, so do not let go of it. Do not worry. I will not give up now, Richard said quietly, continuing to roll the black coin between his fingers, the dreadful aura rippling with every movement. For her. For my family. Or for myself. No matter the reason, I have to become stronger. His tone sharpened. Much, much stronger. Then his expression twisted, hovering between iron resolve and suppressed rage. But these damn restrictions. The limitations imposed on those who came from the young sector were far more insidious than most realized. They did not merely prevent a breakthrough into a world cataclysm. They manifested as invisible chains, coiling tightly around their bodies, their meridians, and the very points where energy converged and circulated. Robin, who normally needed decades, sometimes entire lifetimes, to climb from level 1 to level 40 every time he reset to 0, could accomplish the same feat in mere months if he returned to the young sector and cultivated at full speed, unshackled. Worse still, these restrictions made even restoring one's optimal condition a grueling process. Energy flowed sluggishly through the veins, recovery slowed to a crawl, and injuries festered longer, leaving scars that should never have existed. Those are the rules. They were created to prevent the children of the young sector from being used as expendable tools in mid-sector wars, and to give them enough time to mature and evolve. Yet even so, that did not stop your father from establishing all those empires. And they will not stop me either, Richard muttered, his eyes narrowing into sharp, unwavering slits. Croc. He clenched the black coin tightly in his right hand, cracked spider-webbing faintly across its surface as the oppressive aura flared. Yuri, he said after a pause, his voice steadier now, are you absolutely certain that my breaking through to a world cataclysm, and promoting Jura, will not cause trouble for my father? If he officially advances to the mid-belt with us, the Nihiri galaxy will be dragged along with him, and all the delicate pieces he has spent so long assembling will collapse at once. Do not worry. If you succeed, I will use a method to sever him from me completely and make him no longer bound to my existence. That will place me in a dormant state for some time, but I can recover if you bring me enough primal energy, and I do not believe that will be a problem for you. Richard released a long, trembling breath, as if finally letting go of hesitation. His gaze hardened with quiet resolve. Then let us try. Chapter 2005. Then let us try. Richard slowly cracked his neck to the right, then to the left, the dull sound echoing faintly in the stillness around him. He exhaled, steadied his breathing, and then sat back upright, settling into a perfectly balanced meditative posture, his spine straight and his presence calm yet resolute. Are you truly ready? Are you mentally and physically prepared to undergo the trial of worthiness? Yuri asked hesitantly, her voice carrying a rare trace of concern. Only those with near-perfect affinity can even hope to break through to a world cataclysm for a reason. And moreover, only a single individual in the entire recorded history of the young sector has ever succeeded in breaking through to a world cataclysm for a reason. It was a well-established and unforgiving rule. Only those whose affinity approached or exceeded 90% could even attempt to break through to a world cataclysm. That affinity might be divine and innate from birth, as in Raiden's case. It could be a permanently acquired affinity forged through the second cultivation path by integrating beast blood, like Arrow. Or, it could be a temporary, forcibly elevated affinity obtained through extremely powerful and dangerous elixirs. The reason was simple yet terrifying, the enormous qualitative leap between a martial emperor and a world cataclysm. Unlike all other realms, the gap specifically separating a martial emperor from a world cataclysm was vast beyond reason, so vast that, in theory, 3 or even 4 entirely new cultivation realms could be inserted between them merely to soften the disparity and make it comprehensible. Because of this, even with the tremendous advancement, terrifying techniques, and overwhelming combat power possessed by the followers of the true beginning empire, the number of individuals capable of narrowing that gap and standing against a world cataclysm remained exceedingly small. Each of those rare figures relied on a unique advantage of their own to survive such confrontations. Most often, the deciding factor was that the opposing world cataclysm was weak, lacking high-grade equipment, suffering from unstable foundations, or relying heavily on a minor law rather than a fully realized major one. For instance, each commander of the Imperial Guard possessed the strength to confront a world cataclysm head-on, and in rare cases, such battles could even end in killing them. However, if all Imperial Guard commanders were to assault a single world cataclysm originating from a behemoth galaxy, the result would not be a battle at all. they would be utterly humiliated, crushed without dignity. Returning to the qualitative leap itself. This leap transformed the energy gathering center within the body into a core, one capable of amassing and sustaining enough power to rival that required to maintain a small planet. Such an existence was inherently undesirable for planetary spirits, and thus, large numbers of beings were never permitted to reach this level of power. Only the very best, the strongest, the most resilient, and the most unwavering, could even hope to face the trial of worthiness. And of those, less than 1% of those who dare try would emerge successful. I know it will not be easy, Richard said calmly, his voice steady and devoid of hesitation, but I have been preparing myself for this trial for all these years. Every risk, every limit, I accounted for them. Of course, I am ready. A confident smile appeared on his face as he lowered his gaze to the dark coin resting in his palm. And with this stabilizer, he added, his grip tightening slightly, I will be far stronger than most world cataclysms the moment my breakthrough is complete. After finishing his words, he reached into his ring and retrieved several vials of elixirs, swallowing them one after another without pause. These were substances designed to drastically increase affinity with the primary law of life and the primary law of fire. Judging by the sheer quantity alone, it was clear he had not been the slightest bit conservative with the dosage. Moments later, Richard closed his eyes, focusing entirely on refinement. The elixirs dissolved into pure energy, circulating through his body, surging through his veins, his organs, and his flesh, leaving not a single cell untouched as his internal world began to shift in preparation for the trial to come. That small coin. Yuri murmured softly, her thoughts heavy with concern. You fused dozens of black plague cores that you had been collecting over centuries alongside Serene, then compressed them into that tiny object using an overwhelming amount of life energy. After that, you refined it with the fire of life for more than 20 years until it finally took on this compact and restrained form. It will undoubtedly function as a stabilizer. Without the slightest doubt, it would be classified among the upper echelon of stabilizers anywhere in the universe. But why refuse to search for other options? I truly do not feel that using black plague cores is the best possible choice. But after the discovery I recently achieved, I could not ask for a stabilizer more compatible with me, Richard replied in a low, steady voice, his eyes still firmly closed, his expression calm. This is, without question, the stabilizer that will aid me the most in the next stage. His fingers tightened slightly. Where would I even find a better one? I could ask my brother Theo for a stabilizer, and he would never refuse me. I know very well that he knows exactly where I am, and he may very well be watching me even now. But what could he truly offer me? Richard paused briefly before continuing, his tone unwavering. Even the heart of a planet, or the core of a star, would be far less useful to me than this. Yuri fell silent. She did not argue further, yet the unease lingering within her was unmistakable, evident even through her wordless pause. In truth, this presented yet another grave problem. The stronger the stabilizer, the harsher and more merciless the trial became. And this stabilizer, crafted from the cores of dozens of black plagues under the conditions of a world cataclysm and a nexus state, was absurdly powerful. It could be said, without exaggeration, that it rivaled a newly born blue plague core. Now, the trial of competency would no longer be singular in nature. It would become a triple ordeal, a test of law affinity within Richard's energy gathering center, a test of the stabilizer's raw strength and resistance, and a final test targeting the restraints and lingering limitations he carried from the young belt. This was destined to become a catastrophic spectacle. All right. Richard snapped his eyes open, a sharp glint flashing within them. Everything is prepared. Let us begin. After those words, Richard moved the black stabilizer closer to his energy gathering center, and immediately, a strange and unsettling scene began to unfold. Bands of dense energy erupted outward from Richard's energy gathering center, surging forth like living entities. They twisted and coiled around the black coin in his hand, layer after layer, before gradually dragging it toward his lower abdomen. At the same time, Richard's body began to flicker erratically, pulsing with unstable light, and distinct changes started to ripple through his torso. It was clear that his body itself was actively preparing to receive the stabilizer. However, the process did not proceed with the expected smoothness. The stabilizer suddenly halted in midair. No matter how fiercely the energy bands tugged at it, it refused to move an inch, as if an equally powerful opposing force was pushing it backward. Then, a deep rumble resonated through the air. The sky above Richard's head began to emit deep, displeased rumbling sounds, as though reality itself were expressing rejection. Dark clouds formed instantaneously, converging and spiraling together into a massive vortex, giving the unmistakable impression that the end of the world was drawing near. Moments later, it began to rain. But what fell from the heavens was not water. It was fire. Millions of tiny, intensely white flames descended gently from the vortex, drifting downward in silence. They fell like celestial lanterns, floating softly through the air, illuminating the darkened world below as though seeking to light an endless abyss. Even Richard could not help but raise his head, momentarily forgetting the danger as he gazed upon the breathtaking sight. Almost unconsciously, he murmured, "Beautiful." But then, with a mighty whoosh, the descending flames began to touch the ground one after another. The yellow plain that stretched endlessly to the horizon was engulfed in an instant, transforming into a vast, roaring sea of fire, as the world itself seemed to ignite beneath the falling light. Chapter 2006. Whoosh. Creak. The rain of fire finally touched the ground, and in a single, merciless instant, everything was consumed by flames. The meadows, once alive with delicate grasses and tiny crawling insects, now writhed in the inferno. Small animals and lurking beasts shrieked in panic, their cries echoing and distorting through the roaring fire, merging with the crackling of burning foliage to create a symphony of terror. Everything transformed into molten, searing masses of flame, leaving behind nothing but ash and smoke. The horrific sounds of plants and animals screaming for survival filled the air, painting a grotesque and horrifying image of utter destruction. This. Richard's eyes, which moments ago had been captivated by the awe-inspiring spectacle of fire descending like a divine display, now reflected absolute, unmitigated horror. Especially when, with a violent clash, the gigantic tree behind him, a colossal sentinel of the meadow, ignited completely. Within mere seconds, its massive trunk and sprawling branches collapsed into a smoldering heap. The flames that engulfed it did not resemble any ordinary inferno. It was not merely a galaxy of fire. It felt as if a direct torrent of hell itself had descended, burning with a heat that defied comprehension. What are you doing? Raise your defenses and resist the trial of the major law of fire. On it! Richard shouted, his voice steady despite the intensity, as he erected a powerful energy barrier around himself. Sparks of energy crackled along its edges, illuminating the surrounding inferno with a pale white glow. Cree! But even this barrier began to show stress, fine cracks spreading across its surface. How is this possible? The white hell surrounding him burned relentlessly, slower than a normal flame but with a terrifying intensity. There was nothing beautiful or eye-catching about it, yet the heat it radiated was beyond comprehension. It reached a level so extreme that even Richard could not match it, not even if he unleashed 100% pure flame from his very core. You must endure. GHH. Richard gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain composed. He intensified the flow of life energy to reinforce his barrier, and added an additional layer of 100% pure flame, incinerating any approaching fire before it could even touch him. The effort was excruciating, but he had no choice. If this trial had been for someone from the mid-sector, it would have been far less brutal, manageable even. But Richard was facing a force beyond ordinary limits. Shuum. After nearly 10 minutes within that silent, unyielding hell, gentle winds began to stir. They moved across the scorched landscape, sweeping together the flames that had spread across millions of acres. The winds twisted them into a massive, spiraling tornado of white fire, centering around Richard like a living, burning entity. Ah! Richard screamed with raw force, feeling the intense heat searing his skin, his blood boiling within his veins. Damn it! At that moment, Richard no longer hesitated. He unleashed the life energy he had stored for years, pouring it into a formidable protective shell around himself, a shield akin to an indestructible vault. Yet, even this layer of protection began to melt and crack under the sheer power of the white inferno, pulling more and more of his life energy into the struggle. Already consuming life energy? What will you do when the next stage begins? And this is still only the first part of the trial. Silence! Richard roared, his voice cutting through the roar of the burning winds, his gaze lifted skyward with a mixture of fear, determination, and defiance. He knew what was coming, yet he had no choice but to endure. The tornado of flames persisted for nearly 30 minutes. Slowly, it began to dissipate, rising upward into the sky. The white fire returned to the clouds above, leaving Richard alone to survey the aftermath with a careful, searching gaze. Gulp! Richard swallowed hard, his throat dry. The sight before him was horrifying yet awe-inspiring. The area directly beside him, the place that had sunk downward in a terrifying collapse, the soil, its hidden minerals, ancient roots, and every secret within it, had all been obliterated. Every trace of life, every trace of matter, had burned and vaporized completely, leaving nothing but scorched earth and lingering smoke. The yellow meadows that once stretched across the vast majority of the planet had entirely vanished. In their place lay a flat, blackened expanse stretching endlessly to the horizon. Everything on the ground had been leveled into a uniform, lifeless surface, and everything that had once soared in the sky had burned and vaporized before it even had a chance to fall. This was the unimaginable intensity of those flames. And yet, that was not even the worst of it. Oh! A deafening, resonant roar shook the very sky above, forcing Richard to jerk his gaze upward. Or rather, it was not a scream, but the earth-shattering roar of a colossal beast that had slept for millions of years, now awakened with hunger and fury, towering above everything. Clack! Whoosh! Whoosh! Richard's eyes trembled violently, wide with terror, as he stared upward in disbelief. The vortex split apart violently. Thick, howling winds and sheets of raging fire coalesced into a single, terrifying form, a massive, grotesque, green face. It bore the resemblance of a plague, but it was no ordinary plague. Its head alone was colossal, crowned with 3 piercing eyes and 2 titanic horns that curved menacingly. It opened its mouth, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, including 2 enormous lower fangs that stretched all the way up toward its 3 eyes. Its visage was horrifying, and its aura exuded pure terror. The head alone covered a quarter of the planet, and everything within its vicinity radiated overwhelming menace. This is the trial of the merged law of fire and life. Merged laws always produce exaggerated trials. You must prepare yourself thoroughly, or you will be dead without realizing. How am I supposed to prepare for this? Richard yelled, his voice barely audible over the roaring winds, his gaze fixed upward in a mixture of disbelief, fear, and defiance. It was as if the giant had been waiting for that scream as a signal to begin. With a thunderous roar, the colossal creature released something from its gaping maw. From its mouth poured green flames, infused with an immense, almost unthinkable quantity of energy. These flames twisted and took shape almost instantly, forming countless mythical creatures, dragons with scales that shimmered like molten metal, phoenixes ablaze with eternal fire, Kylans whose hooves cracked the ground, Ra with a divine presence, and a multitude of other legendary beasts, each distinct, unique, and terrifyingly alive. They were not illusions. They breathed, they moved, and their power radiated like a storm. Each of these legendary beings had surpassed the level that could be considered a martial emperor. Each was a living weapon capable of inflicting harm upon a world cataclysm. Oh! The creatures unleashed a deafening, unified roar, the sound reverberating through Richard's very bones. Then, as if in perfect unison, they began plummeting toward him in a freefall, their sheer size and speed enough to obliterate entire landscapes. Oh no! Richard muttered under his breath, his heart hammering violently in his chest as he witnessed the overwhelming spectacle. Without hesitation, he unleashed a massive surge of green energy, like detonating a bomb of concentrated life force. The energy erupted outward, enveloping his surroundings and forming a protective wall of earth, burning with the life energy of millions of creatures contained within. With such a wall, Richard had previously halted entire armies in the midsector, holding entire battlefields in check. But this time, bam! The first mythical creature collided with the wall, triggering an explosion that shattered a massive section of it, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Bam! The second collision destroyed a quarter of the remaining wall, exposing Richard underneath, his chest rising and falling as he fought to maintain his barrier. Bam! The third impact obliterated the protective wall entirely. It vanished like sand slipping through fingers, leaving nothing but Richard standing exposed, staring upward with pure terror. Above him, more than 10 remaining mythical creatures accelerated relentlessly, each one hurtling forward like living comets, all aiming to strike him first, their power radiating a threat that could end worlds. Chapter 2007. After 10 long minutes, BFFF, Richard violently spat out a massive mouthful of blood, mixed with what unmistakably looked like fragments of torn flesh. The second phase of the wall's trial had finally come to an end. And somehow, against all logic, he was still alive. But alive did not mean fine. Not even close. Even after being repelled, each explosion had transmitted terrifying force into his body. His internal organs had been shaken, torn, and crushed repeatedly, as if his insides had been ripped apart layer by layer. His right hand remained firmly planted beneath the dark coin, unmoving, almost stubbornly so. Meanwhile, his left hand trembled as it slid across his body, desperately forcing shattered bones back into place while he circulated his own life force, prioritizing the most vital parts, his heart and his life artery, barely keeping himself from collapsing entirely. Even throughout Richard's long and brutal history, one filled with near-fatal injuries, it was difficult for him to remember a time he had suffered internal damage this severe since the day he left the Azil tribe. This was agony in its purest form. You. Yuri screamed in sheer panic. You have already exhausted all of your stolen life force reserves? What are you planning to do during the third trial? GHH. Richard gritted his teeth and forcibly snapped his dislocated shoulder back into place with a sickening sound. Did you see any other options in front of me? He snarled, lifting his bloodshot eyes toward the sky. What kind of monster power is this? How can something like this be called a mere trial of competency? That colossal head still loomed above the heavens. It had not faded, and if anything, it seemed more solid than before. Slowly, the creature's three eyes locked onto Richard, burning with uncontrollable rage. Everything about your existence violates the core rules governing the universe. Naturally, you will be treated with extreme hostility, Yuri replied, her voice calmer, but heavier. Even the law you intend to break through with is a merged law, and one half of it is the fundamental law of life itself. Heh, Richard let out a crooked half-laugh, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. Then I hope the life aspect attacks me again. At least then, I might gain something from it. The law of life was not inherently a merged law. By nature, it existed to give life, to animate, to empower others to fight. If the trial relied solely on the law of life, Richard could steal it effortlessly using his green flame. The trial won't allow you that luxury. Yuri shook her head slowly. The heavenly laws and the rule-observing spirits can read you like an open book. Your past, your limits, your potential, everything is exposed to them. In any case, from what I can tell, the trial of laws has already concluded. Her voice grew noticeably heavier. Now begins the trial of the stabilizer. Your stabilizer will be evaluated, and based on the power it grants you, your next trial will be shaped accordingly. The stabilizer trial. Richard's brows knitted together sharply. Whoa! Almost instantly, he looked downward. A small vortex appeared above the dark coin, spinning silently before vanishing as if it had never existed. A suffocating sense of danger poured directly into Richard's chest. Rumble! He snapped his gaze upward so violently it nearly wrenched his neck apart. Something had changed. The creature itself had not moved. No new trial had been declared. And yet the sky began to unfold once more. First, a massive shoulder emerged, muscles packed so densely they seemed carved from divine stone. Then followed an enormous palm, so vast it could completely cover the entire scorched meadow below. Richard's pupils shrank to pinpoints. The aura radiating from that hand was no longer anywhere near the martial emperor realm. In fact, none of the world cataclysms he had ever faced inspired fear like this. It reminded him vividly of the nature-erasing strike Helen had once unleashed upon planet Jura. That attack had possessed at least low-level Nexus state power. Then, whoosh! The colossal palm descended, tearing through space itself, intent on crushing Richard into nothingness. Damn it! Life surged back into Richard's eyes as the certainty of death loomed. Without hesitation, he slammed his left palm into the ground. Are you really going to use that method now? At the very least, use the destiny-severing device to seal the horrifying amount of negative karma you are about to accumulate. Shut up! Richard roared as energy gathered violently around him. He pressed downward with everything he had left, his voice dropping into a harsh, guttural whisper, anti-life. The region beneath Richard's hand had already been scorched black by the residue of the first wave of the test, layered thick with ash and ruin. Yet the instant he muttered those words, something far more unsettling began to unfold. The ground trembled, then sagged inward, decomposing and collapsing in on itself. It didn't merely turn to ash, but instead became something darker, finer, and more absolute than ash itself. It was a substance so pitch black and minuscule that it made ordinary ash appear as though it were still burning with heat and light. That tainted patch beneath Richard's hand spread at a horrifying pace, racing across the land and burrowing beneath it simultaneously. In the span of a single breath, it swallowed millions of acres of the planet's surface and sank tens of kilometers below ground. Everything within that vast domain, stone, soil, minerals, life, was reduced and transmuted into that same fine, dark matter, stripped of all former identity. Arg! Richard's appearance at that moment was nothing short of monstrous. Veins bulged violently across his entire body, some jet black, others glowing green, both sets pulsing fiercely like overloaded conduits forced far beyond their limits. Even his blood-filled eyes could not endure unchanged. One transformed into a luminous green, while the other sank into absolute blackness. Then, as if guided by an unseen will, every vein carrying that terrifying, radiant energy surged toward his heart. Poof! The upper half of Richard's clothing didn't simply tear. It was obliterated, exploding into thousands upon thousands of fragments the very instant that colossal energy concentration slammed into his heart. Then came a single beat. Ba-doom. The sound of Richard's heartbeat detonated into a storm of darkness. That ultrafine, pitch-black substance could not endure the shockwave, and it was hurled violently in every direction. Beneath it was revealed something resembling a colossal ant nest, hollowed, brittle black earth extending tens of kilometers underground, so fragile it seemed it could collapse from nothing more than a passing breath. Richard himself slowly lifted his gaze toward the sky, his movements heavy yet deliberate. One eye black, one eye green. Veins crawled across his face and body like living scars, while bloody tears streamed relentlessly from every opening in his face. It was impossible to tell whether his unnatural calm came from absolute confidence in his power, or whether his features had simply locked in place, his body no longer capable of expressing pain or fear. Then, directly facing that immense palm that appeared ready to erase the world itself, Richard raised his own hand. Boom! The palm of the colossal creature collided with Richard's, an arm that, in comparison, looked no larger than an ant's limb. In that instant, an apocalyptic shockwave erupted outward. The corroded region surrounding Richard, nearly a quarter of the planet, collapsed like a house of cards, disintegrating layer by layer. The shockwave continued its rampage, sweeping across the world until every living being in the planet's northern hemisphere felt its impact. Space itself shuddered above the planet without question, and the atmosphere warped and buckled, stretching so violently it came within a hair's breadth of tearing apart completely. Yet, against all expectation, crack, crack, fractures began to spider web across the gigantic creature's terrifying hand. Then, bam! It detonated up to the elbow, dissolving into green flames and overwhelming primordial energy before being violently dragged back into the vortex from which it came. Richard remained staring upward, his gaze hollow, his expression utterly frozen. Even so, he had not yet fully lost consciousness. With agonizing slowness, Richard lowered his left arm and looked at it in silence, sorrow weighing heavily in his eyes. The same fate that had claimed the giant's limb had claimed his as well. His arm was gone, severed up to the elbow. Amid this catastrophic scene, tragic yet undeniably epic, Richard's lips curved into the faintest smile, so slight it was almost imperceptible. I did it. Did what? You endured the tests of the laws and the stabilizer. What remains now is the test of breaking the constraints of the young belt. Ha! Rumble. Chapter 2008. Rumble, rumble. Richard slowly lifted his head, his movements sluggish and heavy, as if the very air resisted him, and turned his gaze upward. In that instant, even his previously frozen features finally cracked, like brittle stone under pressure, and beneath them surfaced a raw, instinctive terror. His lips parted, his voice barely escaping. No! The demon looming above him twisted in expression, its face contorting into a rage so vast and oppressive it felt capable of incinerating entire nations without effort. That fury was not abstract or distant, but vivid and alive. Its features shifted subtly and unnervingly real, as though it were not a construct of fire, wind, and a breath of life, but a genuine living being, conscious and aware. Oh! The demon, an existence that looked as though it had been forged for the sole purpose of devouring worlds, released a colossal roar. The sound rolled across the heavens like an apocalypse bell, its sheer pressure stopping the hearts of countless lesser creatures in an instant, freezing them in primal fear before they could even understand why. The vortex behind it began to expand violently, space itself cracking and tearing around its massive form. Aside from the arm Richard had shattered at the elbow, 5 additional arms forced their way out of the distortion, each one gripping a different weapon, a sword, a hammer, a scythe, a spear, and an axe. As for the original arm, it regenerated once more, flesh and energy knitting together in seconds, the palm slowly curling until it became a clenched fist radiating overwhelming power. Then, with deliberate slowness, the demon pushed all 6 arms downward, unhurried and merciless, as if it wanted every living being on the planet to feel each passing second, to count the moments remaining before their inevitable end. Time itself seemed to lose meaning for Richard. Each of those descending arms carried force equivalent to a full-scale, world-ending strike from a mid-level nexus state. Not a single one of them was trivial, and any alone could spell extinction. Under normal circumstances, he would have needed his entire reserve of life energy, every last fragment, and would still be forced to activate the anti-life ability just to block a single one of those attacks. This was not a test anymore. It was an execution. Armor, arrays, and planetary equipment were forbidden during a trial of competency. The tests simply disregarded their existence entirely. Even if he were somehow allowed to use the planetary gear he had only recently obtained, it would have meant little in the face of such overwhelming, absolute power. The combined might of the 6 descending attacks crushed the air itself, warping it, compressing it, and driving atmospheric pressure to horrifying extremes. Richard could feel it deep in his bones. If he failed to intercept this assault and allowed it to strike the planet directly, this would unquestionably be the end of the world. He had deliberately chosen a dwarf planet within a dwarf star system to conduct the trial without interference, a barren world inhabited only by small creatures and insects. Even so, witnessing an entire planet be erased because of him felt unbearably heavy. Witnessing. He would not be there to witness anything. Richard barely managed to lower his gaze again. His expression was completely frozen now, not from calm, but from exhaustion and damage beyond measure. His internal injuries, worsened catastrophically by his reckless overuse of the anti-life ability, were no longer countable. The mere concepts of movement or speech felt distant and unreal. Had he possessed a weaker will, his consciousness would have faded long ago. Faintly, he could hear the sound of a craft tearing through space toward him. There was no doubt about it, as it was the Phantom Shadow vessel. They had disabled its phasing capability to push its speed to the limit in a desperate attempt to save him. But it was meaningless. It was far too slow compared to those descending arms. At this point, rescue was an impossibility. Well, he had tried. With tremendous effort, Richard closed his eyes once more. His siblings, Serene, his father, all those unfinished stories, the paths he never walked, and the words he never spoke would finally come to an end here. A faint, strained smile tugged at his lips. Maybe this was not so bad. Whoosh! At that exact moment, violent green flames erupted from Richard's head, surging upward like a living inferno. His soft white hair was instantly engulfed and reshaped into something wild and demonic, like the crown of a devil that had clawed its way out of hell in a single, furious motion. His eyes snapped open. 2 pupils ignited with blazing green fire, burning with ferocity and defiance. His frozen expression shattered completely, replaced by furious, contempt-filled rage. Are you trying to kill us, you weak bastard? In that moment, Richard somehow managed to force his battered body into motion. By sheer will alone, he pushed past the agony and immediately sent his spiritual sense deep into the void ring. After a brief mental search, he extracted a specialized teleportation array and activated it purely through thought. The array hummed softly, its patterns lighting up as space itself began to respond. Gritting his teeth, Richard dragged himself upright on his blood-soaked legs. His balance wavered and his bones screamed in protest, yet he still leaned forward, ready to throw himself into the array. Just as he was about to move, however, he felt an immense weight dragging him back, preventing him from taking even a single step. He muttered in confusion. It was the black coin. The coin was still firmly bound to his right hand and abdomen, thick strands of energy extending from it like chains, wrapping around his core and locking his body in place. Those bindings pulsed faintly, as if alive, resisting his every attempt to escape. At that very instant, the 6 massive arms had already enveloped him in their shadow. He could feel their overwhelming presence, including the crushing pressure and the searing heat. Most of all, he felt the fist, brushing dangerously close to the green flames erupting from his hair, so close that it nearly grazed his scalp. He knew with absolute certainty that a single second of delay would result in his complete annihilation. Yet Richard did not panic, nor did he freeze. Instead, he turned his fury toward the coin and roared as if the apocalypse were not bearing down on him. Get lost, you cursed thing. Without hesitation, he forcibly cancelled the process. The bindings snapped apart, and the coin lost its hold, dropping heavily onto the scorched ground. Freed at last, Richard lunged forward and hurled himself into the portal. BZZZT. Rumble, rumble, BZZZT. A circular space portal tore open in the middle of a desolate desert, its edges crackling violently. A heartbeat later, bam, a single figure was violently ejected from it, slamming into the sand. Arg! Richard groaned as he struggled to lift his face out of the scorching ground. He shook his head repeatedly, coughing and spitting as grains of sand clung stubbornly to his mouth and eyes. Tisk, tisk. No matter how hard he tried, he could not push himself upright. His arms trembled uselessly beneath him. The veins in both arms were completely destroyed, their internal pathways torn apart. Muscles were shredded, bones were fractured, and even the deeper structures of his body demanded extremely precise reconstruction before they could function again. Poof. The most he could manage was to shift slightly, rolling onto his back and staring blankly up at the sky. Even that small movement sent waves of pain through his body. Relief never came, and his anger only deepened when he noticed something above him. You bastard, you shameless bastard, you useless, arrogant fraud, he muttered repeatedly, his voice shaking with rage. Summoning what little strength he had left, Richard raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. Pa! Who? The green flames atop his head flickered violently, then extinguished. The glow in his pupils faded, and even his eyebrows lost their fiery hue. His face reverted to a weak, almost frozen expression, drained of color and strength. What happened? What the hell? He whispered. Then he saw it. His eyes began to tremble uncontrollably. High above the desert planet's sky, something utterly catastrophic was unfolding. A nearby planet, once whole, had been completely reduced to drifting dust and shattered debris. Where it once existed, only a swirling graveyard of fragments remained. Beside that devastation, Richard saw a colossal silhouette of something resembling a gigantic green demon. That being turned its gaze toward the desert planet, its presence radiating boundless rage and immeasurable pride. After a moment that felt like eternity, its form slowly began to fade, dissolving into nothingness. What is this? Is that the planet where I was supposed to undergo the breakthrough? Richard murmured in disbelief. How did I end up here? Whoosh! The green flames suddenly reignited. It was I, you little shit, who saved our life, Richard's voice thundered. I am the one you have been trying to erase for centuries. Who? Fear flooded Richard's eyes. You should be dead. You have not appeared for centuries. Serene and I celebrated your death. We even held a funeral for you. Whoosh. How do you kill me when I am not filth? The voice roared. How do you cure me when I am not a disease? I am you. I am the result of every bitter experiment, every ruthless decision. I am rage and ambition, while you are sorrow and isolation. I am Richard, just as much as you are. Richard's expression hardened further, fury twisting his features as his voice rose. I stepped back. I gave you control, you gentle, rational fool. And this is what you chose? You tried to kill us? You thought running away was the safest way to deal with what rots in your heart. Who? I was. Whoosh. I don't want to hear it, his own voice cut him off coldly. And I won't give you another chance. Boosh. At that precise moment, Phantom Shadow Vessel 2 descended from the sky, its engines roaring as it locked onto Richard's exact location with terrifying accuracy. When the flame-haired Richard saw the vessel approaching, he allowed himself a faint, crooked smile, one filled with dominance rather than relief. This body, he said softly, is mine now. Chapter 2009. On the surface of a distant planet, somewhere deep within mid-sector 99, a crimson plague, nearly 2 meters in height, slowly rose and stood atop a towering rock formation. It spread its elongated arms to their full extent, lifting a face erased of every feature except a grotesque mouth packed with jagged fangs. From that mouth, it unleashed a savage roar toward the sky, a rough, scraping sound accompanied by a violent exhalation, carrying with it a nauseating stench, the unmistakable smell of decomposing corpses and long-dead flesh. Naturally, this cry was never meant to be heard, nor was it directed at the plague itself. Such creatures possessed no sense of hearing at all. Everything it wished to communicate was delivered through that vile odor alone. The roar itself served another purpose entirely, as it was a warning, a declaration of hostility, aimed at any other being unfortunate enough to possess the ability to hear it. Gray A. Puff, puff. Dozens of Crimson Plague members responded at once, roaring in unison and releasing waves of similarly foul scents in answer to the first. Among them were young cubs still growing into their strength, females with leaner frames, and hardened warriors who wore grim trophies around their necks, necklaces crafted from fangs, or from noses that looked disturbingly human in origin. Not a single one of them reached a height of 3 meters, and none bore that dreadful white hair said to mark true royalty. There was no king among them. And yet, the one who stood above the rest, atop the rock, was without question the closest thing they had to a monarch. Gray A, GRA, the plague individual on the rock continued to speak, releasing an increasingly complex mixture of scents, layered and deliberate, each carrying meaning. Surrounding him were no fewer than 2,000 demons, packed tightly together. Their expressions visibly shifted, their anger deepening and bloodlust rising. One by one, all of them physically turned their bodies northward, toward the location of the nearest human village. Claws slid free, scraping against flesh and stone alike as they prepared themselves for the coming slaughter. Gray A, the plague leader gestured violently in that direction, letting out a full war cry while lifting a massive tree branch high above his head, signaling the advance. But suddenly, puff! His body collapsed in place, dropping lifelessly onto the rock. The stream of odors he had been emitting cut off instantly, severed in the middle of the command to move forward. The remaining demons froze. Their momentum vanished, and one after another they turned back toward the rock, instinctively waiting for further orders. Then something deeply unsettling began to unfold among them. Puff, puff, puff. Demons started falling. One after another, their bodies dropped to the ground without warning. GAA. The survivors finally sensed that something was terribly wrong. Even though they could not hear, see, or consciously feel anything out of place, their brothers were collapsing all around them, and moments later, their sense vanished completely. Why were their brothers' sense disappearing? Even in death, the stench of their bodies should have lingered for an incredibly long time, their remains polluting the ground beneath them. But there was nothing. No rot. No trace. Where had they gone? Puff, puff. Gray AA. One of the strongest warriors among them perceived overwhelming danger. He slammed his foot into the ground and launched himself away from the area at maximum speed, desperate to escape, but bam! He slammed into an invisible wall suspended in midair and crashed down where he stood. Then, stab, he felt something pierce straight through his neck. Pain flooded him. He tried to scream, but no sound came. He tried to release warning sense, but his body refused to respond. Control slipped away entirely, though even that quickly became irrelevant. Had he possessed an eye at that moment, he would have seen a blinding white light erupt from his neck, and watched as his body disintegrated into something resembling ash, scattering into the wind. From beginning to end, the entire process took only a few seconds. That needle-like pain was brief, fleeting, and soon, he was freed from it. Freed from life itself. That plague individual vanished completely. His body left behind not a single trace. Phew, I really thought it was going to escape. Beside the place where that plague creature had met its end stood a figure clad in gleaming white armor, its surface polished to a brilliant shine and intricately inlaid with elegant golden patterns. The man let out a slow breath, the tension finally leaving his body, then casually waved toward someone nearby. Thanks for the help. My pleasure. Not far away, a girl dressed in a white and gold robe waved back at him with ease. It was unmistakably a robe reserved for soul masters. She was the one who had stopped the plague creature at the crucial moment, preventing it from completing its jump and escaping the battlefield. Without wasting even a second, the girl immediately shifted her focus, moving to reinforce the containment of the remaining plague creatures. The soldier in white and gold armor turned his head, scanning the surroundings with calm, practiced movements. All right, who's next? He then began walking toward a nearby female plague creature with extreme composure, his pace unhurried, as though there were no danger at all. He extended his white spear and drove it straight into her chest. Bloof! The instant the spear struck, a dense, radiant light erupted from its shaft, gently but relentlessly cleansing the female plague from the inside outward. There was no scream, no struggle, as she turned into ash almost immediately, dispersing into the air. Next! The soldier turned his body slightly to the side, already preparing himself to deliver the next strike. But as he walked, something unusual occurred within his armor, something entirely automatic, triggered without conscious thought. A small metallic component slid out from the shoulder guard. It spun rapidly in place, releasing a fine powder that coated the soldier's armor and spread through the surrounding area, before smoothly retracting back into its original position. That powder was an invention created by the first heaven chosen to curb the devastation caused by the Crimson Plague, an innovation that had given the planet Nihiri a chance to survive for hundreds of thousands of years after the plague first appeared upon its surface, a powder capable of rendering a person completely invisible to the plague's terrifying sense of smell. After 20 minutes, stab. One of the soldiers drove his spear into the head of a plague creature and held it there until the body fully disintegrated into dust. He then looked around the battlefield, confirmed the situation, and gave a firm nod. All right, this nest has been purified. Haha, so this is what fighting the plague is like. All that long training feels like it was for nothing. The soldiers began removing their helmets one after another, relaxing at last and leaning casually against their spears. Their number did not exceed 50 in total, every one of them young, with none appearing to have even reached the age of 20 yet. I could have wiped them out on my own if I had known that powder was this effective, hee hee. The young soul mistress boasted in a bright, cheerful voice, clearly pleased with herself. Ironically, she had been the most frightened among them before the operation had begun. Tisk, tisk. Don't let arrogance get to your head, Sister Himi. Without the merged purity light law invented by His Majesty, things wouldn't have gone this smoothly. If you tried to kill them using your soul techniques alone, it would have taken far more time, and many of them would have escaped. True enough. We're the ones who did all the work. Long life purity light. Silence, you bunch of idiots. At that moment, a powerful voice echoed across the area, heavy with authority. Every soldier immediately snapped to attention. Even the soul mistress tightened her grip on her staff with both hands and stepped back respectfully. At that same moment, an additional figure arrived at the site, a towering person nearly 3 meters tall, whose presence alone caused the atmosphere to subtly shift. Chapter 2010. The newcomer was not merely tall, standing close to 3 meters, but possessed an overwhelmingly powerful, well-defined physique. 2 leathery wings were folded neatly behind his back, their membranes thick and scarred, while his skin shone in a vivid, striking blue. Protruding fangs framed his mouth, and small, sharp horns emerged from the upper part of his forehead, adding to his fearsome appearance. Everything about him radiated authority and menace, as though he were a being torn straight from an epic legend and forced into reality. That creature, clad in the blue armor unique to the Grave Empire, calmly placed his hands behind his back. Do you truly believe you amount to something now, he said coldly, simply because you killed a handful of plague creatures that haven't even begun to evolve? Not a single one of them had reached level 40. This was nothing more than a pack that split off from the true nest. Their leader sought to establish an independent nest of his own, but he was a fool, and his offspring were weak. Well, Sir Attendant, but we also aren't that strong, one of the soldiers replied while looking away, his voice low. We're only at the sage level as well, just like the fighters of that pack. The attendant of the Crixian race pointed directly at the soldier. And does that make you think you're vastly stronger, strong enough to enter far more brutal battles? His tone sharpened. You succeeded with such ease not because of the integrated purity light law, and certainly not because of the accompaniment of a great soul mistress bound by the oath of the Burton family. No, your success came first because of the powder, and second because of the spears that were designed specifically for you. He continued in a firm, unwavering voice, without that powder, you would have been dragged into a vicious, bloody fight against those wretched creatures. And without the spears engineered to amplify the benefits of the merged purity light law, the time it would have taken to exterminate them would have been far longer, long enough for mistakes and casualties to occur. Then he raised a finger slightly, emphasizing his next words. Carve this into your minds. Until the day you face a plague with martial emperor level strength, every victory you claim belongs to His Majesty, the Sky Opening City, and the veteran shapers under Lady Zoha. You are merely the thousands being moved by all of those factors. The soldiers exchanged glances with one another. A few of them muttered under their breath, that's extremely discouraging. The other batches get treated better than this. I'm not saying this to crush your spirits, the attendant said, his tone softening just a little, but to make you understand reality. I accompany you in eliminating these weak packs for one reason only, to help you grow accustomed to seeing the plague, to become familiar with using your power, and to form bonds among yourselves that will prove invaluable when real teamwork is required later. What's the point of those bonds? One of the soldiers asked with a confident smile. We just stab those things and they vanish. Tisk, the attendant shook his head slowly. The Prime Minister's directive to select purity light users from the Burton, Bradley, and Camden families, and the other families that pledged loyalty to His Majesty before the declaration of the Empire, resulted in the first batch of peacekeeping forces being nothing more than a group of spoiled children who have never seen a truly bad day in their lives. Hey, one of the soldiers protested, clearly offended. You terrify me, the attendant replied with open mockery. You foolish children, have you never seen the 2nd Army stationed in the Young Sector before? The 2nd Army? They're associated with the Red Plague, if I remember correctly. No, I've never seen them. I believe they're under the command of a female marshal named Malgra. That's only true in name. Ever since the second king, Amon, returned and took her as his wife, he has effectively become the acting marshal of young sectors 99 and 100. I don't think the second king really cares about such administrative matters. He prefers focusing on increasing his own personal power. Marshal Malgra is still the one who truly controls the army on the ground. You know, I once heard that the second king Amon, back in the day, actually. Hey, the attendant shouted sharply, cutting them off. I'm trying to set an example using the second army, and you start side conversations. His voice boomed with authority. Just how far does your lack of discipline go, you bunch of unqualified troublemakers? Then he straightened his posture, puffed out his chest, and deliberately slowed his tone. What I'm trying to tell you is this: tricks like that powder will never work against the second army, and there are two clear reasons for that. He raised two fingers. First, soul sense. Every plague creature serving under the second army possesses soul sense so strong that their dependence on smell has been drastically reduced. That makes perfect sense. Anything His Majesty touches turns into something flawless. Just imagine those savages forming a disciplined, organized army. His Majesty truly created a miracle. I wouldn't want to fight those things if they had senses other than smell. Shush. The attendant glared at them fiercely, then lowered his second finger along with his hand. Second, because the powerful ones in the plague do not rely on their sense of smell at all. The young soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, a trace of anxiety finally creeping into their expressions. What you're dealing with right now is nothing but the lowest trash, the attendant announced coldly. Your real role only begins once a king appears. His voice hardened. There's a very good reason our ancestors, the giants of Nihari, never allowed the plague to mutate to their next form. They executed any demon that came close to surpassing the sage tier boundary. Because starting from the martial emperor realm, from the very first successful mutation, that powder becomes completely useless. Ah, that's an exaggeration, right? That fat one standing on the rock was on the verge of mutation and didn't sense anything at all. I think we could manage even against mutated ones without much trouble. His Majesty tamed them, and we slaughter them like sheep. Those things only earned their fearsome reputation from peasant legends. Oh. The attendant revealed a knowing, almost mocking smile. He reached into his ring and took out an instant teleportation array, activating it. Whoa. A small spatial gate unfolded before them. He pointed toward it calmly. Then why don't you follow me to the other half of the planet? You can surely help the temporary army station there achieve victory, effortlessly, of course. With those words, BZZZT, he stepped into the portal and vanished, leaving it active and humming. Are we actually going? The other half of the planet is completely under Crimson Plague control. The report even says some Black Plague have already appeared. Haha, doesn't that just mean there are a lot of them? One soldier laughed excitedly. I want to see how they deal with my white area attack. Without hesitation, he dove headfirst into the portal. BZZZT. I'll go too. What's the worst that could happen? Hey, don't leave me alone. BZZZT. The last young soldier emerged on the other side, spear raised high, laughter full of arrogance and confidence. Ha, ha, ha. Tremble, you stupid plague, before the. His expression froze mid-laugh. Just like the faces of all his comrades, it instantly twisted into pure terror. Oh no. Swoo. Boom. Chapter 2011. Boom. The young man's eyes shot wide open in sheer shock as a titanic explosion erupted, shaking the very fabric of the planet beneath them. The ground trembled, rocks cracked, and the very air seemed to ripple under the intensity of the blast. They had been standing atop a high hill, a vantage point that should have kept them safe, and yet the explosion occurred dozens of miles away. Even from that distance, the force of the shockwave slammed into them with such ferocity that all of them were violently forced to stagger back several steps, struggling to maintain balance on the unstable earth. What was that? One of the young men shouted, panic and awe mingling in his voice. He strained his neck, looking up toward the origin of the projectile. His eyes widened further, pupils dilating as the clouds above parted slightly to reveal a colossal silhouette. A spaceship had merged, massive and terrifying, looming through the clouded sky like a harbinger of doom. Its design was brutal and nightmarish, every edge sharp and angular, every gun barrel glinting ominously as they prepared for a second strike. It was Supremacy Note 4, unmistakable even from miles away. Why would a fourth-generation Supremacy Note intervene in a war against nothing more than plague creatures? This is insane, the youths muttered, a mix of disbelief and dread creeping into their voices. He turned to glance at his comrades, expecting debate or discussion, but none of them were looking upward. None were questioning or theorizing. Instead, every single one of them stared downward, eyes fixed at the base of the hill. The young soldier followed their gaze, and as soon as he looked, his jaw dropped slightly in silent horror. Hell! There was no other word that could even begin to capture what lay before them. The earth below was utterly stripped of life, no plants, no soil, nothing that could sustain any form of growth. Only blood, ash, and glowing embers remained, scorched into the ground by the earlier explosion. And upon that ruined landscape, there were hundreds of thousands of evolved Crimson Plague creatures. No, millions. The explosion had left a colossal crater in the ground. Inside it, shredded and charred plague bodies lay scattered, proof that the single shot had mercilessly annihilated hundreds of them in an instant. But, swoosh, swoosh, the Crimson Plague leapt over the crater as if the blast had never existed. Their momentum never faltered. They charged onward, relentless, unstoppable. Completely naked, they ran on their long, powerful legs, each pounding step sending tremors through the earth. Their long white hair streamed behind them like a raging cloud of fury, whipping in the wind. Horns curved sharply from their heads like shark fins cutting through the air, stirring terror wherever they moved. Their blood and ash-streaked fangs glistened menacingly, ready to pierce anything in their path. Their arms swung violently, pumping with immense force as they charged, some even running on all fours, giving the appearance of monsters that had never learned to walk properly. Every movement, every leap, every swing seemed to carry the desperate intent of escaping hell, or dragging more humans into it. Yet, they would not achieve their goal without resistance. Swoosh! Hundreds of flying creatures appeared on the other side of the battlefield. Each had small, curved horns and leathery blue wings, and all wore the famous blue armor of the double centennial Grave Empire. The Crixians, as they were known, opened their mouths wide and exhaled. Hoof! Torrents of blue fire erupted from their throats, sweeping across the battlefield in waves. Gray aaa. Keeeek. The sounds of melting flesh and skin drowned out all the screams of agony from both sides. Yet even the impenetrable wall of purifying flame could not stop the relentless advance. Sha. Thousands of blood tendrils surged from below, striking toward the Crixians with deadly precision, attempting to ensnare them in their grasp. Keep moving. Don't stay in one place for more than 3 seconds, the unit commander shouted, leaping and dodging the whipping tendrils while simultaneously striking back at the charging plague. But not all could evade the attacks. Arg! Several Crixians were caught, dragged down into the carnage below, their wings flailing uselessly as the tendrils tore into them. Damn it, the commander roared, spotting groups of crimson plague trying to pierce the blue armor protecting the captured soldiers. They sought to shred the flesh beneath, to devour his men alive. He swung his weapon back and bellowed with ferocity. What are you doing? Advance! Push forward! The ground shook, the air screamed with fire and blood, and the battle for survival had only just begun. Boo! A massive land army, stretching tens of thousands of soldiers strong, began to advance steadily across the scarred terrain. Dust and debris rose in their wake, and the ground itself seemed to tremble under the synchronized march of so many boots. At the very center of this immense formation were soldiers clad in gleaming white and gold armor, the elite swords of light, the vanguard of the army. Leading them personally was Billy, his presence alone inspiring confidence and order among the ranks. After they had advanced a significant distance, Billy raised his sword high, the sunlight catching off its blade, and pointed it resolutely toward the front lines. End of the world wall. By Eeeem. In perfect unison, thousands of swords of light unleashed concentrated laser beams that cut through the air like bolts of pure energy. The blasts incinerated every crimson plague creature within the immediate vicinity and focused particularly on those plague soldiers holding the Crixians captive. The lasers did not instantly kill the demons, their necks and torsos remained intact, but the beams inflicted serious injuries, tearing muscles and burning flesh, causing chaos and halting the advance of the crimson plague entirely. In the process, the imprisoned Crixian soldiers were freed, their chains melted or shattered by the beams. Once the initial barrage ceased, the swords of light formed a defensive line, firing upon any plague creature that attempted to cross a specific boundary, the end of the world wall. This was Billy's ultimate decree. Any creature that dared to cross that invisible line would be torn apart, shredded by beams of concentrated light. With that area cleared and the wall now extending across a vast swath of battlefield, Billy stepped forward, every movement precise and authoritative. Every soldier behind him mirrored his advance, and the wall seemed to push forward with them, a living barrier of deadly energy. Rayar. At that precise moment, dense shadows began descending from the sky. Armored, four-winged flying monsters appeared, casting massive silhouettes over the battlefield. They were the Draco creatures, terrifying in both size and presence. Each Draco carried 3 to 5 riders, clad in various types of armor, holding bows and launching volleys of arrows inscribed with arcane runes. The arrows streaked through the sky like streaks of dark light, aimed to pierce armor and flesh alike. These were the mercenary forces Morgana had contracted from the surrounding powers in the sector, equipped with the weapons she had purchased for them. Their arrival bolstered the Crixian strength and slightly eased the pressure of the Crimson Plague, though their reaction time and battlefield coordination were far slower than the Crixians. The moment they appeared above the heads of the Crimson Plague, they were immediately targeted. Projectiles, swinging blood tendrils, and other deadly attacks rained down upon them. Despite this, some of the more extraordinary plague creatures managed astonishing leaps, striking high enough to pierce the chests of the Dracos themselves, dragging the riders down with crushing force. Gulp! The young soldiers atop the hill swallowed hard, a nervous knot forming in their stomachs. Some stepped back involuntarily. So, this is the Crimson Plague, one whispered, voice trembling with awe and fear. What you see before you is the first true evolution of the plague, the attendant explained, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the battlefield. They grow taller, their hair turns white, and their intelligence increases slightly. Each one of these is now at the level of a martial emperor. This planet was one of the massive epicenters that evolved at an unnaturally rapid pace. But, he continued, lowering his voice slightly, all of these are not what you should fear the most. Thanks to the merged light of purity law, they can be handled with relative ease. However, he pointed deliberately toward a distant direction, where one particular plague was already making its move. See that one? It's using its own blood as a slingshot to launch itself into the air, snatching a Draco and its riders in one swift motion. That is likely a mutated plague, a creature like Marshal Sakar, Second King Amon, and General Slaughter Helga. Facing even one of them in combat is exhausting beyond measure. He crossed his arms, emphasizing his point. And also, bam, bam. The attendant's words were abruptly cut off by distant explosions that echoed across the battlefield like rolling thunder. But if one listened closely, beyond the roar and destruction, there was another sound, the faint, yet unmistakable sound of footsteps, thousands of them, advancing steadily, growing louder with every passing second. The next wave of terror was approaching. Chapter 2012. Bam, bam. With hearts pounding and nearly stopping from sheer, paralyzing fear, all the new soldiers instinctively turned toward the source of the deafening sound. In that instant, time seemed to slow. For several heartbeats, they completely forgot to breathe, frozen in awe and terror. At first, in the distance, there appeared a massive, ominous shape, like a dense black cloud blotting out the horizon. Slowly, the horrifying form began to take shape, revealing its full, monstrous silhouette. It was a creature with 5 grotesquely uneven arms, a torso vaguely humanoid in structure, and 9 pairs of enormous, jointed legs capable of supporting its gargantuan bulk. Its head was bizarre, mushroom-like, grotesque in the extreme. Its color was absolute black, a darkness deeper than the surrounding night itself. Its height approached an unimaginable 300 meters. Its movements, though appearing slow and ponderous, were deceptive. Each step spanned hundreds of meters, crushing the earth beneath it. Beneath this unimaginable titan were dozens of smaller entities, each with mushroom-shaped heads. Their bodies were wildly diverse, their limbs differing completely from one another. Their stench was nauseating and fetid, as though they had grown over the rotting corpses of countless creatures for centuries. From their forms emanated a black, thick mist, swirling and spreading with every step, covering the ground like an advancing plague. "The Black Plague," one young soldier stammered, pointing with trembling fingers, a shiver of pure fear running through him. "Correct," the attendant nodded slowly, his gaze steady. "This is the Black Plague. Their movements are slow, and they lack fangs or claws, but their bodies are incredibly resilient. Their consumption of the planet's metals over countless generations has made them nearly indestructible. A single swipe from one of them could crush any of you instantly. The black mist you see is actually microscopic particulate matter under their control. It can destroy flesh from within if inhaled, and even corrode the strongest epic-grade armor." His eyes then fixed on the largest of them, a colossal, nightmarish entity. The bigger the body, the stronger and older the creature. It has reached the planet's deep subterranean layers, absorbing the rarest minerals as it moved underground. That enormous one seems as if it has nearly reached the planet's core, or perhaps it already has. Yet, for reasons unknown, it refrains from attacking or consuming further. Its raw power is equivalent to at least a mid-sector nexus state, if not more. How could we possibly stand against something like this?" the girl whispered, raising her eyebrows in pure terror. "You cannot. Ordinary infantry will not approach the Black Plague for the reasons I just mentioned." The attendant shook his head gravely. "In areas where this level of corruption spreads, we have alternative methods, other solutions." "Other solutions, like what?" one soldier asked, voice tight with urgency and anticipation. The attendant continued scanning the sky, his eyes narrowing as he focused on a distant point. Then, a faint smile crept across his face. "Overwhelming force. Absolute, unrestrained force." Swoosh. In that instant, a small, streaking object descended from the heavens like a meteor, moving with blinding speed. It pierced the massive Black Plague's head with the force of a cannonball, entering cleanly and exiting from the other side as if the colossal entity were made of air. Then, clang! The Black Plague staggered violently, its gargantuan legs trembling as if the world itself had struck it. Moments later, it collapsed face first onto the battlefield, sending shockwaves across the entire area. The sheer force of its fall crushed half of its own followers in an instant, leaving destruction in its wake. The small, blazing meteor, now revealed as a living being, halted in midair, standing still to observe the colossal Black Plague's descent, its fall as if it were part of a grand, living canvas, a masterpiece of chaos and destruction. Yet the meteor itself did not realize that it was simultaneously the focus of admiration, a living work of art even more magnificent than the scene it had created. It was not a mere projectile, but a person clad in resplendent white armor adorned with intricate, crimson patterns that shimmered in the dim light. Behind him, a heavy crimson cloak flowed like molten silk, its edges trimmed with white fur reminiscent of royal mantles. Upon his smooth, white helmet was a single crimson circle, perfectly centered over his faceplate, marking him as both warrior and sovereign figure, a herald of overwhelming power descending from the heavens. His appearance was heroic to an extreme, larger than life, truly awe-inspiring. Every detail of his form, the gleaming white armor adorned with intricate crimson patterns, the flowing crimson cloak with its fur-trimmed edges, even the smooth, pristine helmet, was crafted to make him look like a legendary hero emerged straight from a fantastical tale, a figure carved from myths themselves. All the young soldiers stared at him, their eyes wide and sparkling with admiration, their faces lit with dreamy, almost naive smiles. Each one felt a surge of inspiration, their hearts swelling at the sight of this towering, almost divine figure who seemed to embody courage, strength, and unmatched skill all at once. They could hardly believe that such a being existed in their reality. Suddenly, their reverie was shattered by a strange, loud, booming laugh that rolled across the battlefield. Hee, ha 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 ha. The man in white and crimson armor clutched his stomach with both hands and laughed uproariously, a sound so full of life, confidence, and madness that it echoed over the hills and valleys around them. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he raised his hands and removed his helmet. His crimson hair caught the light, flowing with the wind, and he pointed downward, mocking and triumphant, still laughing. "Ha ha ha, this is what happens when you close your path before this king, you mushroom-born fool. Ah ha 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 ha. This." The young soldiers glanced at one another, shock and disbelief spreading over their faces. Confusion mingled with disgust, for the hero they had revered now displayed a wild, almost chaotic energy that unsettled them. His face, so pale it rivaled the white of his armor, was veined with vivid red lines. A single large, piercing eye dominated his visage, while a single crimson-tipped horn jutted from his forehead, confirming that the horn atop his helmet was not merely decorative, but an extension of his body, a natural weapon. I'll introduce him properly, the attendant said with a soft smile, gesturing toward the figure with a respectful nod. This is Guardian Leosar. In name, he is the commander of all our peacekeeping forces. Yet, unlike ordinary leaders, he rarely involves himself in day-to-day decisions. His true purpose is to hunt the most formidable enemies and defend our soldiers when they are placed in danger, stepping in where no others can. But, he seems oddly proportioned, the attendant added, his tone carrying a mix of amusement and respect, a subtle acknowledgement of Leosar's unpredictable and extraordinary form. Ha 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 ha. Leosar laughed again, spinning and twisting in midair with unrestrained energy, his hands rubbing playfully across his stomach and neck as if teasing the very air. Ah, delicious, absolutely delicious, delicious. I want more. I want more. Suddenly, his ecstasy stopped. Leosar's single eye focused sharply on a distant point, his expression shifting into one of intense calculation. Then, almost imperceptibly, a wide grin spread across his face. He snapped his helmet back into place and surged forward like a blazing meteor, hurtling toward a massive nearby mountain. This time, Leosar did not intend to pierce the mountain like a cannonball, nor to pass through it using the sharp tip of his horn as a weapon. Instead, he concentrated all his immense strength in front of him, forming a solid, impenetrable wall of force. When he collided with the mountain, the impact was cataclysmic, as if two mountains themselves had slammed into each other. An earthquake-like tremor shook the area. The mountain shattered instantly, sending colossal shockwaves outward that knocked every soldier to the ground. Rocks and dust flew in all directions, some fragments striking even those at a distance. Yet what followed was even more awe-inspiring and terrifying. Leosar emerged from the rubble and swirling dust, launching himself upward toward the sky once more. But this time he was not alone. 7 shadows, moving at blistering speed, chased him from behind, their motions almost as rapid, precise, and coordinated as his own. Ah, one young soldier screamed, his voice quivering as he witnessed the scene unfold. World cataclysms. Those are world cataclysm plague, there are 7 of them chasing hero Leosar. Foolish child, the attendant said, shaking his head slowly, his gaze solemn. Do you truly believe that Guardian Leosar would appear personally for just a handful of world cataclysms? He would not even bother for such trivialities. He turned his eyes to the sky above the battlefield, where the aerial combat now raged in all its terrifying glory. His gaze was calm but sharp, noting every detail. Those 7, all 7, they are Nexus states. Chapter 2013. Nexus states, 7 of them. Some of the faint-hearted young soldiers instinctively stepped back, their faces paling as their breathing grew shallow. The term Nexus state was no longer something unheard of within the true beginning empire, not like in the past, when Helen had first appeared and many truly believed the sky itself was shattering above their heads. Even so, those 2 words still carried an almost sacred weight. They remained a symbol of absolute, overwhelming power, for the Empire had yet to give birth to any existence that surpassed that realm. And now, 7 Crimson Plague individuals at the level of a Nexus state were chasing hero Leosar at this very moment? Whoosh, whoosh. The 7 began to close in on Leosar from multiple directions, coordinating their movements with terrifying precision. They surged after him at blistering speeds, so fast that the naked eye could perceive nothing but crimson streaks of light slicing through the sky like burning scars. One of them reshaped one arm into a bow and the other into a living arrow, its body twisting unnaturally as it took aim. Another expelled a vast quantity of blood that swirled around him like a storm cloud. Moments later, he manifested 8 arms and 2 heads, his silhouette growing grotesque and monstrous. The remaining Nexus states followed suit, each revealing their own warped combat forms, every single one clearly preparing for what they believed would be the decisive, final battle. But then, whoosh, all of them vanished beyond the horizon in an instant. Their presence disappeared so completely that nothing at all could be seen from that direction anymore. This is dangerous, one of the soldiers shouted, panic creeping into his voice. We need to find reinforcements, if this keeps up, they'll kill the hero. Kill Guardian Leosar. Their attendant shook his head, letting out a calm, almost amused laugh. The Guardian who personally swore loyalty before His Majesty himself won't fall that easily. Not now, not ever. He met His Majesty personally. No wonder. In that moment, something inside the young soldiers shifted. Their view of Leosar, and of the entire battlefield, changed into unshakable confidence, a certainty that victory was inevitable. If there's anyone we should truly be worried about, the attendant said, pointing calmly in a distant direction, it's them. The youths narrowed their eyes, straining their vision. From that distance, they couldn't make out any clear shapes, but what they could hear was unmistakable. The deafening roar of explosions, the thunderous collapse of mountains, and shockwaves that rippled faintly through the ground beneath their feet. There was no doubt about it, a colossal battle was unfolding over there. Over there, the attendant continued, his brows knitting slightly, the world cataclysms and Nexus states hired by the Lady of the Academy from various sector powers are fighting together to eliminate the Plague Kings. Our numbers are roughly half of the enemies, but Lady Morgana spared absolutely no expense. Equipment, formations, arrays, everything was prepared to perfection. I sincerely doubt that a single plague entity will manage to escape today after this comprehensive purge. The young soldiers looked around, their expressions filled with awe and disbelief. So this is what plague wars are really like. This is horrifying, far bloodier than regular army warfare. After training ends, will we be joining battles like this? Ha ha. The attendant laughed loudly, shaking his head with clear amusement. You think this is bloody? Right now, we're fighting the largest plague nest in the entire sector, and the fastest evolving one at that. And yet I can guarantee you, fewer than 100 infantry soldiers and Draco riders will die today. On our side, no more than 2 world cataclysms will fall. By contrast, if you were to read records from other academies, a battle of this scale would normally require the sacrifice of 9 to 10 million soldiers on average, and perhaps 20 to 25 high-level experts, world cataclysms and nexus states alike, just to erase it. More often than not, planets like this are simply abandoned, sealed off, and left as breeding grounds for the plague. Then he looked back at them with that same slightly mocking, knowing smile. Second, you didn't join this army. You're here to replace it entirely. What? You've got to be joking. This is His Majesty's plan, the attendant said, his brows drawing together sharply. Did you really think we were giving you the finest equipment and the most brutal, optimized training environments just so you could fight the same low-level plague trash you faced earlier? Everything you're receiving now is to prepare you to replace everyone you see on this battlefield, except Guardian Leosar, of course. He continued in a firm, unwavering tone. You and your comrades across the other units have less than 50 years to take the place of every ground force soldier and every Draco rider standing here today. And as for replacing the world cataclysms and nexus states, he clasped his hands behind his back, gazing calmly toward the distant chaos. That problem, we'll leave for His Majesty to solve. Inside the Holy Covenant Academy. Knock, knock. Someone lightly tapped on the door of the Academy lady's office. Apologies for interrupting your meeting, my lady. Morgana raised one eyebrow slightly. Klerzazin, come in. Excuse me, a young girl said as she opened the door and stepped inside. There's a report regarding the Peacekeeping Forces mission on Alcon 7. Has the battle ended? Morgana asked calmly, already knowing the answer before it was spoken. No, Klerzazin replied as she presented a scroll with both hands. They may require additional support very soon. Morgana extended her hand and accepted the scroll from the girl, then began reading in silence. Her expression gradually hardened, her brows knitting tighter with each passing line. Only after a full minute did she place the scroll down on her desk and stare off into the distance. Dozens of nexus states and hundreds of world cataclysms. What exactly was happening on that planet? They didn't even have time to fully invade it, so how did they reach such overwhelming power? What are your orders, my lady? The girl asked, bowing slightly. Morgana paused, deep in thought. After a brief moment, she nodded firmly, having reached a decision. Send the Royal Soul Master Adrian and his squad. Their priority is to reduce casualties among our ranks. At once. Klerzazin bowed again, then swiftly left to carry out the command. It seems you're quite busy today, a female voice spoke from across Morgana's desk. Oh. Morgana suddenly remembered she was still wearing her stern expression. She smiled at once. It's merely a minor issue involving a plague hotspot, nothing impossible. Once the first batch of Royal Soul Masters who graduated from our academy arrives, it should be resolved without much difficulty. Her gaze drifted away again, this time tinged with faint concern. I simply don't understand why it escalated to the point of summoning them. She quickly turned back with a gentle smile. Responsibilities never truly end, my dear. You know that well. I do. The female voice sighed softly. More than anyone else, I'd say. Then her tone shifted slightly. Perhaps I should visit you at a less crowded time? I wouldn't want to be a burden. What are you talking about? Morgana stood up, walked around her desk, and then sat down across from her guest. I've heard a great deal about you and dealt with you from afar many times, but this is our first true meeting. You're not leaving so easily, lady of the headquarters, Across from her, Emily smiled in relief, the weariness in her eyes easing just a little. Thank you. Chapter 2014. Why are you thanking me? Morgana shook her head lightly, her tone calm. You're the one who designed and brought this academy into existence. You're free to come here whenever you wish. And besides, I'm genuinely happy to spend some time with a sister. Morgana truly was smiling from the depths of her heart, not the polite smile of a monarch, but a rare, sincere one. The academy itself was never short on girls, yet all of them were either students bound by discipline or followers bound by hierarchy. She could never speak freely with any of them without risking the erosion of her authority. Emily, however, despite being extremely young in her eyes, and by all measures even rather weak, possessed authority among His Majesty's followers that rivaled Morgana's own. Only she, along with a very small and exceptional number of girls, could stand before Morgana and speak to her not as a subordinate, but as a friend. Aside from Emily, no one else held a comparable level of status and influence, except Zara, and perhaps the girl known as Renera in the neighboring sector. That's exactly how I feel as well, Emily said with visible fatigue. One of the reasons I came is that I no longer see Her Highness Zara very often. She's busy, just like me, perhaps even more so. She paused briefly, then continued, So, what was the issue that reached you just now? It's less of a problem, and more of a dilemma, Morgana replied as she turned her gaze away. The number and power of the plague are increasing at an alarming, almost terrifying rate, especially within the mid-belt. At times, we even discover forgotten planets carrying enormous quantities of plague. Quantities that will, without a doubt, eventually give rise to a blue plague. And that is something we absolutely cannot allow. But even that alone isn't the strangest part, she continued. Take the hotspot we're attacking today, for example. It already contains massive black plagues capable of driving their roots thousands of miles beneath the planetary crust. Creatures that could easily locate the planet's core and devour it entirely. Her brows furrowed. Yet they didn't do that. She went on, her voice growing heavier. On top of that, there are numerous nexus states among the Crimson Plague, and that is exceedingly rare. Under normal circumstances, the Crimson Plague is either wiped out completely, or it annihilates the planet and then perishes before any king can ever reach a Nexus state. Only after that does the Black Plague emerge. Morgana exhaled slowly. But this time, there are many of both of them. Not only that, they coexist with the Black Plague with disturbing ease. No, they're actively cooperating. That truly is strange. Emily frowned slightly, deep in thought. The Black Plague appeared on planets S1, S2, and S3 multiple times in the past, but the demons would tear them apart the instant they appeared, without waiting for orders, almost as if driven by pure instinct to slaughter them. That reaction is only natural, Morgana replied firmly. The Black Plague inevitably destroys the planet it inhabits. How could they not kill it? She continued, her tone analytical. That's the fundamental reason behind the natural order. The Black Plague always appears after the Crimson Plague has gone extinct. Because if a mutation occurs, if a Black Plague grows from the blood of the Crimson Plague before the Crimson Plague is fully eradicated, then its fate is absolute, inevitable death at the hands of the Crimson Plague. Morgana tapped her thigh rhythmically, a habit she showed only when troubled. But what's happening there now? What I've witnessed with my own eyes over the past half-century, the situation is undeniably strange and deeply unsettling. Yes, Emily replied softly. It's frightening. She forced a faint, understanding smile. All right, that's enough talk about those bloody matters, Morgana said, deliberately changing the subject. Tell me about you instead. Why do you look this exhausted? There were times when you were far busier than you are now. That's true, Emily admitted with a small smile. I have many assistants now. Her expression soon darkened. But this isn't physical exhaustion, nor is it mental fatigue. I think it's something else entirely. She lowered her gaze, her expression cold and heavy. I believe it's fear. His Majesty entrusted me with an enormous sum of wealth to expand his holdings and forge armies of terrifying might. But I failed. Her fingers tightened slightly. I'm afraid of the day I stand before him and he asks me about that money. What did you do with His Majesty's money? Morgana's brows drew together sharply, her expression hardening as a clear edge of hostility crept into her voice. It is in the Imperial Treasury, of course. Where else would it be? Emily shook her head slowly, a faint, bitterly sarcastic smile tugging at her lips. I didn't waste it, Morgana. I swear I didn't. I don't know how to use it properly. Oh. Morgana's expression softened almost immediately. So you still have the money. Then what exactly are you afraid of? A calm smile returned to her face. His Majesty is extremely understanding, you know that. Emily let out a long, exhausted sigh. I was never a general. I never fought beside him before the conquest of the planet Jura. I didn't invent anything for him, nor did I bring him powerful allies or legendary warriors. My only value has always been numbers, calculations, and managing resources. You're afraid that your importance will decline in his eyes, Morgana said quietly, understanding dawning on her face, and that he'll replace you. Maybe I was useful when the Empire was still small, Emily continued, her voice low. Back when I could calculate all resources by hand and set budgets 10 years ahead without breaking a sweat. But now I feel like I'm filling a position I no longer deserve. She exhaled slowly. Perhaps I should preserve what dignity I have left and resign on my own. Morgana stared at Emily for a long moment without speaking. She had heard countless reports about her before, how Emily was the silent mind coordinating nearly everything within the Empire. Someone like her was not easily replaced, not at all. May I ask, Morgana finally said, why you can no longer manage resources the way you used to? Is it because there are simply too many of them now? She nodded to herself. I can understand that. Managing such vast quantities of resources to supply multiple empires, academies, and organizations under His Majesty's banner, that kind of workload would fry anyone's brain eventually. No, that's not it, Emily replied instantly, lifting her head. My problem is the lack of resources. She clenched her fist slightly. I can expand production endlessly, but I don't have enough materials to support it. What? Morgana tilted her head in genuine confusion. But your role is management, not resource acquisition. Why burden yourself with something outside your responsibility? Because no one else is worrying about securing them, Emily said quietly, leaning forward and resting her forehead against her hands. The shadow swords withdrew. The empires are locked in massive conflicts. Trade alliances have collapsed or weakened. Even Ryan Burton and his merchant group lack the experience to bring in sufficient supplies. Morgana remained silent for several seconds. She glanced briefly toward the door, as if considering something unseen, then a confident smile spread across her face. Rising from her seat, she reached out, took Emily's hand, and gently pulled her to her feet. Come with me. Where? Emily exclaimed in a hushed voice, startled by the sudden shift. Did you get tired of me already? Don't you want someone to secure resources for you? Morgana replied with a wide, almost playful smile. Then I'll take you straight to the resource vaults themselves. Chapter 2015. I'll take you to the very same resource warehouses. She repeated it deliberately. Morgana pushed the door open with a firm motion, the hinges creaking softly as she stepped through, pulling Emily along with her at a brisk, purposeful pace. Do you remember exactly what you want? Of course I do. Every detail, engraved in my memory, Emily replied, clearly surprised. I also have detailed written lists of everything, item by item, she added after a brief pause. But, what exactly are you planning to do? Just take those lists out, Morgana replied, her lips curling into a broad, confident smile. Honestly, girl, I thought you'd committed some massive mistake, or that the funds had been stolen somehow. But it turns out you simply don't know who to buy from. She chuckled lightly. Hee, that's actually incredibly easy to fix. Easy? Emily echoed, her eyebrows knitting together in disbelief. Do you even realize the scale of what we need? She let out a slow sigh. I already know where you're taking me, to Lord Shadoweye, right? He is an excellent merchant with deep connections, I won't deny that, but even he won't be able to cover requirements that exceed 1 billion pearls annually. 1 billion pearls per year in raw materials alone. Morgana froze in her tracks for a moment, her eyes widening slightly as she raised her voice. She purchases weapons, entire fleets, talismans, and even hires armies in quantities far surpassing that every single year, but all of those are finished products, already refined and complete. For example, if a piece of rare metal costs 100 pearls at its source, the merchant will resell it to a blacksmith for 200 pearls. The blacksmith then adds additional materials and uses specialized fires, whose combined value may reach 800 pearls. This brings the total production cost of the resulting weapon to around 1,000 pearls. That very weapon, whose actual cost is just 1,000 pearls, will be sold within a single week for no less than 20,000 pearls. Why? Because the blacksmith demands his share, there is the interplanetary transportation fee, the market administration claims its cut, and the empire to which the market belongs takes several more shares on top of that. So yes, it is completely natural for Morgana to purchase finished weapons at such inflated prices, but it is not natural, nor reasonable, for Morgana to be purchasing raw materials in numbers like these. Logically speaking, if Emily were to buy raw materials worth 1 billion pearls, then once manufacturing is complete, those same materials should be worth 20, or perhaps even 50 billion pearls. And all of that within the span of a single year? Just what kind of massive development is taking place within the true beginning empire? Morgana fell silent for a brief moment, clearly lost in thought. Then she resumed walking forward, a wide, intrigued smile returning to her face. The more I marvel at His Majesty, the more he manages to shock me. Sometimes I genuinely believe he's content remaining isolated with nothing but his research, and other times, I simply can't see any limit to the scale of his ambition. She then turned her head slightly and winked at Emily as they continued moving. Second of all, whoever said we're going to that annoying merchant? Huh? Then who? Emily asked, startled. Everyone says he holds the keys to trade in the Sector 99 mid-sector. Even the trade alliance I relied on in the Sector 100 mid-sector depended on him to secure certain supplies. He's nothing more than a small, local fish, Morgana said dismissively, waving her hand several times. By then, they had already exited the building entirely and stepped into the open garden outside. As long as it's within the sector, he can find whatever you want, even planets with very specific specifications. But when it comes to providing quantities on the scale you're talking about, there are others who are far, far better suited. Planets with specific specifications. Emily nodded slowly, her mind already racing. That could actually be very useful for the design of Nihiri. I'll speak with the Prime Minister about it and see what gaps still exist in the internal galaxy design, so we can move to seal them. Just gather everything and request it from him in one go, Morgana said, her tone suddenly sour. Dealing with him is troublesome. Her expression darkened at the mere mention of his name, and darkened even further when she noticed a familiar figure standing in the corner of her vision. Ugh, I really wish I'd said something nice instead. My lady. At that very moment, a figure rushed toward Morgana and Emily, running with his arms stretched forward as if afraid they might disappear at any second. He possessed thick, prominent lips, narrow eyes that gleamed with shrewd intent, and skin that shimmered unnaturally, as though he had just emerged from an icy bath. A pleasant fragrance surrounded him, refined yet excessive to the point of being unmistakable. There was no doubt about his identity. It was Lord Shadoweye, the official liaison of the traders of Mid-Sector 99. Sit. Morgana barked sharply. Yes. Lord Shadoweye immediately dropped to both knees, kneeling with exaggerated politeness. His eyes sparkled with even greater admiration as Morgana passed right beside him, not sparing him a second glance. Emily waited until they had completely passed him, staring at the kneeling man with visible confusion. She then turned back toward Morgana and asked quietly, "Why did he come to you today? Do you need something from him?" "You should ask when does he ever leave," Morgana replied with clear irritation. "He rarely ever leaves the academy, and I can't throw him out. Unfortunately, he's the primary supplier for nearly all the weapon preservation army's needs." "Well, that's actually kind of flattering," Emily said hesitantly. "He really seems to like you. Why don't you?" Morgana stopped dead in her tracks and fixed Emily with a piercing glare, her eyes sharp enough to silence her instantly. "Sorry." Emily quickly raised both hands in surrender. "You should be," Morgana muttered as she resumed walking, her tone stiff. After a few steps, she tilted her head slightly and lowered her voice, the irritation giving way to something far heavier. "I have lived for 1,000,000 years without a lover or a husband. Do you really think that was easy for me? Especially when I see couples and families everywhere, while I walk alongside specters. I had nothing to distract me during that time. Over the course of an entire 1,000,000 years, I attacked only 50 specter farms. Other than that, I would isolate myself and cry, or wander around watching families, wishing that one day I could be like them." "Thank you for trusting me enough to share something so personal," Emily said softly, biting her lip. She glanced back briefly, then looked at Morgana again. "So then, why not?" "Because I won't fast for 1,000,000 years just to end it by eating an onion." Morgana snapped, shaking her head violently. She lifted her chin, her expression resolute. "My future husband must be a hero among heroes. Someone strong enough to protect me, someone beside whom I can feel like a little girl. Someone with ambition so vast that I can support it with everything I have. Someone like His Majesty? Emily asked, covering her mouth in sudden realization. I never said that. You did. Morgana pushed open a small door, her face noticeably flushed with embarrassment. We're here. The moment Emily stepped through the gate, she froze. Before her sat a group of boys and girls, no more than 50 students in total, seated directly on the grass, listening attentively to a lecture being delivered in the open air. Lady of the Academy. Teacher. The instructor immediately stopped speaking and bowed respectfully, while every student rose to their feet and saluted in perfect unison. Morgana gestured toward the students and spoke to Emily in a calm, confident tone. This group consists of the direct bloodline of the Behemoths, or the direct heirs of the Millennial Empire spanning mid-sectors 90 through 109. Any resources you require, they can provide them, and in quantities far beyond your expectations. Simply give them your lists, and you will see results that more than satisfy you. This is. Emily's eyes trembled uncontrollably. She was standing before the lineage of the Behemoths themselves? The Behemoths. What exactly does that young lady need? One of the young men spoke up, his brows deeply furrowed. He wore the distinctive uniform of the Sands of Time Galaxy. Does it have something to do with our stay within the academy? I doubt our families would approve of offering services to people we don't even know, said another, a youth with small horns and skin covered in scales, his gaze turning away dismissively. They had come to witness the children of the Cosmic Elder, not to entertain the lady of the academy and her associates. How about this, then? Morgana clapped her hands together, a confident smile spreading across her face. Anyone who helps us secure just 5 items from that list will be granted a field expedition to a coastal planet, personally accompanied by the children of the Cosmic Elder. Show me that list. No, give it to me first. Chapter 2016. Mid-Sector 99, Kaisar Planet. Shaddad stood motionless with his massive frame before one of the armament arrays, his towering presence casting a heavy shadow over the entire platform. His hands were clasped calmly behind his back as he observed every detail with cold focus. He wore thick black goggles engraved with countless intricate runes, devices specially designed to allow him to observe the process without being affected by the blinding radiance pouring out of the figure seated at the heart of the array. At the ends of the goggles were customized ear dampeners as well, filtering out any sound above a certain frequency, meant specifically to suppress the screams flooding the area. And there were many of them. Shaddad remained standing in the same position for several hours. From start to finish, he did not shift his stance even once. From start to finish, the agonized screams of the individual undergoing armament never ceased. Yet despite the relentless pain, the subject did not faint. His face did not rupture into bleeding wounds, nor did any of his organs burst under the strain. This alone marked tremendous progress. Eventually, the array's violent glow began to fade, its chaotic energy stabilizing at last. Several technicians immediately rushed inside to administer aid to the body trainee. The trainee was still alive, still conscious, still struggling desperately for breath, proof that he retained full bodily awareness. And most importantly of all, the procedure had succeeded. Clap, clap. The latest formula is outstanding, City Lord, absolutely outstanding. We can absolutely standardize from today on. With a few additional refinements, we can reduce the pain even further and significantly increase the success rate. Haha, the current configuration is remarkably stable, and the pain suppressants barely interfered with the process. At this point, anyone with even moderately strong willpower has a real chance at success. Moderately strong willpower. The elderly researcher spoke slowly, his voice heavy with experience, as he gestured toward the armament array. At the beginning, the success rate didn't even exceed 0.01%. The only one who succeeded back then was Drock, the World Cataclysm squad leader of the body cultivation path. The formula was revised again and again until we finally reached the current 3% success rate for breaking into World Cataclysm using these extremely unstable armament arrays. Until this very morning, only 1 out of every 20 candidates succeeded. But now, if we standardize the formula tested today, I believe we can push the success rate to 10%. Failing 9 out of 10 subjects is still costly, but far more tolerable than before. Perhaps we should evaluate each subject's pain tolerance before allowing them into the array? I have another idea. If we test it, I'm confident we could reach 11%, maybe even 12%. It will require additional experimentation, though. Shaddad continued observing the young man inside the array for a few moments longer, his gaze unreadable. Then he finally removed the goggles he had almost forgotten he was wearing, handing them to a nearby aide before turning away. 10% is sufficient for now, he said calmly. I'll suspend further attempts to raise the success rate and shift my focus to another matter. I'll leave refinement and optimization to you. As long as the experiments remain within a reasonable cost, proceed as you see fit. Wait. The city's senior researchers hurried after him, alarmed. How can you stop pursuing improvements so suddenly? You're one of the original architects of this 5th training path, and the one who understands it better than anyone. If we continue without you, our progress will be painfully slow compared to yours. Then I'll do what my mentor once did, Shaddad replied without stopping. Prepare your proposals and present them to me. I'll select the most promising one for you to begin experiments on. If possible, I may even offer guidance. But why stop now, City Lord? One of them insisted. Creating more world cataclysms is a top priority of the Centennial Grave Empire. No, a top priority for every force under His Majesty. It was, Shaddad nodded slowly, his tone calm but resolute. Now we already possess a stable and continuous source of world cataclysms, and a success rate of 10% is, by all reasonable standards, exceptionally good. Tell me, what do you think the success rate is for those who attempt to break into a world cataclysm using internal energy alone? It is lower than 10%. And when they fail, every single one of them suffers devastating, often crippling injuries. He paused for a brief moment, allowing the weight of his words to settle, then continued, in contrast, our method offers a higher success rate, and even those who fail do not suffer any permanent damage. The true issue we face is not survivability, it is cost. Every single attempt consumes an enormous quantity of resources. That is the problem you will now focus on solving. Whether by reducing overall expenses, or by further increasing the success rate, the choice is yours. As he walked onward, he turned slightly and nodded toward a specific individual standing nearby. You also have Balder. He may be new, but he is still a second-grade truth chosen, specializing in research on the second cultivation path, the beast blood path. His understanding of the bodily transformations that rely on beast blood injections will be of tremendous value to you. I will personally recommend that the headquarters branch of the Centennial Grave Empire show no restraint when it comes to funding experiments related to beast blood, and Brother Balder. I will not spare any effort. Balder placed a hand over his chest and bowed deeply. He had arrived 5 years earlier in search of refuge, after the kingdom he once served was annihilated by a plague nest. This was the first time he had been entrusted with a responsibility of this magnitude. Failure was not an option. Brother Balder will undoubtedly be a great asset, one of the researchers said with a slight frown, but he was not the one who originally pioneered this training path. Perhaps we should reach out to the city lord of Sky Opening City in mid-sector 100, Jabba. No, leave him to his work, Shaddad replied with a casual wave of his hand. Elder brother Jabba has spent decades attempting to forge a new law for himself. He already sends us every meaningful discovery he makes through his research into the bloodlines of various creatures. Nearly a quarter of our young library exists thanks to his contributions alone. Interrupting him now, or binding him to an array, would only slow his progress. Then what about you, City Lord? The senior researcher asked, turning his gaze back to Shaddad. No matter how many alternative paths we attempt, your methods are always the most precise and the most efficient. What could possibly take priority over the array? Who said I am abandoning the array or diverting my attention elsewhere? Shaddad shook his head lightly. All I said is that the time for the next stage of advancement has arrived. A faint, confident smile appeared on his lips. It is time we begin thinking seriously about how to create nexus states through a pure body strengthening system. Chapter 2017. It's time to seriously begin thinking about how to create nexus states through a body strengthening path. Everyone's eyes snapped wide open in unison. Shock rippled through the hall, so intense that even the truth chosen currently on duty was visibly shaken. Every single training path had taken millions of years to be explored, refined, and have its foundations firmly established. Up to the realm of a martial emperor, perhaps the road was relatively clear. Discovering the energy accumulation core was straightforward, and intelligent creatures across countless planets needed no more than tens of thousands of years to understand how to build and reinforce their foundations using celestial laws. But the moment one crossed into the domain of the first world cataclysm, everything changed. From that point onward, the difficulty rose exponentially. It was said that intelligent beings did not learn how to break through into a world cataclysm until at least 5 million years of recorded history had passed, followed by an additional 3 million years simply to uncover the method for breaking into the nexus state. And those numbers were not universal. They applied only to individuals blessed with exceptionally high affinity to the laws. 3 million years to leap from world cataclysm to nexus state. And yet City Lord Shaddad intended to begin researching it barely 50 years after the successful creation of their very first world cataclysm? City Lord, don't you think you're pushing matters too far? City Lord, shouldn't we first bring the array to absolute perfection, then evaluate what must be done for the next step? I believe our current resources are barely sufficient to improve what we already possess. Looking too far ahead may cause more harm than benefit, wouldn't you agree, City Lord? The researchers surrounding Shaddad were drenched in sweat. Their objections were clear and firm, yet every single one carefully softened their words by ending with a question, careful not to provoke his notorious temper. To their surprise, Shaddad did not grow angry. On the contrary, he seemed pleased. He nodded several times, a confident smile forming on his face. Historically speaking, all of you are correct, he said calmly, but our situation here is slightly different. He then gestured toward the group. Which one of you can remind everyone of the method for breaking through into a nexus state? I'm referring specifically to the internal energy system. I would be honored. One of the advisors immediately raised his hand. A world cataclysm is achieved by transforming the energy gathering center into a supergravity focal point, something like the beast crystals. This focal point compresses ambient energy to such an extreme degree that it reverts close to its original form, primal energy. That is precisely why world cataclysms can contain incomparably greater amounts of energy within their bodies. He paused briefly before continuing, his tone turning grave. In fact, a single world cataclysm could drain all the energy from an entire planet if they attempted to cultivate on a young sector world. This is one of the primary reasons strict prohibitions were placed upon them. However, the advisor continued, even such overwhelming energy can only be converted into tangible power through the body and the veins. This creates a severe limitation. No matter how much energy a world cataclysm possesses, their physical structure restricts how much of it they can truly wield. He raised a finger, emphasizing his next words. And this is where one of the great geniuses of the past made a breakthrough. He devised a method to freely utilize that power within the focal point itself. By strengthening and transforming the veins, he turned every vein in the body into something akin to an energy gathering center. The energy pathways, the advisor concluded, were no longer thin like needles, they became pumps, capable of moving vast torrents of power without restraint. That method seamlessly connected the immense energy focal point directly to the skin itself. It granted its user absolute freedom, the freedom to access 100% of their power and release it at will, without delay or restriction. More than that, it allowed the practitioner to absorb primitive energy straight from space, bypassing the inefficient process of first absorbing natural energy and only then compressing it within the focal point. He paused briefly, letting the implications sink in, before continuing. That new form of power placed the cultivator in a true nexus state with both their own inner strength and the surrounding environment. It erased the separation between self and power, between body and world, and in doing so, it opened limitless horizons for all intelligent races. He raised a finger once more, emphasizing the gravity of his next words. And even to this day, we have discovered no method capable of strengthening the human race beyond the optimal nexus state, except through communion with a heavenly law, receiving its blessing and borrowing its authority. Thus, it can be said with certainty that the peak of the nexus state represents the greatest true power any individual can reach without relying on external assistance. Good. Shaddad raised his thumb in approval, his expression calm yet sharp. So, for an internal energy cultivator, a nexus state is a method that removes every limitation from the body's energy pathways. Then, he took a few measured steps forward, his footsteps echoing faintly. What, exactly, is a nexus state when it comes to body strength? After a short pause, he added, there already exists something that is called a nexus state for body power. The extremely wealthy, as well as certain behemoths, use it on occasion to forcibly enhance their physical bodies. All they do is increase the amount of stabilizer within their bodies to stuff in more energy. His tone turned cold. But that approach turns the body into nothing more than an overinflated balloon. Movement becomes sluggish, balance is compromised, and destruction comes all too easily. I do not see this direction as suitable in the slightest. Silence fell over the room. Everyone exchanged glances, unease written across their faces. This question was far more difficult than it had initially sounded. A world cataclysm in terms of body power was fundamentally different. It was a form of full-body armament, one that allowed every single cell to endure massive quantities of energy, becoming both resilient and elastic. The cells expanded as they absorbed more power, then compressed it inward, forging extremely dense primitive energy. Under such a system, traditional energy pathways simply did not exist. And without pathways, there was nothing to link. City Lord, that is precisely why we said this isn't the right time for you to trouble yourself with this matter. One of the researchers stepped forward, instinctively positioning himself slightly ahead of Shaddad. No, this is exactly the right time. Shaddad came to a halt and turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, his eyes burning with resolve. The master is preparing for great things in the near future, things of truly immense scale. And while he has not directly ordered me to create nexus states within a fixed timeframe, I can read between the lines. His voice lowered. There is a span of time that will end after 3 centuries. Every institution under His Majesty's authority is racing to accomplish something monumental before that deadline arrives. How could I possibly stand aside and not contribute? City Lord, are you saying? One of those present murmured, barely finishing his sentence. Before 300 years have passed, Shaddad declared, his voice exploding with his familiar fury, I will ensure that a body strength nexus state is born from the womb of the doubled centennial grave empire. These are my words, Shaddad's. And now, he snapped, clear my path. You've wasted more than enough time. The crowd immediately parted. They stood frozen in place, watching as Shaddad vanished into the sea of trainee array workers, his presence swallowed by motion and machinery. After a long moment, one of them muttered quietly, will everything really be all right? I don't know, another replied softly. But chances are, we won't see him here with us for a very, very long time. We'll be counting on you, Brother Balder. I'll do everything I can. Chapter 2018. Inside one of the buildings of the stellar Dawnlight Academy, silence reigned. Robin wielded Seraphim with almost inhuman precision, guiding its tip as he drew an extremely sharp line, so fine it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. The moment the stroke was complete, he lifted the pen and pressed his free hand against his chest. Ha! It looked as if he had been submerged beneath water for an entire hour and had only now broken through the surface to breathe. His lungs dragged in air greedily as he continued to pant, though the rhythm slowly began to stabilize. Hoo. Nearly a full minute passed with his eyes shut tight, his face tilted upward toward the ceiling. Gradually, Robin managed to calm his ragged breathing and rein in his erratic heartbeat. When he finally exhaled in relief, a faint smile crept onto his lips. He. As the small chuckle slipped free, Robin opened his deeply sunken, exhausted eyes and turned his gaze back toward the desk in front of him, toward the wooden plate resting gently on its surface, lying beside 5 other identical pieces, perfectly aligned. He was staring at his completed masterpiece. Ha. Suddenly, Robin burst into laughter, weak at first, then louder and louder despite his fatigue. Finally, ha. He stepped forward, carefully gathered all 6 wooden plates together, and pulled them into a tight embrace. How many years have I waited for your completion, my beloved children? From the side of the room, Arcallan stopped what he was doing and stared in disbelief as Robin passionately kissed the 6 wooden plates one after another. There is something seriously wrong with you. Shut up. Robin snapped back. His sunken eyes were already beginning to recover their sharpness, and even his once gaunt body showed visible signs of vitality returning. A wretched, filthy, insignificant soul creature like you could never comprehend the greatness of these 6 plates. Then give me a single benefit, Arcallan replied coolly, crossing his arms over his chest. You magnificent, not wretched, not filthy, not insignificant master. You even abandoned your studies of the 6th path, the one you are always bragging about, just to finish those plates. First of all, I did not abandon the 6th path, Robin said, raising his index finger. I entrusted the 6th path to a stable consciousness that contemplates it day and night. It has already devised several solutions. They are not perfect, but they are solid, and there is clear progress. He lifted his finger higher. And second, I will give you many benefits for working on this project, enough to shut you up completely. Another finger rose. First benefit, working on these 6 plates pushed my understanding of truth runes to an unprecedented level. Not only did I complete 2 full runes, making me the first person in history to accomplish such a feat, but my comprehension of all remaining runes is increasing at a ridiculous rate. That is because you keep destroying your own foundations just to draw. Arcallan shouted angrily. What does that have to do with the plates themselves? What practical use do they even have? Do not drag me into side topics, Robin waved dismissively. Second benefit, my grasp of the 3rd level of the spacetime law has almost reached its absolute peak. Compared to 700 years ago, when I defended myself against the impatient Helen using it, my current understanding is like the difference between heaven and earth. With just a slight push, I can reach the 4th level. I am absolutely certain of it. He raised a 3rd finger, his expression turning solemn. Thirdly what? Arcallan scoffed with a mocking grin. Did working on them improve your handwriting? Robin's brows knit together slightly. After a brief pause, he asked in genuine seriousness, how did you know? Bam! Arcallan hurled his pen straight toward Robin's head. You are an irresponsible master who wastes time on nonsense. Whoosh! Robin dodged the flying pen with ease and pointed sharply at Arcallan. And you are an insolent soul creature who desperately needs to learn some manners. He rolled up his sleeve and stepped toward Arcallan with clear aggression. Knock, knock. Robin halted mid-step and turned toward the door in surprise. Even Harper knew better than to interrupt him, especially after not doing so for the past 5 years, ever since Robin had drawn close to completing the 6th plate. So then, who had come now? He then raised a single eyebrow, a trace of surprise flickering across his face. Leonid Burton. This was the young man Richard had dispatched during the invasion of Jura, entrusted with delivering critical intelligence to Robin at the height of the chaos. That same youth had later carved out his own legend, steadily rising until he became the 2nd sword, replacing the hero Charles himself. Whenever Theo was absent, every one of the shadow swords instinctively turned to Leonid for leadership, even the other numbered swords, each of them fearsome in their own right. Still mildly puzzled, Robin lifted his hand and casually waved it through the air. The soul force locks saturating the door unraveled one by one and dissolved. Come in. Apologies, Leonid said as he opened the door. The moment he stepped inside, he dropped to one knee without hesitation. Greetings to your majesty. That is not required of you as a ranked sword. Get up. Robin motioned to him briskly, clearly unbothered by ceremony. It may not be required, Leonid replied evenly, but it brings me honor. He completed a full bow first, then slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on Robin as if he were staring at a hero from some distant age. After all, centuries had passed since he had last seen him with his own eyes. Your affinity toward darkness is excellent, Robin said, nodding with a faint, approving smile. And your continuous consumption of high-grade elixirs has amplified it significantly. His eyes narrowed slightly. At this rate, your path toward the Nexus state is almost guaranteed, assuming, of course, that you manage to keep your head attached to your body until that day arrives. If I fail to preserve my life, and die along with the information I carry, Leonid replied firmly, then I will have failed as a shadow sword, and I have no intention of betraying your majesty's trust. The joy on his face at receiving Robin's praise was unmistakable. A commendable resolve, Robin said calmly. Very well, what brings you here today? He crossed his arms, his tone sharpening slightly. Did something major occur that requires the presence of the 2nd sword? Is everything stable in mid-sectors 97 and 101? Among all the raging battlefronts, the situation in mid-sectors 97 and 101 was unquestionably the worst, and also the most volatile. No matter how meticulous the strategies or how immense the financial backing, confronting behemoths was never something that could be calculated with reason alone. If a behemoth chose to move personally, accompanied by its closest followers, it could erase every obstacle in its path, slaughtering the majority of Robin's high-ranking subordinates in a single sweep. Of course, such a victory would not grant true territorial control, which was precisely why the behemoths restrained themselves to acting through their armies. Even so, a single decisive strike of that scale could stall Robin for a dangerously long time, a luxury he simply did not possess. Especially the sorcerer behemoth Zargal. He could move at any moment. He had been pushed too far, humiliated too deeply, far beyond what the pride of a recognized behemoth could tolerate. Thus, while the savage and the cursed played the role of aggressors on the surface, the sorcerer was, in truth, the one trapped from both sides, forced into a defensive position. No, my lord. Everything there is proceeding along its expected trajectory, Leonid answered quickly. Then his expression darkened, unease clearly surfacing. A highly important visitor requested an audience with you. I deemed it best to escort him personally. A visitor. Robin tilted his head slightly, his interest piqued. Leonid's expression made it clear that this was not someone even he could easily handle. Was it the offspring of a behemoth? Something equally troublesome? It is your majesty's son. Chapter 2019. In one of the Academy's long, echoing corridors, Professor Robin has arrived. Welcome, Professor Robin. Can I get you anything? The two gate guards straightened instantly, then bowed deeply the moment they saw Robin approaching, their movements sharp and disciplined. The guards were completely familiar to Robin and his guards. Step, step. Each footfall echoed softly as Robin advanced. Why is my son staying in the guards' quarters, exactly? Robin asked irritably as he passed through the gate, his voice carrying a restrained edge that made the nearby guards tense. In truth, Your Highness arrived at the Academy 4 days ago, Leonid explained carefully, walking half a step behind him. And since he could not remain in the reception hall for such a long period, nor could he enter the Academy grounds for several days without being formally registered as an official student, we took the liberty of bringing him to the guards' quarters. Why didn't you simply tell Aldera to let him pass? Robin snapped, irritation leaking through despite his attempt to remain composed. He had not seen his son in nearly 600 years, and when he finally came to meet him, this was how it ended. Confined among guards? Lady Aldera owes us nothing, Leonid replied calmly, though a trace of bitter self-awareness crept into his tone. Moreover, we have no means of contacting her directly in the first place. There were very few people across the entirety of Mid-Sector 99 whose pasts were clean, individuals with no dark records, no buried sins, no leverage that could ever be used against them. Aldera was one of those rare exceptions. All right, that's fair, Robin muttered, lifting his brows slightly. I always forget that my relationship with her is personal. After a brief pause, Leonid spoke again, lowering his voice. By the way, Your Majesty, there is another individual currently staying in the guards' quarters, someone who has been waiting for you for many years now. We did not wish to disturb you with his presence before you were ready. Since you are already here, this may be an appropriate opportunity for you to see him. Waiting for me for years? Robin raised an eyebrow, surprise flashing briefly across his face. And who would that be? It is, Leonid began, but when his gaze landed on a specific residence ahead, he stopped himself and allowed a faint smile to form. We've arrived. It would be better if you discovered that for yourself. He stepped aside respectfully, extending a hand toward the door, silently inviting Robin to open it and enter. But Robin did not move. He stood motionless before the door for several long seconds, his eyes unfocused, his brows drawn tightly together as if weighed down by centuries of regret. Why had Richard come now? After all those years, after an eternity of silence and distance, Robin already knew the answer. Richard had endured the worst childhood imaginable, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say, the worst life imaginable. It was one shaped by loss, abandonment, and relentless pain. His suffering had begun at the age of 10 and had not truly ended until around his 50th year. By mortal standards, that was not a child, that was a man deep into middle age. Decades of isolation, of unanswered cries, of pain endured in silence, had forced him to rely on no one but himself. He had learned, through cruel experience, that no matter how loudly he screamed, no matter how deeply he hurt, no one would come. That was why, whenever he was given a choice, he always chose solitude. That was what he understood. That was what felt safe. Robin understood why Richard did not wish to reconnect, especially since he blamed him entirely for his mother's death and for everything that had followed. Even if Richard had grown wiser with time, even if he had come to understand that fate followed its own merciless logic, and that Robin had never wished for any of it to happen, the seed of hatred had already taken root too deeply within his heart, and Robin did not wish to tear it out. He deserved to be hated for what had happened to them. After a brief moment of hesitation, Robin finally turned toward Leonid. Do you have any idea why Richard came? He attempted to break through into the world cataclysm realm, Leonid replied gravely, his tone heavy with implication. And the result? Robin asked tensely, then immediately waved his hand. No, forget that. Don't answer. The outcome was already obvious. If planet Jura had ascended, they wouldn't be standing here chatting. He inhaled sharply before asking the question that truly mattered to him, his voice noticeably lower. How severe were his injuries? Bad. Very bad, Leonid replied quickly, his tone carrying no room for optimism. The trials of competence were pushed far beyond reasonable limits. Even the major flame law trial, which the inhabitants of the mid-sector usually pass with relative ease and minimal risk, turned into something hellish when it descended upon Richard, as if the trial itself bore him personal malice. He paused briefly, choosing his words carefully before continuing. Yet even so, His Highness endured it and emerged victorious. He also managed to pass the trial of the integrated wall of the life-flame law, a test that fuses multiple principles into a single overwhelming ordeal. After that came the stabilizer trial, and it was an upper-tier stabilizer at that. Given everything that happened, and the damage he sustained along the way, His Highness is a true monster in both will and spirit. Leonid shook his head slowly, the movement heavy with regret. But unfortunately, he came terrifyingly close to losing his life during the trial of breaking the belt constraints. One wrong moment, one miscalculation, and we would be speaking of a corpse rather than a survivor. Robin nodded after a short silence, his expression calm but far from relaxed. Does this problem occur with anyone else, or is he an exception? Yes, every single time, in fact, Leonid answered, nodding firmly. General Raiden himself attempted it not too long ago. The lightning trial nearly split him in half. The destructive current tore through his body like a blade of pure judgment. Still, he managed to pass it through sheer grit. But when the stabilizer trial arrived, he personally chose to annul the operation and escaped before it could claim his life. Leonid continued, his voice lowering slightly. 7 years ago, one of the greatest geniuses of the new body weaponization path attempted to break through to world cataclysm as well. He originated from an S-class planet, one that had not yet been transferred to Nihiri. We monitored the situation closely, hoping to see whether his personal bodily breakthrough might drag his entire planet into promotion along with him. That kind of precedent would have been historic. His brows knitted tightly as the memory resurfaced. But he failed. Not because his will faltered, and not because his talent was insufficient. In the middle of the weaponization process, a storm manifested in the sky without warning. Lightning descended directly upon him, interrupting the process at its most critical moment. Everything collapsed. The array shattered, his body was ruined, and he was gravely injured. His life was preserved by nothing short of a miracle. So breaching through bodily power can indeed cause planetary promotion, Robin murmured, nodding several times as the implications settled in. That is valuable information. He let out a slow sigh. The barrier that was supposed to prevent promotion should have been the final breaking the constraints trial. Yet it seems all the trials were influenced by those same constraints instead. Every single test becomes excessively stronger, as if the system itself is resisting advancement. He waved his hand twice, decisively. Enough. Tell Kristen to move planet Jura into orbit. There's no need to gamble with anyone else's life over this. Hey, old man, an explosive, lively, unfamiliar voice burst out from inside the room. I was going to let you keep rambling in front of the door for as long as you wanted, but at this point, stop right there. Planet Jura must not be moved from its place. Robin's brows drew together sharply. Since when did Richard speak to him in that tone, so direct, so defiant? With a faint edge of irritation, he reached out and pulled the door open with a hint of aggression. KRRK. But the moment he stepped inside, the tension vanished. Standing behind the door was a young man with white spiked hair, blazing vividly with green flames that danced like living fire. He stared straight at Robin, a grin on his face, bold, provocative, and overflowing with challenge. Haha, what is it, old man? The youth laughed. Do you want to spank my butt or something? Instead of anger, Robin's expression softened instantly, the sharpness melting away as recognition set in. Oh, it's you. Then, after a brief look of surprise, he added dryly, bring me your brother. He's much easier to reason with. Chapter 2020. Bring out your brother. He's easier to reason with. The defiant challenge written all over Richard's face shattered instantly, replaced by raw shock and deep confusion. My brother? Are you all right, old man? Do you mean Caesar? I mean your brother, Richard. A faint trace of irritation surfaced on Robin's face. Without waiting for a response, he stepped inside with calm, unhurried strides and sat down on one of the seats, crossing one leg over the other with practiced ease. Richard still carries fragments of the etiquette he learned while being raised among the nobility during his early years in the city of Jura. You, however, do not. You lack even the basics. He glanced at him coldly. You need to be raised from scratch, and unfortunately, I don't have the time for that. I'll let the streets finish what they started with you. Richard stared at Robin in utter disbelief, then turned to Leonid as if searching for confirmation, before snapping his gaze back to Robin once more. What is going on here? Did I miss something? Did everyone lose their minds while I wasn't here? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Your Majesty. At that moment, 10 figures appeared almost simultaneously, their movements sharp and disciplined. Without hesitation, all 10 dropped to one knee before Robin. Robin glanced down briefly, his expression unchanged, then nodded in acknowledgement. You may stand. Though he had never seen any of them before, Robin needed only a single glance to understand their identities. 5 were Imperial Guards, their auras steady and resolute, and 5 were Shadow Swords, their presence sharp, restrained, and lethal. We have reassigned the guard duty here from the Space, Resonant Waves, and Time Squad commanders in accordance with your Majesty's earlier instructions, Leonid explained when he noticed Robin's gaze. This allows them to undertake more critical missions elsewhere. He continued calmly, this unit is rotated every 3 years. Their sole purpose is to attend to your Majesty should you require departure at any moment. Hey! Richard suddenly waved his arm violently, his patience completely shattered, anger blazing across his face. Why are you all ignoring me? What is happening here? He pointed sharply at Robin. You, old man, you've never even met me before, so why are you acting like you know me inside out? And don't you keep track of your own son's fate? Wasn't I officially declared dead? Wasn't a funeral held for me? His voice rose. Why aren't you even surprised to see me alive? What kind of father are you? The sheer number of questions crashing through Richard's mind nearly caused it to burst. This encounter bore no resemblance, none at all, to the reunion he had imagined over countless sleepless nights. Tisk. Robin's irritation deepened. He waved his hand lightly, dismissively. Leave us. Yes, sir. Leonid and the guards immediately saluted, then withdrew toward the upper floor, leaving the room steeped in an uneasy silence. I've known about your existence since our very first encounter, Robin said calmly. It was painfully obvious. He paused, rubbing the space between his eyes as though suppressing a headache. But you were like a disease that didn't appear lethal. So I left you alone, hoping, perhaps, that you might prove useful to Richard in some way. Robin lowered his hand and looked straight at him. That does not grant you permission to speak to me in that tone. I am still the father of the body you inhabit. The body I inhabit. Richard shook his head sharply, disbelief etched across his face. What are you talking about? What do you even mean by that, you old ma? Smack. A sharp, explosive slap struck Richard's right cheek. His ear rang violently as the world spun, and before he could process what had happened, he found himself sprawled on the floor, his vision fixed on Robin Shu mere inches from his face. He raised his head slowly, fury boiling in his eyes. You fool! Bam! The second impact sent him rolling across the floor several times before his momentum was stopped by the legs of a couch. Gasping, Richard scrambled against it, forcing himself upright, his expression now twisted with shock and unmistakable fear. Why? Why was the difference in power so horrifyingly vast? This wasn't even an attack. It was domination, pure, overwhelming oppression. That cheap bravado you use to convince yourself you're strong, use it on someone else. Not on me, Robin said coldly. And that flaming hair of yours that makes you look like a street thug, put it out. You don't frighten anyone here. Turning away, Robin walked back slowly to his seat, his steps unhurried and absolute. He sat down once more, resting both hands on the armrests, then calmly gestured toward the chair opposite him. Now, sit. Several minutes of heavy silence stretched between them, the kind that seemed to amplify every shallow breath and every barely perceptible movement. Richard ground his teeth with ferocious intensity, as if trying to bite through the tension itself. Whoosh! The green flames that had enveloped him flickered out, disappearing into the air like smoke, yet his white hair stubbornly remained standing on end, defying gravity as if it were alive. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, kept their focused glare, brimming with aggression and restrained fury. Slowly, deliberately, he moved toward the chair, each step heavy with tension, and sat down with visible effort, trying desperately to stifle the storm of his emotions, to suppress the boiling rage that threatened to spill over. Humph! At least you know when to lower your head, Robin said with a faintly forced smile, one hand casually resting on his armrest. It seems the streets weren't entirely useless in teaching you something, after all. He leaned slightly forward, scrutinizing the young man before him. Now tell me, what exactly are you doing here? Richard would never come directly to me like this. You've never even faced me before. So why appear now? Will you stop talking to me as if I'm not Richard? Richard's voice rose slightly, tinged with both frustration and defiance. The spiky, white hair on his head seemed to bristle as if responding to his anger. I am not an intruder. I am not some other entity controlling your son. I am not the disease you described. I am myself, me. He clenched his jaw so tightly that his teeth ground together audibly, a sharp sound cutting through the tension. Robin's faint smile deepened, though his tone remained calm. Oh, you are not all of that, of course. But you are still not Richard. He gestured casually toward the chair opposite him, his demeanor deceptively relaxed. Richard's consciousness, the one raised by Mila, currently accompanies his initial soul in its dedicated section of your soul domain, isn't that right? And what of it? Richard snapped back sharply, leaning forward as if to physically assert his presence. That's what happens when we switch. I remain myself, just a slightly altered personality. Stronger, better, more ambitious, more disciplined. Isn't that what any parent would want from their child? Why won't you recognize me as I truly am? You fool. Robin's voice was quiet but firm, tinged with both exasperation and resolve. He shook his head slowly. If you were merely a secondary personality, there wouldn't be another full consciousness residing inside your soul domain, one that talks to you. There wouldn't be a separate section designated for each of you, either. What do you mean? Richard's aggression softened, replaced by disbelief and confusion. This is because we have a special arrangement. That's perfectly natural. No, Robin corrected him firmly, pointing toward Richard's head. It's not natural at all. Your soul domain is split in two. Each half possesses its own initial soul and consciousness. And there is a small, door-like gap connecting the two domains, which is what allows them to remain linked. That is why you can alternate with Richard, each claiming the right to inhabit the body, while the other remains as a soul avatar within his own soul domain section. He leaned back, placing both hands on the armrests of his chair, his gaze thoughtful. How should I explain this clearly? He tilted his head slightly, considering. You are like conjoined twins, in a way, sharing one body, yet harboring two souls within it. A strange, almost amused smile played across his lips. Fascinating, isn't it? Truly remarkable. Then his eyes sharpened, and he pointed directly at Richard. And you, the ill-mannered twin, you shoved your brother aside, took his place, and had the audacity to speak to me in that condescending tone. Don't you fear that I might erase you completely? Chapter 2021. Two Souls. Richard repeated, his expression hollow and shattered, as if he were standing at the very edge of collapse, his voice barely holding together. What, did you never suspect it? Robin chuckled darkly. Even if you were ignorant and no one ever taught you ethics, you still received a proper education alongside Richard regarding power systems within the Burton family academies. My generals accompanied you for a long time as well, and Soul Force in particular was given heavy focus, because you needed to control nature the way you usually do. Your soul domain is ready to receive its first star and become a royal soul master, so how could you not know something like this? You're not trying to lie to me, are you? Or deceive yourself? I thought it was something that developed during the prison period, some kind of psychological defense mechanism so I wouldn't lose my mind, Richard replied loudly, his voice cracking. Two personalities, even though I hate that term, or maybe something more like a soul trait, something that formed to protect me. He shook his head violently. Are you sure about what you're saying? I mean, we are two people, two separate existences. A soul trait doesn't give you another initial soul. That's not how things work. Robin stared at Richard for a few more seconds, his gaze heavy and piercing, then sighed deeply. Listen, I know it's confusing, disorienting, and hard to accept, but this is the truth. He continued after a brief pause, his tone lowering. Do you have any idea about your first memory? The first time you managed to take control of Richard's body? The first time you shifted from polite, composed Richard into that street kid persona you like so much? Richard's features tightened again, his face contorting with inner conflict. His father, or perhaps he should say Robin Burton, was still treating him as a separate entity, as something distinct and independent. But he said nothing. He sank into deep, heavy thought, drowning in memories. Then, after a few minutes, he slowly began to nod. I remember. He then clasped his hands together and squeezed them hard, so tightly that a visible disturbance rippled through the surrounding energy. I remember that day very well. Every second of it. Robin could feel anger, resentment, hatred, and a terrifying killing intent condensing around his son's body, thick and suffocating. What happened? He asked quietly. Richard's body visibly shuddered, as if struck by an invisible blow. It was. His very eyes began to tremble violently. It was a normal day in my life back then, an ordinary day, until they came to harvest my limbs, as they called it back then. They wanted to send them as a gift to someone, for their family's interests, for their filthy alliances. Robin didn't speak, but his expression darkened horribly, his face turning cold and monstrous. He had heard reports about what happened to Richard, but he had always tried to forget them, forced himself to bury them deep. They were humiliating, degrading, and unbearably painful to even imagine. In general, what he remembered was that Richard's flesh was tender and different from human flesh in Nihari due to his unique physical constitution. Because of that, his limbs were used as a source of premium meat. What made it even worse was that they already knew about Richard's ability to regenerate his limbs, his unnatural recovery. So they would simply cut off his limbs and sell them as meat, then wait for him to regrow new ones, only to repeat the act again, calmly, methodically, like farmers harvesting crops. Robin knew all of this. And that was precisely why he chose to build the eternal prison for the Azel tribe, where demons devour them alive, and the array beneath their feet regenerates their bodies so the cycle can repeat endlessly. He chose for them a punishment of the same kind as their crime, suffering for suffering, horror for horror. What happened that day? When he saw his son trembling, unable to continue, Robin clenched his teeth and spoke in a grave, iron-hard tone. They went too far. Richard lowered his head even more, his voice breaking apart. After cutting off my 4 limbs, one of them thought it would be a good idea to take a piece of my liver too, and he actually did it. He cut my abdomen open, shoved his hand inside, and tore out a large piece with his bare hands. His voice shook violently. El left me enough to live, enough to stay conscious, enough to keep screaming, or that's what he thought. Robin clenched the armrests with crushing force. An unnatural, inhuman coldness rose in his eyes, as if warmth itself had been erased from them. And then, I was drenched in tears, soaked in pain, about to pass out, or die. I don't know, I don't remember. Richard raised his hands and began pressing violently against his head, his fingers trembling. Then I heard him, that giant. He laughed while holding my liver in his hands. He said the person they were sending the gift to said he admired the woman's liver back at the party, said he would love the gift very much, love it more than any treasure. Drip, drip. The trapped tears in Richard's eyes finally broke free and fell to the floor. I don't know, in that moment, but something changed inside me. Something snapped. And my hair ignited and my behavior changed. The screams of pain turned into screams of rage, into howls of hatred. That day, I used the flame of life for the first time to drain the life force of that giant, then everyone else in that room, every single one of them. He pressed harder against his head, his body shaking. I don't know how I did it. My gentle green flames that I was taught to use only for healing, only for restoration, I just imagined them harming instead. I imagined them consuming their life energy to heal myself, using their existence as fuel, so I could stand up, so I could move, so I could strangle them to death, and it happened. Exactly as I imagined. Then he lifted his tear-filled eyes toward Robin. I am not a disease. I only changed a little that day. I was forced to change, but I'm not a disease. I'm not a stranger. I'm not a parasite. I'm not someone else. At that moment, Richard's crying eyes turned into complete shock and frozen disbelief. Until now, he hadn't noticed the changes in his father, nor the changes around them, so deeply immersed he was in his memories, drowning in his past, trapped inside his own trauma. In his father's eyes, he saw coldness. He saw rage. He saw blood. It wasn't merely a desire to kill, it was a declaration of the end of existence itself. In that moment, the air inside the room froze until it gained weight, pressing against their chests, suffocating their lungs, as if reality itself was bending under that will. Richard felt a cold dagger driven into his spine. That killing intent wasn't directed at him, but its fragments alone were enough to make him feel like a speck of dust before a cosmic hurricane, a grain of sand before an endless void. The noisy sounds of the academy outside faded away, dissolved into nothingness, replaced by a heavy, funerary silence, as if time itself had stopped in reverence and fear. Robin's expression was completely still, like a pool of water untouched by wind for millions of years. But his aura was the aura of a celestial emperor preparing to give the order to annihilate the universe and everything within it without mercy. Richard had always believed himself to be the one with the highest kill count in the empire, that no one could rival the savagery of his killing intent, an intent that, once revealed, could dominate battlefields and shatter enemies before blades ever crossed. But now, for the first time, he saw true killing intent. Killing intent that is carried out by a single word. Killing intent that does not need violence to exist. Killing intent that dominates reality itself. The killing intent of emperors. Chapter 2022. In the streets of the guards' quarters, a massive man, his body riddled with scars and missing one eye, suddenly felt an unnatural shift coming from the direction of a house several buildings away. What the? Before he could finish, a force struck him. He fell to his knees immediately, trying to push himself up, to look around and see who, or what, had caused the attack. But consciousness abandoned him. His face slammed into the hard stone of the street as darkness closed around him. And he was not alone. Thud, thud, thud. Every guard inside the quarters felt it at the same moment, an unbearable, oppressive weight that pressed down on their bodies and minds. Darkness filled their vision instantly. Some collapsed in the streets, others fell during training exercises, some even while preparing meals. Even the 2 gate guards were thrown to the ground. Panic rippled silently through the air. It was as if the very atmosphere had been crushed by an invisible hand. In the streets of the educational district, the students froze mid-step, their eyes turning toward the northwest, the direction of the sudden disturbance. What is happening? Is that killing intent? What is going on over there? Isn't that the guards' quarters? It's impossible. That can't come from there. The guards' quarters are dozens of kilometers away. My heart, it's pounding. It hurts. All right, everyone, quickly enter the academy buildings until we can understand what's going on. Several teachers and supervisors rushed into the streets, herding students toward the nearest structures. Some faint-hearted students, girls and boys alike, collapsed in fear, overwhelmed, but they were swiftly carried to safety. Other teachers ran to report the situation to the academy director, their faces pale with alarm. Amidst all this chaos, Royal Soul Master Baruch moved through the streets, anger radiating from his every step. Tisk, a foolish academy, and an even more foolish academy lady who cannot see what lies beneath her feet. How could those idiots even think to replace me? It was clear he had just emerged from the office of the academy director. He turned toward the northwest, furrowing his brows. This presence, could it be that a significant figure is visiting the academy? A wide grin spread across his face, sharp and predatory, as he launched into the air, flying toward that direction. Finally, an opportunity. At last, a sovereign existence who can purchase my works for the true price they deserve. On the upper floor of the guards' quarters, Leonid, the Imperial Guards, the Shadow Swords, and even the person who had waited for Robin here for decades, all of them froze mid-motion, their breaths caught in their throats. Each had faced countless hardships, battled through innumerable fights, and stared death directly in the eyes more times than they could count. Yet, in this moment, they felt as helpless as newborn kittens before a colossal, coiled serpent. Their pupils contracted until they seemed nearly invisible. Heartbeats raced uncontrollably. Bodies began to chill as if an invisible frost had settled over them. Thud. The person who had waited decades for Robin fell completely unconscious. Several of the Shadow Swords seemed on the verge of collapsing themselves. What unimaginable killing intent, Leonid thought, clenching his teeth and barely holding on to his resolve. This was the killing intent of conquering emperors, the kind whispered about in legends. And now, in front of their eyes, it was no longer a story. It was reality. Killing intent is not something material, something you can gather like a weapon. It is not something spiritual that accumulates over time like stars of karma. It is intangible, immeasurable, the weight of absolute power, the pressure of unrestrained domination. The more one kills, the stronger their confidence becomes that they can kill again, without hesitation. This is the thirst for blood, the insatiable drive, the pure essence of killing intent. When a killer has slaughtered enough, human life becomes no different to them than that of rabbits or rats. Life loses all value, all meaning. And this is exactly what the observers feel, the victims. They feel the cold, absolute certainty in their enemy's gaze. They are seen not as people, but as moving meat. Fragile, expendable, worthless. Every fiber of their being screams that at any moment, they could be erased, snuffed out as if they had never existed. But this is not a universal rule, because it is said that the most hideous, most merciless, and most overwhelming killing intent under the heavens has always belonged to the conquering emperors, even though they usually never rise from the comfort of their golden, cushioned thrones. Why is that? Because with a single word, they can turn rivers into rivers of blood. Without even moving from their thrones, they can crush entire mountains down upon the heads of all living creatures. They might not need to strangle a single soul with their own hands, yet with that one word, they can bury entire civilizations alive, erase kingdoms, and turn thriving worlds into nothingness. One word. That is the sheer weight of every word that comes from the mouth of a conquering emperor. That is the unbearable gravity and absolute authority that each syllable carries. And it has happened. The conquering emperor Robin Burton has unleashed wars with no beginning and no end, wars whose details he himself only knows as numbers, dates, and statistics. Wars that drained the blood of billions, altered the lives of trillions, and reshaped the destinies of countless civilizations, all while he sits here in the academy, calmly observing and enjoying the work he loves. Leonid's eyes shifted toward the lower floor, filled with a deep, creeping fear. It seemed that His Majesty fully understood the weight of his own existence, fully understood the sheer magnitude of his power, fully understood that with a mere motion or gesture, he could overturn this entire section of the universe, leaving reality itself trembling. This was the only explanation for the terrifying, almost supernatural presence in the room, the kind of presence that great figures throughout history had always whispered about in awe and terror. And yet, even amidst this paralyzing fear, Leonid managed to show a hesitant, uneasy smile as his mind raced. Among all the behemoths that have ever existed, how many could truly rival His Majesty in that presence? It was terrifying. Downstairs, Richard slowly lifted his head, every function in his body thrown into chaos, his heartbeat erratic, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. At any other time, he could have endured this oppressive presence with difficulty, managing to speak with some weight and composure. His personal strength, his pride, his stubborn resilience, these were not things that could be easily broken. Even before the most formidable of behemoths, he would not have collapsed merely from their presence alone. But today, in his already fragile, shattered mental state, even opening his mouth required a miracle. Father. Focus returned sharply to Robin's eyes as he heard that one word. He studied Richard's expression for several long, tense moments. Observing the tension in his son's features, the rapid irregularity of his vital signs, Robin frowned deeply. For a moment, he could not comprehend why Richard appeared this way, but in less than a second, he understood. He himself was the cause. He raised his right hand to his face and began to breathe in measured, controlled breaths, inhaling and exhaling slowly, forcing himself to calm the crushing weight of his own presence. Forgive me. I was lost in thought, momentarily distracted. Lost in thought. Richard's voice was now steadier, the ability to speak returning as his father's overwhelming aura was restrained. About what exactly? And who were you directing that killing intent toward? The giants have already been dealt with. It's over. There's nothing left to fear. Robin allowed himself a faint, self-mocking smile, his eyes narrowing slightly as he shook his head. Most likely, at myself. Chapter 2023. Most likely at myself, Robin replied with a calm seriousness that carried the weight of centuries of guilt. This was the deepest stain of shame in his long and storied life, that something so vile and cruel could have happened to his family while he himself still breathed. Even if he one day possessed all the power that lay between heaven and earth, not even that would erase this memory. It lingered, etched into reality, impossible to undo. Robin tilted his head slightly and cracked his neck with a deliberate, precise motion. He forced a faint, measured smile onto his face and slowly lowered his hand to rest once again on the polished armrest of his chair, the weight of his presence filling the room. A moment ago, you said you are not a disease, and not some intruder. I know that well enough, he said quietly but firmly. That is why I told you to bring your brother out when I first got here. That is why, despite everything, I have not erased you. Not yet. Treating me as if I am someone else is the greatest insult imaginable, the spiky-haired young man shouted, his voice trembling with restrained fury. I am Richard just like him. You cannot pretend otherwise. I suppose you could say that, Robin replied with a few deliberate nods, his gaze steady, unflinching. According to your own account, the second soul was not there since birth, it was produced miraculously on that fateful day. That fact alone forces me to consider several possibilities. The most probable scenario, in my eyes, is that your soul domain was already teetering on the brink of collapse. They pushed too far. You were, quite literally, half dead. He continued, his voice calm, almost analytical. But the words the giant muttered caused a disruption in that collapse. Your clinging to life, your desire for revenge, your unbearable sense of weakness as a child, it all collided in a perfect storm, triggering your soul to split in two. Robin paused and let out a slow, measured sigh. I cannot lie, it sounds like something from a fantasy novel, something impossible. Yet, I can think of no other explanation that fits what I know of you. Does that not mean the split made us identical? The white, spiky-haired youth's voice cracked as his eyes widened with shock and disbelief. That I really am your son? That I truly am Richard? Almost, Robin confirmed with a calm nod. From the perspective of your soul domain, and the initial soul itself, you are indeed similar. It even appears that you can access his memories when you want. Yet, there remains a distinction. There is always a difference. He continued, his voice lower now, almost thoughtful. The real Richard, the consciousness he was born with, was the frightened child who endured torture daily. You, however, replaced him that day. Your initial soul inherited every trait Richard secretly wished for, every quality he longed to possess. Strength, decisiveness, fearlessness, the capacity to kill. Ambition sharp enough to carve a path of escape and revenge, all of that manifested in you instantly. You emerged fully formed with that personality, forged from necessity and survival, Robin explained, tilting his head slightly. I have long been unsure how to classify you, how to define you in my mind. In the end, I decided to see you as Richard's brother. You are not him, yet you are inseparable from him. You are my son, in every way that matters. Richard's eyes fell to the floor, his mind a whirlwind of disbelief. He could neither process nor comprehend this revelation, nor could he find words to respond. Listen, Robin sighed deeply, exhaling slowly. There is a way I can completely separate the two of you, finally and utterly. Ha! Richard's head snapped up, his expression a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. I will create a new body for you, Robin continued, his voice measured, almost clinical. I will seal the gap between your soul domains entirely. Then, I will transfer your soul domain, your initial soul and the consciousness tethered to it, into that new body. You will emerge as a complete human being, with nothing missing, nothing lacking. He allowed a faint, teasing smile to form at the corner of his lips. I suppose in the end, I will have twin sons. What shall I call you? Bitchard? Dick, perhaps. I am not leaving my body for another. I am who I am. Richard shouted, his voice firm, full of raw conviction. Robin raised a single eyebrow, his expression momentarily amused. That is unexpected. You do not wish to be free? You would not have your brother taking your place every now and then. You would be free to act without restriction, to live unbound, to do whatever you wished, whenever you wished. I do not want that. I can deal with him myself. You stay out of it, Richard said sharply, waving his hand dismissively. Robin let out a short, soft sigh, gesturing lightly with his hand. Bring your brother out. He is the one who has been attempting to erase you for centuries. He deserves to have his say in this matter. Richard thought for a long, tense moment. He bit down on his lip until it hurt, then closed his eyes, preparing himself. After he opened his eyes, the entire atmosphere around him shifted dramatically. A subtle tension seemed to radiate from him, as if the air itself had thickened. His spiky hair fell, transforming into delicate strands of white silk that shimmered faintly in the light. His sharp, defiant eyes softened and relaxed, settling into a half-lidded state, losing some of their usual glare. The change was almost hypnotic. "I do not want the separation either," he murmured, his voice low but resolute, carrying a quiet weight that seemed to ripple through the room. "So, you were listening all along, then?" Robin raised an eyebrow, his tone edged with curiosity and a faint reprimand. "Why did you let Bitchard take your place in my presence? That is not like you. It is unusual." Richard's gaze fell. "He saved me from certain death during my attempt to break through into world cataclysm. I believe he deserves to lead the body for a while," he said, his voice calm but carrying a weight that hinted at the countless lives and dangers he had faced. "He is annoying, aggressive, bloodthirsty, unpredictable, but he saved my life more times than I can count." He lowered his head further, shoulders tense, and spoke with quiet resolve. "I thought deeply about it and abandoned the idea of eliminating him. I want him to remain, as long as he agrees to a few strict conditions. I believe we can help each other survive, perhaps even grow stronger together." Robin's expression hardened, his lips pressing into a thin line. There was a flicker of displeasure, impatience, and subtle frustration on his face, an unmistakable aura of authority that reminded Richard just how immense his father's presence was. "Weak," Robin said bluntly. "Even if you are my father, you do not get to throw words like that," Richard replied, forcing a faint smile. Though his words were calm, the anger beneath them was unmistakable, radiating in his tone and posture. "If you see me as weak, then who is strong in your eyes?" "You are weak, without doubt," Robin said, his gaze unwavering, "but I am talking about your character, not your combat strength. Do not mistake raw power for wisdom or resolve." He leaned back slightly, lifting his head. "Do you think I have not followed every action you have taken? Let us not dwell on the distant past. Focus with me on the last era alone. Since you abandoned your responsibilities and left, taking a Floodnote 4 vessel with you, after learning of the failure of the negotiations on Serene." He pointed at Richard, his tone measured, deliberate. "You initially took the ship to attempt a rescue in the Radiance Galaxy, to save your beloved, but you failed to breach their defenses due to the imposed siege. You accepted reality and returned, dedicating decades to strengthening yourself. You chose anti-life as your path. The anti-life ability, which you clearly derived inspiration from the Black Plague, is immensely powerful. You could have expanded it further, pushed it beyond its limits, but when you realized it might destroy you, you accepted reality and halted its development. You reduced it to a rigid, static martial art, never fully exploring its potential. Then came the moment of the failed breakthrough. Your brother Dick appeared unexpectedly, moved your body, and saved you from death, according to your own account. That means your body had both the time and the power to escape. He did not create time, nor did he generate energy from nothing. Everything was within your capability. Yet you accepted reality again, accepted death. You did not attempt to alter the outcome. And now, I give you an opportunity to rid yourself of the burden, the headache that has haunted you for centuries, and you refuse. You claim that you suddenly recognize his usefulness, that you can communicate with him, and therefore allow him to remain. After many tried to kill him and failed, you again accepted reality, have you not?" Robin rested his hands firmly on the armrests of his chair, his posture radiating authority and inevitability. "You are weak, without a doubt. Weak in personality, weak in spirit. You accept reality too easily. You allow yourself to be led, like a goat being herded to the slaughter. Perhaps leaving Bitchard with you is not such a terrible idea after all." Chapter 2024. Richard fixed his cold, unwavering gaze on Robin's eyes, the intensity in his stare calm yet piercing. "If that is truly what you believe about me, then I will not argue. That is fine." "Heh," Robin exhaled slowly, rubbing the bridge of his nose between his eyes in mild irritation. He then turned to Richard with a mix of impatience and seriousness. "Listen carefully, my son. I will be completely honest with you. When it comes to you, I have a weakness, a soft spot. Ask for anything, and it will be yours. Truly, anything. If you wished for a fantasy paradise on this material world, I would make one for you. But I cannot, no, I will not allow you to go out there, ruining your reputation, or worse, throwing your life away recklessly. That is why I am hard on you, why I push you even when it seems unfair. Do you understand? Ruining my reputation, or yours." Richard's expression softened just slightly, and a faint, almost defiant smile appeared on his face. "What is the problem if it is both?" Robin raised his voice, firm and unwavering. "If you are really willing to risk your life to this degree, then leave yourself in my hands. I will prepare a fortified, isolated planet for you. There, you can live safely, devote yourself fully to creating a family, raising my grandchildren, and live in peace as you love." He waved his hand almost dismissively, but his voice remained commanding. "Do you want Serene? Fine, I will bring her to you on that planet. But I want a promise from you. You will not risk your life, and you will not leave that planet without my knowledge. Do we have an agreement? Serene is not your servant for you to move around as you please." Richard finally snapped, raising his voice sharply, his pride flaring. "Bam! She, her mother, and their entire sector are all under my command." Robin slammed his hand down on the armrest with force, making the chair shudder. He leaned forward, pointing at Richard, his voice booming with authority. Stop this foolishness and know your standing. Understand the magnitude of the power standing behind you. Everything you want, I will give you. Everything. Just stay alive. What could possibly be difficult about that? Richard held his father's gaze for several long seconds, as though trying to measure the weight behind those words. Then he exhaled deeply, closing his eyes. We are done here. The atmosphere around Richard shifted dramatically. His spiky hair seemed to rise again, electrified, a silent storm of energy surrounding him. He opened his eyes with renewed intensity. That was not kind at all, buddy. You made him sad, he muttered almost to himself, the sharpness in his gaze betraying a trace of humor despite the tension. Buddy. Robin leaned back slowly in his chair, letting out a long sigh. One is broken, the other savage. Truly, is this my fate with my sons? He nodded slightly toward Richard. Stay together as long as that is what you both want. I will put the Bitchard project on hold for now. When one of you can no longer bear the other, come to me. Ask for a separation, and I will handle it. Richard nodded, his jaw tightening as he accepted the decision. So, Robin changed the subject smoothly, leaning back slightly. Why did you come here, Richard? What brought you to me? I came to ask for a method, a means to surpass the competence trial, to break the limits of the young belt. Or at the very least, I wanted your advice on whether using a weaker stabilizer would make it easier. Richard's voice was steady, though a faint sigh escaped him. I never imagined this meeting would take such a serious, intense turn. So all you want is to become stronger, is that not right? Robin's smile widened, tinged with amusement and curiosity. Your other half came to me centuries ago asking for the same thing, but at that time, his goal was to become stronger in order to protect planet Jura and the remnants of the Burton family. In the end, he went to live alone in Jura's graveyard, in a simple wooden hut, isolated from the world. Robin raised a single eyebrow, his tone calm but probing. And now, why do you wish to become stronger? What kind of question is that? Richard responded immediately, his tone firm and natural, as though the answer was obvious. I want to become stronger because I can. Robin raised a single eyebrow, his face a mixture of calm, curiosity, and barely concealed authority. No wonder you rarely clash with your other half. You have no personal agenda, and your desire for strength aligns perfectly with what your other half wishes to achieve. Perhaps keeping both of you in the same body really does serve a purpose. He leaned back slightly, the weight of his presence pressing the room into a tense silence, then continued, but I will not talk to you about breaking through to world cataclysm yet. It is clear you are not ready for the competence trial of breaking the young belt restrictions, and I will not offer you a weaker stabilizer, for my son should never be weak. That would be a direct contradiction to the path you have been carving for yourself. He nodded thoughtfully, the faintest shadow of a smile crossing his face. In truth, I am preparing a stabilizer far stronger than that rudimentary piece you call a stabilizer, but it is not yet ready. I am still devising a method to harness and control it fully, without losing balance. Rudimentary? What kind of stabilizer do you possess that allows you to call mine a mere piece of junk? Richard's brows knitted tightly in irritation and a surge of curiosity, his voice cutting sharply through the air. Robin's lips curved into a knowing, confident grin. In reality, it is not what you think. It is. Knock, knock. The door to the residence shook as a voice called sharply from outside. Sir, I wish to meet you immediately. Robin turned slowly toward the door with measured surprise. The moment he recognized the visitor, his entire expression shifted to disdainful calculation. Raising his voice slightly, he said, Leave. I have an important meeting here, and I do not wish to be disturbed. That voice. The figure outside muttered, then pushed the door open, stepping inside. Instantly, his expression hardened into outright hostility, his aura radiating aggression like jagged steel. Is that you, pampered Eldera's dog? Richard's eyes widened to their maximum, disbelief etched on his face. He turned toward his father. Did he just call you a dog? No, no. Ignore it. Hallucinations. Do not concern yourself with him. Robin waved at Richard a few times, still holding his gaze firmly on the intruder. Baruch, what exactly brings you here? There is no one present but my followers and my son. Do you want to sell your items here too? Who cares about you, pampered Eldera's dog? Did you think you could reach the master before me and tarnish the encounter for your own amusement? Baruch unleashed his spiritual presence, a storm of raw hostility filling every corner of the room. Where is he, the one who showed his presence a moment ago? Show yourself, please. This time, he definitely called you a dog, Richard said firmly, nodding in confirmation. Yeah, I heard it clearly. Robin's eyes narrowed, sharp and unyielding. I have forgotten the poor manners he displayed when I first arrived at the academy, but he has returned with more. Truly, negative karma does sometimes lead its owner to their death. Baruch swung his gaze to Robin, his lips twisting in a snarl. What are you, Tal? Doom. Suddenly, Baruch felt an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy pour down upon him, the sheer weight threatening to crush the very foundations of the academy. Yet he did not fall. He planted his feet, his body trembling as the pressure struck, because at that exact moment, a countercurrent of energy surged from below, colliding violently with the descending torrent. His internal organs twisted painfully, tearing under the immense pressure, his bones cracking with sickening sounds. His skull began to fracture under the strain, and streams of blood leaked from his eyes and ears. This was no refined or trained soul technique. It was raw, unadulterated soul force, pure and crushing in its magnitude. At that moment, Baruch felt like a mere ant trapped between the palms of an ancient, colossal entity, powerless before the hands that sought to crush him with absolute, merciless force. Whoosh. All right, Lord Robin, that is enough. Chapter 2025. Whoosh. Aldera landed in front of Robin's guard residence, her brows instantly furrowing as she sensed a sudden explosion of soul force. With two lightning-quick, purposeful strides, she crossed the threshold. The sight that greeted her was both horrifying and strangely satisfying. Baruch, the persistent troublemaker, was pinned in place like a lifeless, antiquated puppet. The sound of bones cracking and his blood sizzling in the air reached her ears, a grotesque symphony that elicited an involuntary shiver. A small, guilty sense of relief curled within her chest. After all, this was the same scoundrel who had recently and arrogantly informed her of her failures. He had boasted earlier that day that she had managed to stop 3 royal soulmasters whom she contracted, claiming now that they served him exclusively. As if that were not enough, he demanded she pay quadruple the usual price if she wanted her soul borrowings to continue flowing normally. Aldera's pride had refused outright. Besides, she no longer had the vast reserves necessary to satisfy such extortion. The Academy's resources had been nearly exhausted over the past 50 years, devoured in the Plague Wars, particularly the catastrophic Blue Plague. Seeing him now so thoroughly humiliated and stripped of his audacity brought her a momentary, guilty pleasure, a fleeting satisfaction in the cruel justice of fate. Yet, despite her personal vindication, Aldera could not remain idle. As a stellar Academy headmistress, responsibility demanded action. She took a step forward, her voice firm yet measured. "Very well, Lord Robin, that is enough. Please release him immediately." Robin, seated comfortably, looked up with a small, amused smile. "Ah, Lady Aldera," he said lightly, his tone deceptively casual, "this thing came barging in while I was meeting with my son, calling me Aldera's dog right in front of him. Is that the kind of behavior you approve of?" Aldera's brow furrowed, and she shot a glance toward Baruch. Yet, seeing him teeter on the knife's edge between life and death, she exhaled, letting a trace of relief mix with her concern. She turned her attention back to Robin, her voice sharp but controlled. "I believe he has received his punishment now, Lord Robin." "Just a little. Why the rush?" Robin chuckled lightly, then gestured to his son. "By the way, this is Lady Aldera, the head of this academy and a dear, long-standing friend of your father." Richard inclined his head politely. "Greetings. Welcome to the academy. Had I known Lord Robin's son was here, I would have greeted you more properly," Aldera replied with cool detachment. Her piercing gaze roamed over Richard as though dissecting every nuance of his presence, attempting to uncover any hidden truth within him. Crack, crack. By now, Baruch's clothing was soaked with blood. The bones of his thighs and spine were shattered, and his eyes were nearly bursting from their sockets. Aldera's eyes flickered as she sensed the approach of his inevitable end. Yet, despite the severity of the scene, she allowed herself a faint, almost imperceptible smile toward Richard. "Can you ask your father to stop? I cannot allow someone to die in the academy," she said softly, yet with authority. Richard raised his hands in resignation. "Sorry, you are on your own. He is too stubborn to listen to me." "Lord Robin." Aldera raised her voice. All right. Robin gave a smile, then closed the soul gate atop Baruch. Puff. In the next heartbeat, Baruch collapsed, first onto his knees and then face first onto the ground with a sickening thud. Ack! His body began to convulse uncontrollably. On the outside, he retained the semblance of his human form, but inside, everything was broken and dysfunctional. With tremendous effort, Baruch opened several soul gates around himself. He unleashed torrents of violet soul force that surged into his body, wrapping around his vital organs with brutal force to prevent them from failing completely. "Ah!" he screamed, the energy binding his organs and forcing them to function, an agony almost unbearable in its intensity. Then, from one of the gates emerged a magnificent bull with 2 massive, gleaming horns. With careful precision, the bull lifted Baruch by the horns, holding him aloft as if he were a mere puppet. Ah! It moved him steadily toward the door. Even in his dire state, Baruch's eyes burned with a murderous intent directed squarely at Robin. "I will remember what happened today." "Good." Robin called out with a broad, almost amused smile, waving dismissively as the bull carried Baruch out of sight. "Indeed, leave even a single breath in a royal soulmaster, and they will spring back to life like a cockroach." "Do you really think that was wise?" Richard asked, turning to his father with concern. "It is clear he is going to harbor intense hatred for you now." "Forget him. He is foolish, looking only at his own feet," Robin chuckled. "I disciplined him with nothing but pure soul force. Instead of contemplating how I reached such heights of power when I needed him to teach me once, he immediately chose to threaten me first. He is hopeless, truly beyond repair." Then Robin's smile widened even further, stretching across his face with a hint of amusement and cold calculation. "But he is still a royal soulmaster," he continued, his voice calm yet layered with a subtle menace. "During his recovery, he will inevitably recall the events that just transpired and notice the enormous gap between us. At that moment, he will likely decide to disappear from my sight for good. Most likely, we will not see him again, ever. He will vanish like a shadow at dusk, and no force in this academy, or beyond, will be able to bring him back." Aldera finally spoke, her voice sharp and tinged with frustration and disbelief. "Was that really necessary? Attacking a royal soulmaster inside the academy? Do you even realize the chaos you have caused me just because I did not intervene with full force? Do you know how many obligations and protocols I am about to have to deal with because of this?" Robin waved a dismissive hand, chuckling lightly, though there was a sharp edge beneath his laughter. "What obligations? He is just a trivial figure, barely worth the effort," he said, his eyes glinting with cold, imperial amusement. "Be honest, did you secretly enjoy the title Aldera's dog or something?" Aldera's cheeks burned with both embarrassment and indignation. "Lord Robin, this is not a subject for mockery. When Burrick spreads the word that I did not assist him today, I will likely lose the majority of the Royal Soulmasters I contracted after Morgana left, perhaps all of them. You know the emphasis these Royal Soulmasters put on protection. This one slip might have just cost me all of them. Robin waved his hand again, mildly irritated now, though still holding that calm, infuriating composure. They are just Royal Soulmasters, he said firmly. If you wish, you can claim all the rewards owed to you from the Sacred Covenant Academy in the form of soul borrowings. As much as you desire, it will be there waiting for you. We no longer have any shortage of that resource, so take it freely. Aldera's cheeks reddened even further, this time from the compounded embarrassment of responsibility and exposure. She inwardly wished the earth would split open and swallow her whole, for two distinct reasons. The first reason was financial pressure. Every time she and her deputy successfully eradicated a blue plague, the Sacred Covenant Academy provided them with a substantial reward. At first, Aldera had resisted this favor vehemently, viewing it as both an obligation and a slight upon her independence. However, the sheer magnitude of the reward, essentially life-altering in value, forced her to accept. Morgana had made it clear that these rewards were not mere charity, but strategic contributions aimed at maintaining sector stability, given that the Academy no longer possessed overseers capable of combating the Blue Plague on their own. This system, though necessary, had driven Aldera, her deputy, and dozens of senior Soul Society members to actively hunt the Blue Plague and seek the rewards, rather than waiting passively for crises to occur. Naturally, none of these rewards enriched Aldera personally. They were diverted to fund the peacekeeping army, pay staff salaries, and maintain the Academy's educational framework. After losing a significant number of students, the Academy had to lower tuition fees to attract children from less fortunate backgrounds, compounding the operational strain. The second reason for her intense discomfort was strategic and deeply unsettling. Despite her Academy failing to produce a single Royal Soulmaster in the modern era, the Sacred Covenant Academy was now creating them en masse. The implication was staggering, highlighting a shift in the balance of power she could hardly ignore. Aldera had tried to maintain her composure, a calm and stern facade befitting a stellar academy headmistress, but the reality had shifted so violently in such a short span of time that her inner panic struggled to stay contained. Compared to the Academy's past, which was only a century or two ago, the present reality had become painfully harsh. Chapter 2026. Comparing the Stellar Dawn Light Academy to the Sacred Covenant Academy, even just a century ago, was almost laughable. Back then, the differences seemed almost like a cruel joke. And today, it remained a joke, but for completely reversed reasons, a bitter irony that gnawed at anyone who looked closely. The teaching methods were vastly different. The caliber and renown of the instructors, the number of students, the quality and diversity of those students, which had never before been concentrated in a single academy, the astronomical costs of enrollment, the immense respect and recognition they commanded from every cosmic power, from the smallest elemental guilds to the highest interstellar authorities. As an educational institution, the Sacred Covenant Academy exceeded expectations in every conceivable aspect. There was no debate, no academy could match it. And when it came to the peacekeeping army, the comparison became even more striking. The quality of its troops, the staggering number of successful operations achieved over the years, the massive military support it enjoyed from all sectoral forces, and the unervingly large number of Royal Soulmasters emerging as affiliates of the Academy during its recent war against the Plague, all of it tipped the scales decisively in its favor. Among them, the battalion under the command of Royal Soulmaster Adrian alone was enough to inspire both awe and apprehension. In terms of peacekeeping power, whether considering infantry infrastructure or the sheer overwhelming force represented by the Soul Masters themselves, every metric pointed unmistakably toward the Sacred Covenant Academy. The only point that gave the Stellar Dawn Light Academy even a tenuous claim to comparison was the presence of Aldera herself, and alongside her, her deputy, the Guardian, whose strategic mind and loyalty were beyond question. But the raw, overwhelming power that she had just sensed emanating from Robin had shattered any notion of parity. Even these legendary figures were no longer sufficient to place the academies on equal footing. Now, the Sacred Covenant Academy possessed someone of almost unmatched strength backing it, someone whose presence alone shifted the balance of power across the sector. Robin. As Aldera replayed this mental reel at dizzying speed, examining every detail and weighing every implication, her gaze softened, and she exhaled with a long, steady breath. It was as though she had aged millions of years in that single moment, carrying the weight of centuries on her shoulders. Her expression bore the gravity of countless battles, strategic failures, and victories alike, yet also a resigned acceptance of the overwhelming reality before her. "What is with that expression?" Robin asked, raising a single eyebrow, curiosity mingled with amusement. "If you do not wish to receive the rewards in the form of soul borrowings, that is perfectly fine. You are free to choose." Aldera's eyes lingered on Robin for several long, silent seconds. Not a single word passed her lips. Any statement she could make now would have sounded humiliating, unnecessary, or self-justifying. The only words she might have managed, had she dared, were, "I do not need those rewards. Cancel them." But she could not say it. Not if she wished to maintain the integrity and strength of her peacekeeping army, which depended on the flow of resources and authority she could not afford to disrupt. Robin tilted his head slightly, puzzled by her silence, before changing the subject. "Anyway, what brings you here? Is there something I can assist you with?" "I received reports that a major figure released an overwhelmingly terrifying presence in the guard residences," Aldera explained carefully, "and that a significant number of students lost consciousness. Through the planetary spirit, I immediately recognized the source, and it was you. I came to see what had occurred in person. Is everything under control now?" Oh, yes, my apologies for the disturbance, Robin said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile. I admit it was a failure of self-control. I will make sure the Academy is appropriately compensated. Perhaps a free shipment of soul borrowings next time, does that sound reasonable? Then he raised his voice, commanding, confirm that order with Morgana, Leonid. Understood, a shadow sword replied from the upper level, nodding in acknowledgement. Aldera's mood sank further. Thank you, she said quietly, exhaling through her nose. Was it truly necessary to release such a deadly killing intent? I will have to report back and explain the incident to the students. Oh, tell them I saw a rat and panicked, Robin said dismissively, waving his hands. Who cares? Invent whatever story you like and I will walk along. He stood, stretching slightly. Actually, I was just about to leave anyway. You are heading back to the Academy building? Aldera asked, her voice laced with curiosity. No, outside, Robin replied, grinning widely. I want to test something, and it would be a shame to destroy your beautiful Academy if I failed. Aldera's eyes widened, her jaw practically dropping in shock at Robin's unexpected reply. Where exactly are you going? Where exactly are you going? Richard's voice rose sharply as he sprang to his feet, tension radiating off him. We have not even finished our conversation yet. There is still so much to say. We will continue it along the way, Robin replied calmly, his hand resting on the back of his son's head in a rare, gentle gesture. Consider this a little field trip with Papa. It will give us time together to deepen our bond, don't you think? Without pausing for a response, he lifted his head and spoke with a commanding tone. Come along. I might need all of you during this trip. Understood, a unified voice called from above, followed almost immediately by the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs. Excitement and anticipation filled the air. Finally, a chance to leave the confines of the Academy and stretch their legs, to breathe fresh air after years of walls and ceilings. Aldera felt something slip past her, a sense of urgency, a moment she could not afford to ignore. She stepped forward decisively, her voice sharp and commanding. I want to come with you. Ha! Robin blinked, clearly taken aback for a fraction of a second. This is just a field experiment, a controlled test of something I created. I want to see the outcome firsthand, and there is a very high chance it will fail. What could you possibly do there? How could you contribute? He shook his head slowly, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. Do not waste your time meddling in the trivial pursuits of a small researcher like me. I will come with you. Aldera repeated, her voice firmer, sharper, filled with unwavering resolve. I know secrets about you, secrets that perhaps even your children are unaware of. What is there to fear if I accompany you and witness it for myself? What could possibly go wrong with me there? Ugh. Robin rubbed his forehead gently, as though trying to erase a sudden headache, then clapped his hands decisively, making the sound echo through the room. Fine. All right. You may come along. But hear this, on this outing, I am the leader, not you. If I say right, you go right, left, you go left. Do we understand each other? What I am about to attempt may shock you, perhaps even put us in danger. I do not intend to explain every step or justify every action I take. No problem, I will remain silent. Aldera's response was instant, her agreement firm and resolute. She had seen him take the universe's strongest creature and restore it to his former peak of power. What could possibly be more shocking than witnessing that firsthand? Good. Let us move. Robin started toward the door leading out of the guardhouse. This would be the first time he left the Academy with the freedom of choice, as if he were heading to retrieve Jabba. Wait, Your Majesty. Leonid's voice called out from behind, urgent and slightly strained. You still have a visitor, as I mentioned before. Perhaps you should deal with him first, right here, before leaving. Ah, yes. Right. Robin halted and turned, curiosity mixed with mild annoyance. Exactly who are we speaking of? I did not sense anyone with you upstairs, could it be? Robin's words caught in his throat, his eyes widening as he took in the scene behind him. An old man, his face carved with deep wrinkles, knelt on the ground, not in fear or respect, but because he simply could not stand. Robin's trained eyes immediately picked out the ceiling nail embedded in the center of his chest. Leonid had been forced to drag him down the stairs by the collar, carefully, step by step. The old man's eyes were slightly open, his breath shallow but steady, showing he was conscious, aware, yet he did not look at Robin. He made no sound. His entire being seemed to wish invisibility, a desperate desire to remain unseen, unnoticed, erased from existence at that very moment. But Robin saw him clearly, sharply, without a single doubt, and studied him with meticulous attention, every detail, every subtle movement. He analyzed the old man slowly, deliberately, absorbing the information with an almost predatory focus. Then Robin's expression softened, shifting from initial surprise to a rare sense of relief. A small, almost imperceptible smile crept onto his face. Let me guess, the old dog head from the truth chamber. Chapter 2027. Several centuries ago, during his very first visit to the Chamber of Truth, Robin openly revealed that he was in Mid-Sector 100, doing so in the presence of two other Truth Chosen. Not long after that revelation, he discovered that certain individuals had begun trying to track him down inside Mid-Sector 100 by following the traces left by the Truth Chosen themselves, specifically by monitoring the circulation and sales of artifacts and materials associated with them, most notably the panels crafted from tree ant bark. If it had not been for the deliberate misdirection carried out by the Shadow Swords, who had already begun operating covertly across the sector, and if it had not been for the direct protection of the Soul Society itself, he might have been completely surrounded and captured on planet Sarin before he even had the chance to understand what was happening around him. That was why, in their final encounter, he swore vengeance, leaving behind the words, "Farewell to the honest, and see you soon to the rat." After that, filled with anger and cold resolve, he informed Theo of everything that had occurred and demanded that the one responsible be brought to him alive, conscious, and delivered directly to his feet. That had happened centuries ago, and he had truly forgotten the entire matter. The old man lowered his head even further. His bodily reactions betrayed him completely. His breathing, his tension, the tremor in his frame, everything showed pure terror the moment Robin spoke. He remembered him. His Highness Theo never forgot his promise to bring you the traitorous truth chosen, Your Majesty, Leonid explained calmly. He issued orders to all Shadow Sword's branches to pursue any new leads that might appear, but it was ultimately futile. Our authority in the sectors beyond 90 to 109 is extremely limited, and our influence there is weak. He continued, his voice steady and formal, so when the opportunity finally arose, His Highness used this man as part of a deal with the syndicate and demanded that they deliver him alive and fully conscious. It was later discovered that he had been hiding in mid-sector 720 the entire time. Leonid grabbed the old man by the collar, lifted him slightly, then slammed him down at Robin's feet. Bam! We may have arrived late, but here he is, alive, at your feet, exactly as you commanded, Your Majesty. Ah. The old man stared at Robin's shoe for several long seconds, his mind completely blank, unable to form a single coherent sentence. I am sorry. I have a family to feed. If I could go back in time, I swear I would never have done it. Please forgive me. He slowly raised his head, forcing himself to look into Robin's eyes, trying desperately to move him with his frail, wrinkled gaze, to soften his anger, to awaken his sympathy, to grasp at even the smallest chance of mercy. Please. But his words died in his throat. Robin was looking at him, not with rage, not with hatred, not with disgust, not even with contempt. No, there was nothing cruel in that gaze at all. Robin was smiling, and it was not a mocking smile, not a sarcastic one, not a smile of dominance or victory. It was genuine, pure, a real smile, a smile of simple satisfaction and quiet happiness. Even Eldera noticed that strange, clear expression from the side, and her brows furrowed slightly in confusion. Who exactly is this person? He is nobody, Robin waved dismissively, turning his face away from the old man as if he were nothing more than an afterthought. It is just that I once said something, and today, it happened. I simply like it when I say something and reality carries it out exactly as spoken. That is all. Then he turned back to Leonid. Which sector are we in? Mid-sector 99. Good. Send him to Shaddad in Sky Opening City. He might still be of use there. But first, make him swear loyalty to Shaddad, and to the Empire, of course. Robin took out a special oath tablet and handed it to Leonid. Killing a Truth Chosen would be nothing but a waste. The old Truth Chosen jolted violently in shock. He would not be executed? He would not be tortured? Understood, Leonid nodded calmly. And what if he refuses to swear the oath? I will leave how to deal with him to you and to Shaddad. Kill him, imprison him, send him back to the pen he crawled out of, I truly do not care. Robin then clapped his hands loudly, the sharp sound echoing through the hall, turned around with calm indifference, and gestured for Eldera toward the door with a smooth, commanding motion. Shall we go, my lady? Yes. Eldera nodded once, her expression firm and composed, and moved ahead without hesitation, holding her small sword tightly in her right hand, its blade catching the light as she walked. After she exited, Robin glanced to his side. His smile vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Instantly, he reached out, grabbed Richard's ear hard with crushing strength, and dragged him toward the door with no mercy. Come on, you street-raised brat. Let us see what I can teach you today, and how much you can endure. Ouch. The spiky-haired Richard let out a low, painful cry, his face twisting in agony, but he kept walking behind him, forcing his legs to move despite the pain. This is your responsibility now. Leonid handed the tablet to the nearest Shadow Sword with a firm, authoritative motion. Take the tablet and the prisoner to Sky Opening Tower and deliver him personally to His Majesty's disciple. Then inform him of everything that happened here, every detail, without omission. But is His Majesty's disciple, Lord Shaddad, not in seclusion? The Shadow Sword asked as he took the tablet, his heart aching with the desire to accompany His Majesty instead. He entered it days ago. Then place him in the prison until Lord Shaddad comes out. I doubt our prisoner here will mind. Leonid then smiled faintly and sent a cold glance at the Truth Chosen lying on the ground, helpless and broken. You do not mind spending a few decades with that sealing nail in your chest, do you, old thing? Then he gestured to the rest of the guards and Shadow Swords with a sharp, decisive motion. All right, we will not keep His Majesty waiting. Even if he asks for a pen, put your lives on the line to provide it, or create that pen yourselves. Understood. Understood. The 5 guards and the 4 Shadow Swords shouted in unison, their voices filled with resolve and fear, then followed Leonid outside without hesitation. Ugh. The last Shadow Sword stared at their backs until they disappeared from sight, then turned slowly to the old Truth Chosen and kicked him hard in the face. Thak. This is all your fault, you filthy old bastard. PFF. The Truth Chosen spat blood. He was still nothing more than a saint who had only built second-grade pillars, barely clinging to life, sustained only by the fragile remains of his power in a planet that still existed in mid-sector 720, gifted to him at one stage of his life. The old Truth Chosen did not get angry or protest. Instead, he smiled with a bloodied mouth at the Shadow Sword, his expression strangely calm and submissive. Sorry, I am really sorry. I did not mean you any harm, I truly did not. Tisk, come with me. The The shadow sword lifted him roughly and began pushing him toward the exit. He could not drag him across the ground in front of the students, not here. If you make a sound or try anything suspicious, I will not wait for anyone's permission. I will execute you in the middle of the road. Understood. Understood. Of course, understood. The old truth chosen forced himself to move at the required pace, his body trembling with every step. He cast a strange, serious, cold glance in the direction where Robin and the others had left, a deep, calculating look even the shadow sword failed to notice, before returning the gentle, harmless smile to his face. Hee, I will delay you a little, sorry. Truly, I am sorry. Chapter 2028. On a planet somewhere in mid-sector 99, a space portal hummed. Leonid emerged from the space portal, his figure stabilizing as the dimensional light faded. Almost instantly, his sharp gaze locked onto the guard stationed nearby. He raised a black card bearing a clear, powerful soul imprint, its presence alone radiating authority. I am the second sword, Leonid. This planet has now become an operation zone of extreme importance. From this moment on, every movement, every word, and every breath matters. If your lives, and the lives of your families, mean anything to you, then keep your mouths shut and follow orders without question. Understood. Yes, sir. Several individuals in the unified blue uniform of the Grave Empire's army, along with other portal operators, snapped into a sharp, disciplined military salute. Their bodies were visibly trembling, hands stiff, shoulders tense, hearts pounding. This was the first time they had ever seen such a high-ranking figure this close, let alone heard such a direct warning from him. But what happened next was far stranger, far more unsettling than they could have imagined. The second sword nodded toward them with a controlled, restrained motion, then stepped back and placed both hands in front of his abdomen, standing respectfully to the side like a subordinate awaiting someone far greater. The portal hummed once more. Several figures emerged after him, wearing the official armor of the Shadow Swords and the Imperial Guards. Their auras were dense, heavy, and overwhelming, and the level of refined armor accessories and ceremonial enhancements made it clear they were not low-ranking individuals among the Shadow Swords or the Imperial Guards. These were elites, true pillars of Imperial power. What in the world was happening today? Then the portal activated once more, its light flaring brighter than before, and three people walked out calmly, as if this overwhelming scene meant nothing to them. A woman with large, striking eyes and light-colored hair walked forward, holding a small sword in her right hand, her presence quiet but sharp. A young man with spiky white hair walked beside her, radiating a cold, steady confidence. And another smiling man with hair reaching his shoulders and a short beard joined them, someone who looked extremely familiar, so familiar that it made the guards' hearts tighten in their chests. That man took a deep breath, as if savoring the air of the planet itself, then stepped down from the portal platform with natural authority. He nodded toward the guards in a calm, almost casual gesture. Keep up the good work. Then, without another word, he and his team quickly vanished from sight, their presence disappearing as suddenly as it had arrived. The guards and portal workers only allowed themselves to breathe normally after everyone disappeared, their bodies slowly relaxing. But the atmosphere did not calm at all. It remained extremely tense, thick with fear, awe, and confusion. Who do you think they were? I don't know, but the second sword would never treat an ordinary person like that. Important visitors from another empire? People they want to keep as allies, maybe. Everyone turned toward one man among them. What is wrong with you, man? You look like you are about to swallow your tongue. It is him, from the statue. It is him. It is really him. On the other side of the planet, Robin began looking around with a relaxed smile, slowly taking in the surroundings. In front of him stretched a vast sea with no visible end, its surface merging with the horizon, and behind him lay a barren desert where not a single soul could be found, silent, empty, lifeless. He nodded in satisfaction. All right, this is perfect. Absolutely perfect. What exactly are you planning to do? Aldera stepped beside him, her voice cautious, her gaze scanning the endless landscape. Something big, very big, if it is done right, he said with a low, amused tone. Robin chuckled, then turned toward Leonid. This is your last chance, boy. Are you sure this planet matches my requests exactly? I will be angry with you if it doesn't. How would I dare bear your majesty's anger? Leonid stepped forward in panic, his posture stiff, his voice tense with fear and respect. Your requests were very clear and very precise. You asked for a planet with a small population, and at the same time, a size above average, large enough for your operation. He continued quickly, his tone precise and informative. We are now standing on the surface of planet Donera. It happens to be the largest planet belonging to the Grave Empire. Its size is roughly half that of Nihiri, making it a massive world by any standard. The planet is entirely desert, endless seas of sand stretching in every direction, and at its center lie several closed lakes, each as vast as entire oceans on other planets. However, these lakes are extremely salty, so concentrated with minerals and corrosive elements that they cannot support life beyond their own boundaries. Because of that, the planet is completely devoid of citizens and permanent settlements. He then added, continuing without pause, the reason this planet was occupied, and why a space portal and guards were established here, is because the Grave Empire's stellar scout vessels discovered a significant mineral reserve beneath its surface. Multiple mining sites are currently being developed near the space portal. Heavy machinery, extraction arrays, and transport routes are already in progress, but this specific area remains completely empty, untouched by any population or infrastructure. This is perfect. It seems luck has finally started to favor me. Robin nodded a few times in satisfaction, clearly pleased with what he was hearing. All right, retreat to a safe distance now, and he cast one last, sharp glance at Leonid. I don't want Arrow, Morgana, or anyone who knows me to find out that I am here. This is just a small experiment, nothing more. After that, I will return to the academy as if nothing ever happened. Of course. Leonid bowed slightly, respectful and obedient, then retreated quietly with the rest of the Shadow Swords and the Imperial Guards. Their movements were swift, disciplined, and silent, until all of them reappeared at a distance of nearly 1,000 meters, forming a distant, watchful perimeter. Should I go with them? Richard pointed toward Leonid and the others, uncertainty clear in his voice. You are not getting away that easily, Robin said calmly, pointing at the ground in front of him. Sit where you are. Yes. Richard immediately dropped down and sat on the damp sand, his posture stiff and obedient. Where were we? Robin rubbed his chin for a moment, thinking, oh, right, you want to become strong? Fine. He then pointed at himself firmly, his presence radiating confidence and authority. But you will do it my way, not your clumsy, reckless way. He slowly extended his right hand to the side, moving with extreme effort, as if he were trying to push against an invisible iron wall. The resistance seemed so intense that even his facial expression twisted slightly from the strain. Why do you try to break into a world cataclysm for power? He said calmly. To obtain an energy core instead of foundations? Everyone at that level has cores. Every single one of them. So tell me what would make you special among them. Then, with a sharp crack, it felt as if something broke under unbearable pressure. A black rift suddenly appeared in the void in front of Robin's right hand, a dark, unnatural opening that did not resemble ordinary spatial distortion. Without hesitation, he thrust his entire hand into it, as if reaching into another layer of reality itself. What you should focus on, he continued, is increasing your combat capabilities against those at the same level as you. True growth comes from dominance within your tier. Only when you reach the absolute ceiling of your development at the same level should you even think about searching for the next level. Aldera, standing to the side, opened her eyes wide in shock. Her soul sense, and all the knowledge she had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years, were being violently challenged in this single moment. What exactly was this opening? Robin had not destroyed space. It was not collapsing, and it was not rapidly healing the way space normally does, returning to its original state like broken water smoothing itself out. This did not look like an ordinary spatial rift at all. It was something else entirely, something far more unnatural, far more terrifying. But with my current power, I can fight world cataclysms with ease, Richard said, clearly confused and deeply unsettled. And if I use anti-life during combat, I can even exchange a few blows with a low-level nexus state. How many people at the level of a martial emperor can achieve that kind of equation? He looked genuinely lost. So how can I become stronger while staying at the same level? Aldera's eyes slowly shifted from the strange black rift toward Richard, her expression filled with disbelief. A martial emperor exchanging blows with a nexus state? What is going on here? Chapter 2029. Exchanging a few blows with a low-level nexus state as a martial emperor. Robin muttered under his breath, then slowly raised an eyebrow in mild boredom. Is that supposed to be an achievement? He shook his head lightly. Halak can do the same thing. His physical strength experienced an explosive surge after he used the weaponization baths, and the merge quake law suits his body perfectly. I was not born with a limited talent like his. Richard raised his voice slightly, frustration slipping into his tone. And he does not possess the massive amount of life force flowing through your body, Robin snapped back, raising his voice over Richard's. Technically, you are cheating. Then he lowered his tone again, becoming calmer but no less sharp. Second, your brother Caesar could do it as well if he used the scythe of dimming. He might not exchange blows with his opponent directly, but I seriously doubt any low-level nexus state could even get close to him after he advanced in the major law of death to a mastery level near 20%. He then looked upward thoughtfully. I also think your brother Peon could manage it after activating the gift of the planet Poison Rock. It suits him perfectly, unlike your own trash gift from the planet Jura. He paused, narrowing his eyes slightly. But we would have to find a way to protect the manifested sun from damage after it appears. That part would be troublesome. He tilted his head a little. An arrow, maybe. The merged storm law, formed from 3 major essential heavenly laws, can undoubtedly injure a low-level nexus state, especially if he uses what makes him unique and releases 70% or more of his energy in a single, concentrated strike. Arrow would ultimately be defeated like the rest of you, but he would certainly be able to escape if he were placed in a life-or-death situation against a low-level nexus state. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. As for your brother Theo. All right. Richard raised both hands in surrender. All right, I get it. I understand. There are a lot of exceptional people in the Empire. I am nothing. I am not special at all. Aldera's eyes moved back and forth between Robin and his son in disbelief and confusion. Who were all these people? Aside from the famous arrow, she did not know any of them, not Halak, Caesar, Peon, or Theo. Do geniuses of the scale grow on trees these days? Are monsters like this just being produced endlessly now? I did not say you are nothing, Robin said with a tired sigh. All I meant is, do not let arrogance take hold of you. He looked at Richard seriously. What you and your brothers managed to do, what would stop the children of the behemoths from doing the same? Is that not the very battlefield you are competing in right now, for the sake of your beloved? Aldera's lips twisted slightly. She had certainly never heard of behemoth offspring who were this monstrously powerful while still martial emperors. Then she shot a meaningful sideways glance at Robin. He was definitely the cause behind all of them, without a doubt. No one else could produce monsters like this. Crack! Robin finally began pulling his hand out, drawing it back slowly, as if it were stuck in thick tar or black resin. Then he continued with a long sigh, looking directly at Richard. Listen, Richard. Your power truly is not special among the elite of the Empire. He paused, then added firmly, but you are special. You are the only one who managed to form several foundations without taking a technique from me. And now, you are the only one who created an extremely powerful martial art like anti-life on your own. He lifted his nose slightly with a proud, self-satisfied smile. I suppose you inherited that from me. What can I do about blood that naturally strives for excellence? Then his expression shifted, becoming more serious and sincere. This is your true power, my son. Your strength is not the stolen life energy you feed your body with. It is not your techniques, your resources, or your advantages. It is the fact that you can find your own path, even in darkness, even in uncertainty, even when no one guides you. I know our goals are different, he continued calmly. You do not pursue evolution for the sake of evolution itself. You push yourself to evolve in order to gain power. And I am fine with that, as long as you use it correctly. He paused, then added with quiet certainty, and you have. He smiled with deep satisfaction. This time, you have found yourself a true gem. Something rare. Something real. Richard frowned, his brows knitting together in confusion. What are you talking about? Of course I am talking about the anti-life martial art, Robin said, nodding toward the sky. His voice carried both authority and a hint of admiration. Your very first attempt at using it was recorded, and the Shadow Swords delivered it to me personally. I watched it carefully. It showed noticeable, deliberate, and well-calculated progress. You chose to continue with your usual combat style, but at the same time, you developed a completely different method of gathering energy. Instead of killing millions of creatures with your own hands, you began drawing from the land itself. Tell me, how did you do it? Thanks for the praise, Richard said, smiling faintly, but what exactly do you mean by how did I do it? I simply used the properties of life fire to their maximum degree. Tisk, Robin shook his head again. Life fire alone cannot accomplish what your martial art is doing. There is no life and soil resources for you to extract in that manner and convert into primal energy. Are you testing me, or are you underestimating the difficulty of this? He then nodded toward him knowingly. Tell me, what laws did you employ to create this martial art? Poof. At that exact moment, Robin's hand finally emerged from the black rift. The dark energy that had warped the space around him dissipated instantly, and the surrounding area returned to normal, serene as if nothing had happened. In his hand, 6 wooden tablets appeared, hovering lightly as if suspended by invisible strings of energy. Aldera furrowed her brows deeply, eyes narrowing as she tried to inspect the tablets immediately. What could be so special about them that even someone like Robin had suffered and struggled so intensely just to extract them? The laws I used? Richard lowered his gaze, then slowly shook his head, his tone heavy with reflection. I do not know what you are talking about, he admitted. After a brief pause, he continued, his voice softening slightly. One day, I felt envy toward the Black Plague, how they could achieve such incredible power simply by consuming soil, while I had to kill enemies who possessed souls and hearts. I had to act as if they were nothing more than moving energy containers just so I could gather enough strength to match them. So I experimented with different methods, trying to use life fire to do what the Black Plague does. I drew energy from the earth in the same way I extract it from veins of life. After years of experimenting with various approaches, imagining methods I sensed would help, I reached the final form of the ability, the one you call a martial art. Aldera's brows tightened in disbelief. Imitating the Black Plague, she said sharply. You must be far more careful with your words, young man. Robin's expression darkened, his eyebrows lowering in concentration. He remained silent for several moments, as if drawing all his attention into the vast horizon before him. Then he slowly turned toward the endless sea, his figure commanding attention, and raised both hands with measured precision. The 6 tablets began to float, forming a perfect circular arrangement in front of him. Then, with a swift swoosh, they began spinning in a tight circular motion, their rotation accelerating rapidly, slicing through the air like blades. Crack, crack. The methods you sensed would help you. Robin's voice remained calm, unwavering, as a storm of energy began to swirl around him, caused entirely by the rotation of the 6 tablets. You most likely used laws without even realizing it. You did not know them, did not know their names, and yet they obeyed you for some reason. He continued, his gaze locking onto Richard. Show me that ability now. Let me see it firsthand. I will name them for you. Chapter 2030. Crack, crack. Aldera's eyes widened to their absolute limit, every fiber of her being fixated on the scene unfolding before her. The wooden tablets spun rapidly around one another, forming a swirling dust vortex in the center. The whirl soon calmed, settling into a gentle rotation, but that alone was not what unsettled her. What was truly strange was that this vortex had been created purely by the rapid mechanical rotation of the tablets, not because of the overwhelming energy being infused into them at that very moment, and not because of any unusual phenomenon occurring inside the circle. Aldera's gaze darted quickly toward Robin. His face was contorted, clearly showing the effort and strain he was exerting, yet the energy she expected to emanate from the core of his spiritual power, spreading through his body and exiting in the usual manner, was absent. Instead, she sensed an intense, concentrated force emanating from a necklace hidden beneath his garments. Curious and cautious, Aldera sent her soul sense toward Robin's neck to inspect it. There it was, a thick black necklace, heavy and solid, resembling a ship's anchor chain in its design. At its center rested a thin, irregularly shaped stone, etched with countless strange, incomprehensible runes. From her perception, an enormous purple soul force was flowing into the chain, then emanating outward as a power comparable to one of the mightiest natural forces. This immense energy was what had been animating the 6 wooden tablets, keeping them in constant, precise motion at that very moment. What is happening here? Aldera murmured, her voice barely audible, trembling slightly. She had no understanding of the necklace's composition, nor did she comprehend the complex mechanisms occurring inside it. Shifting her attention, she focused back on the circle within the spinning tablets. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, she saw space itself bulge outward, bending toward the vast sea as if some unseen giant were trying to burst an enormous invisible balloon. This was the first time she had ever witnessed space distortion unfold so slowly and so vividly, a bulge that neither healed nor resisted the force acting upon it. The clarity, the deliberate pace, it was utterly alien. Are you sure you want me to use anti-life here? Richard asked, his tone serious, weighted with caution. This entire beach, it won't remain as it is afterward. Do not destroy this beautiful view. Robin replied casually, even as he maintained his concentration, continuing his work. Then, shifting slightly to the side, whoosh, his eyes flared with a brilliant golden glow, a shimmer of divine energy igniting within them. Use it on a rock roughly the size of a fist, that will be more than enough. Are you certain? Richard moved carefully to the side, aligning himself directly in his father's line of sight. He bent slightly, grasped a white stone, and tossed it lightly into the air. The process will occur faster than you might imagine. Heh, just do it. Robin chuckled, a hint of playful mockery in his tone. Very well, then. Richard paused mid-motion, holding the stone in his hand for a brief moment. Whoosh! In an instant, the stone transformed into a hollow black construct, weightless yet tangible, carried by the wind swirling around them. Aldera's eyes widened even further as she stared at Richard, at the swirling black dust and particles radiating from him. No wonder he compared his technique to the Black Plague. This was exactly the destructive, transformative force the plague wielded when unleashed upon planets. Richard shook his hand, scattering the remaining dust, his movements precise and deliberate. Do you want me to repeat it so you can see it more clearly? Robin's gaze lingered, focused intently not on the dust, but on Richard himself, his expression a mixture of scrutiny and quiet amusement. Then, with a slow, measured shift, he returned his gaze forward, sharp and commanding. Who do you think I am, child? Oh, so you've discovered the components of the martial art? Richard's lips curled into a broad, confident grin. And what, exactly, are they? Robin remained silent for several long moments, as if weighing each word before speaking. Finally, he looked at Richard with a steady gaze. Tell me first, what were you thinking when you created this ability? You weren't simply trying to produce something that resembled the Black Plague, were you? Not exactly, Richard admitted, scratching the back of his head nervously. The truth, it's a little embarrassing, actually. Oh. Robin leaned slightly forward, his tone teasing but sharp. Get ready to tell me about it then, but only after this is finished. He shifted his focus, directing all his concentration toward the swirling circle. Humph. Poof. Space itself seemed to rupture. Everything at the very center of the circle created by the 6 wooden panels turned into absolute blackness, a void so complete it seemed to swallow the surrounding light. And astonishingly, it remained that way. Aldera's eyes darted back and forth between the spinning panels. Nothing around her was damaged. She felt no tremors, no vibrations, not even the slightest distortion. The furious energy Robin had been channeling earlier had completely ceased. And shoo, the 6 panels themselves stopped spinning, hanging motionless in the air. After that, after all forms of energy, force, and external influence had stopped, the black rift, with a diameter of nearly 10 meters, remained in place, completely unhealed. It did not close, nor did it show any signs of collapsing. It simply existed, a gaping scar in the fabric of space itself. Curiosity overcame caution. Aldera took a few careful steps forward, raising her hand slowly, tentatively extending it toward the rift. I wouldn't do that. Robin's voice came from behind her, calm but laced with authority. Put your hand back at your side if you still want to keep it intact. Ha! Aldera spun toward him, eyes wide with disbelief. I am a monarch. Oh, Mrs. Monarch, I'm honored, Robin replied with a small nod, his expression unreadable. Then he pointed toward the rift. And this is an incomplete spacetime rift, constructed at the 3rd stage of spacetime. Do you want to try your luck? Aldera yanked her hand back immediately, her mind racing. TH 3rd grade spacetime, in your possession. She shook her head frantically, as if trying to reject the reality before her eyes. This makes no sense. You already wield truth, creation, and balance, and now you control spacetime as well? How is this even possible? Hee, I have a feeling you're going to love the next trick, Robin said with a low, amused chuckle. He seemed to delight in watching Aldera struggle to grasp the extent of his abilities. What trick? Aldera asked, her voice sharp with curiosity, pointing toward the rift. And what exactly do you need a spacetime rift for? Robin shrugged slightly, crossing his arms over his chest in a casual gesture, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. How do I explain? I'm someone who values peace of mind, Aldera. Oh, may I call you Aldera directly? When he received nothing but a skeptical frown in reply, he laughed lightly. Anyway, a long time ago, I once saw something extraordinarily convenient, something that made life far simpler. Since that day, I've been searching for a way to recreate it. Aldera's brow furrowed deeply. What exactly is this thing that requires spacetime to create? Robin's smile grew dreamy, almost distant, as if recalling a vision from far beyond the present moment. A massive, stable wormhole, one large enough to allow entire armies, and even whole planets, to pass through it from one sector to another almost instantly. far faster than Tyrant Intera's greater portals, which take hours to move anything between sectors. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of his words sink in, then continued, his eyes glinting with ambition. With such a passage, I'm conquering young sectors 99 and 100 with absolute ease. I could travel between the planets of both sectors in mere minutes. Robin's smile widened further, now tinged with wonder and a touch of madness. And from that, a vision formed, a vision of a dazzling future. Imagine how extraordinary it would be if I could create such wormholes between the mid-sectors, connecting them in a way no one has ever dreamed of. Chapter 2031. A stable wormhole corridor between sectors, fixed in place and colossal enough to pass entire planets through it? Does something like that even exist? Aldera muttered, her brows tightly furrowed in disbelief. Then she lifted her gaze and stared directly into Robin's eyes. And you truly believe you can create something like that using only the third grade of spacetime, when the Tyrant Interas himself cannot accomplish it even with the seventh stage of space? Oh. Robin raised one eyebrow slightly, a faint hint of amusement flickering across his face. And how exactly do you know he can't? He isn't of the chit-chatting type, is he? If he could, she replied firmly, shaking her head, he would have conquered the entire universe long before civilizations even had the chance to form. Even now, the Tyrant's armies still rely on starships and massive grand space gates to move between sectors. No matter how advanced their technology is, they certainly don't travel from sector to sector instantly the way you're describing. Robin scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. Then I suppose I'll have to increase the level of secrecy around artificial rifts far more than I originally planned. His expression grew a bit more serious. It would be troublesome if the Tyrant Interas were to catch even a hint of what I'm doing here. You're talking as if you've already succeeded, Aldera said in disbelief. She pointed toward the black circle. Then why can't I feel anything from the other side? Why can't I pass my hand through it? Doesn't that mean this is a failure? I'm not finished yet, so it's too early to decide what counts as success or failure, Robin replied calmly, shaking his head. Second, theoretically speaking, yes, I can succeed where the Tyrant Interas failed. Whether I can achieve it with the third stage, or whether I'll need to reach the fourth first, that's exactly what we're testing today. At that moment, his body began to glow with a deep golden radiance. The light gathered into intricate, engraved patterns that spread and pulled across his skin, forming complex symbols and flowing lines of power. Yet he seemed almost unaware of it as he continued speaking. As for the Tyrant Interas, someone who possesses the 7th grade, he can manipulate the entire space of the mid-belt itself. He can compress it, stretch it, distort it, expand it, or reshape it however he wishes. He continued steadily, but all of that is still confined to existing space. Take the grand space gates as an example. Their function is only to locate the safest route between sectors, then accelerate the transfer from one gate to another through a chain of violent spatial compressions. That's all they do. And that's exactly why intersector travel can never truly be instant, and never will be. You are still traveling, just at a much higher speed. And what you're doing is different from that. Aldera asked quietly, her voice tense with unease. Completely different, Robin answered, raising his voice with unmistakable pride. What I'm doing isn't controlling or reshaping available space. I'm creating an entirely new spacetime fabric to connect 2 points directly. I'm forging a passage that doesn't belong to this universe at all, and because of that, it doesn't need to obey its laws. The golden glow around him slowly settled and dimmed. All I need to do is design it properly. A passage that doesn't belong to this universe? Is that really how spacetime works? Aldera recoiled in visible shock, her composure breaking for the first time. How could you possibly keep something like that from collapsing? How much unimaginable energy would it take just to keep it open? And do you even possess the power, the knowledge, and the control needed to attempt something this insane in the first place? You're overthinking it, Robin said calmly, shaking his head. All I need to do is establish the corridor safely one single time. After that, it will exist permanently, forever, without requiring any additional energy at all, unless, of course, it is attacked and destroyed by an external force. I see nothing but dreams, Aldera replied, her brows knitting tightly together. How could a corridor like that possibly exist without needing constant energy to sustain it? Then watch me turn dreams into reality, Robin answered with a quiet, confident smile. In truth, the cube Robin had created to imprison Pythor's heart still hangs in the skies of Nihari to this very day, suspended above the endless sea of magma. Visitors arrive from every corner of the Empire daily, traveling vast distances just to witness the enormous heart floating in the air, a living monument to the colossal battle that founded their mighty empire, and undeniable proof of His Majesty's overwhelming power. But Robin had never viewed the cube from that symbolic perspective. What he saw was its stability, as if it were a stone lodged immovably in the middle of a sea of compressed sand. And from that vision, an idea was born, a way to exploit this phenomenon. He realized that using the law of space was like stabbing someone with a dagger and then pulling it out quickly. There would always be a chance for recovery, especially with some healing and treatment. But using spacetime was entirely different. It was like stabbing someone and leaving the dagger inside their body. At that point, no healing would work. The body wouldn't be able to expel the dagger on its own, and the dagger itself wouldn't require any additional force to remain. It would simply stay embedded within the body, trapped there forever, until an external force arrived and tore it out again. So for Robin, the solution was simple in concept. Design a perfect dagger. Stab the space of the mid-belt at the perfect point, then protect that dagger from anyone who might attempt to destroy it. His smile widened slowly as the thought settled in his mind. I wasted centuries designing the dagger, he murmured, almost reverently. And now, it's finally time to choose the right place for the stab. Ha! Neither Aldera nor Richard understood a single word of what he meant, and they could only exchange confused glances. But then, something began to happen. Robin slowly raised his right hand. A golden die began to form in the air above his palm, perfectly shaped, radiant, and unreal. It had 6 faces, and on each face were different numbers of arrows, engraved in glowing symbols that felt older than civilization itself. What is that? Aldera whispered, her voice barely audible. No matter how she extended her senses or searched through all the knowledge she had accumulated across countless ages, she couldn't recall ever seeing anything like that die before, nor could she comprehend what it was made of, or what laws governed its existence. It's the Die of Judgment, Robin said calmly. One of the very few causality abilities I can use from the first stage. He stared at the die for a long moment, then turned his gaze toward the east. I still haven't decided, he said slowly, whether I should create my artificial corridor in a way that fuses mid-sector 99 and mid-sector 100 into a single, unified, inseparable power, 2 sectors bound into one destiny. Then he turned toward the west. Or set that plan aside for now, since both sectors already belong to me, and instead connect the corridor to mid-sector 98, to accelerate the downfall of the sorcerer behemoth. Silence fell. Aldera's eyes slowly widened, until her brows nearly touched her hairline in pure disbelief. You have the first stage of causality, she whispered, her voice trembling. But Richard was focused on something else entirely. He snapped his head toward Robin, shock flooding his face. Forget that. You want to bring down the sorcerer behemoth. Chapter 2032. You have the first stage of causality. Aldera's voice was sharp, tinged with disbelief. You want to bring down the sorcerer behemoth. Richard added, his eyes wide as he tried to grasp the enormity of what was being proposed. Robin barely reacted, as though their words were distant echoes. His attention remained entirely fixed on the task before him. Mid-sector 100 or mid-sector 98. A decision of weight. A choice that will shape years of strategy, of conquest, and of foundation laying for the next era of my empire. He paused, furrowing his brows deeply, the golden engravings on his skin subtly flickering with anticipation. If I choose Sector 100, the coming years will be years of consolidation, reinforcing my empire's foundations and carefully expanding influence. If I choose Sector 98, the next years will be scorched by war, burning everything in sight, yet bringing me long-term advantage and positioning for future dominance. Which path am I truly prepared for? He turned his gaze to the Die of Judgment, resting atop the chaotic swirl of energy. I will rely on you to show me which direction to take, the far east or the far west. Your guidance will decide this first critical step. Robin then began channeling an immense torrent of soul force into the black necklace at his chest. The energy surged outward, transforming into a visible storm of natural power that enveloped the die. It trembled, vibrating violently as the raw power coursed into it, the golden light around Robin's body flickering and swirling in response. And in that moment, amidst the swirling storm, with the die suspended in midair, Robin opened his mouth with effort, his words slow and resonant, echoing across the space. Which direction should I take with the wormhole corridor to gain the greatest benefit? The die responded immediately, flashing with blinding intensity. The energy it absorbed from Robin multiplied many-fold, making it levitate higher and higher. Aldera, Richard, and even the shadow swords and imperial guards standing at a distance watched in tense silence, their breaths caught in their chests. The die hovered, quivering as if alive, turning slowly in the air for a long, deliberate moment before finally falling. Bang! Unlike normal dice, it did not shatter upon impact. Instead, it bounced sharply from the ground, twice more, the sound echoing across the empty expanse. Each impact reverberated within the onlookers, a subtle tremor felt deep in their chests, as if the die's motion carried weight beyond its size. Finally, it landed on the face marked with 3 arrows, all pointing in a precise direction. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the die vanished. What? Robin's head snapped up sharply, eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze in the indicated direction. What's wrong? Aldera whispered, her tone cautious, almost like a child trying to understand a father's anger without provoking it. No, something is wrong here, Robin muttered, his expression tightening. Golden engravings began to glow and gather along his body once again. I need to repeat the experiment. In full view of everyone, Robin poured an enormous surge of soul force into the necklace. The die appeared again, hovered, bounced, and once more landed on the same arrows, pointing in the same direction, unwavering. What is happening here? Robin shouted, frustration lacing his voice. Tell me what's happening. I might be able to help interpret it, Aldera interjected quickly. Then explain this, Robin said, pointing east and west with meticulous precision. Mid-sector 100 lies there, and mid-sector 98 lies there. Then he indicated a specific direction north of his stance. So why in the hell does the die point that way? Aldera fell completely silent. She knew the young belt lay behind them, south of this point. Therefore, north should point toward the ancient belt, long unknown and uncharted. But that direction was empty. Absolutely empty. Several ancient planets drifted slowly toward the north, approaching the known borders of the mid-belt, but beyond those planets lay only a vast, yawning void, the desert of emptiness. It was a region where no celestial bodies, no stars, and no spatial anomalies existed, a void stretching across incomprehensible distances. At the far edge of this nothingness stood a dense spatial barrier, impenetrable by any means. Not even the tyrant Intiras had ever breached it. He had tried, and he had failed spectacularly. Aldera, Richard, and the rest could only stare, wide-eyed, at the die's impossible indication, their minds struggling to comprehend that the path of greatest advantage pointed into a void no empire, no civilization, and not even the mightiest tyrant had ever conquered. The weight of the moment settled on them all. This was not merely a choice of sectors, it was a choice that could defy all known reality itself. The spatial barrier that loomed there, at the very end of every mid-sector, formed the ultimate frontier of the known universe, a line that no ordinary force could breach, a cosmic boundary that had remained untouchable for eons. Impossible. Aldera's voice trembled slightly as she took a careful step forward, her eyes widening in disbelief. Could the die of judgment actually be suggesting that the wormhole corridor, your artificial wormhole, might penetrate that barrier? Robin tapped his forehead slowly, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. And what if it is hinting at that? What benefit would heading north provide me in my current position? Sometimes I make decisions that seem utterly foolish because of the luck of fate, but this one might just be the most foolish of them all, without any doubt. Are you absolutely certain the die is genuinely urging you to go there? Aldera's voice was calm but edged with tension, as she attempted to reason aloud with him. Why do the arrows even carry different implications? No. The arrows can indeed signify multiple things, but this time specifically, I am asking about a geographic direction, Aldera. Would it even have any other meaning in this context? Robin's brows furrowed, his focus sharpening. Secondly, were all three arrows truly intact, or did I misinterpret them in both instances? They were completely intact, Aldera replied firmly. Do the numbers themselves hold significance? Of course, Robin exhaled slowly, a mixture of calculation and admiration in his tone. Each number represents a different measure of potential. According to the nature of my inquiry today, these three arrows indicate the magnitude of the advantage waiting for me there, 3 points, precisely. Middle between 1 and 6, that doesn't seem particularly encouraging, right? Aldera said, her mind racing to comprehend. No, it's actually extremely high, Robin countered, narrowing his eyes, the golden glow around him intensifying. In causality, nothing is absolute. Consider it a stroke of luck even to receive a single intact arrow. Even when Richard's thread was linked to Serene, I sensed only a modest fortune, equivalent to just 2 arrows. Father, Richard's voice cut through the tension from behind, sharp and steady, noticing Robin's hesitation. You didn't ask the die to simply point east or west. You asked it for the best possible direction, and it delivered. If this is truly the law of causality, then why the hesitation? Robin remained silent, his mind working furiously, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. Richard continued, glancing back over his shoulder at his son. Between launching an assault on Sector 98 and consolidating my foundations in Sector 100, now I must risk a location that is completely foreign and untested. He smirked, a mixture of challenge and amusement in his expression. Yet with you at the helm, it would be absurd to defy a die of judgment that you yourself have set in motion. Then Robin exhaled a long, controlled breath, lifting both hands toward the dormant wormhole gate once more. The immense soul force surged in a tangible current toward the black necklace at his chest, making the air hum with latent energy. Reap! The 6 ancient wooden panels began moving violently once again, spinning and shifting under the force of Robin's command. This time, Robin pressed his hands against the sides, forcing the panels apart and stretching the gap even further. The breach expanded from a mere 10 meters to dozens of meters, wide enough to allow the note of destruction 4 to pass through. He continued to adjust, stretching the space slightly more until it stabilized at a size that could accommodate the note of supremacy 4 with ease. Then, with a deliberate pull, Robin retracted his hands, gathering an immense surge of energy, and thrust it forward with all his strength. Let's see what lies at the northern barrier. Fluum, Chapter 2033. Every eye in the area flew wide open, and every single breath was held tight as if even the slightest exhale would shatter the fragile awe surrounding them. The scene before everyone's eyes was truly breathtaking, a spectacle unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Unlike ordinary gates, which merely reveal what lies beyond them, and unlike the devastating spatial destruction attacks that conjure only a void or a black, unyielding abyss, the corridor Robin had created was entirely different. It was something far beyond conventional understanding, something that seemed to defy the very laws of the universe. After its activation, after its careful expansion, and after the precise selection of its directional vector, Robin thrust the corridor forward with deliberate force, driving it straight through mid-sector 99. The young belt now lay behind him, a reminder of the boundaries he had already passed. Robin's intent was nothing short of audacious. He was not merely opening a passage. He was forcing a path through the entire sector, slicing through space like a blazing dagger, pushing all the way toward the farthest edge of the sector, and piercing the very fabric of reality itself. And yet, even with the colossal circle suspended before them, the view inside did not remain black. As Robin pushed forward, the vision inside the massive gateway began to shift and transform rapidly, revealing a tapestry of the cosmos in motion. Stars blazed past like speeding comets, planets drifted and rotated in perfect synchronization, and massive nebulae spiraled and churned, painting the space with colors no eye had ever comprehended. Every movement, every flash of light, demanded attention. No one dared blink, lest they miss even a fragment of this celestial spectacle. Aldera nearly pointed several times, on the verge of shouting, recognizing planets that appeared only for a heartbeat before vanishing and being replaced by others, worlds separated by thousands, even millions of light-years, all rushing past them in an impossible sequence. The spacetime corridor cut through mid-sector 99 like a blazing hot knife through butter, without resistance, without friction, and without any obstruction to slow it down. Its sheer force and precision left no doubt. If Robin were to pause for even a moment, they could step forward and immediately emerge on the far side. No hours of travel. No complicated activation sequences. No pearls of power required. The colossal gateway, so impossibly thin it seemed like a sheet of parchment, remained astonishingly stable, perfectly calm, and eerily silent, as if untouched by the chaos swirling around it. This was spacetime itself, laid bare before their eyes. Bang! A small meteor shot through the gateway at that precise moment, striking Robin's head with a sharp, metallic thud before shattering into a cascade of fragments that scattered across the ground. Everyone immediately snapped to attention, straightening with lightning reflexes, weapons drawn and alert. If a simple meteor could pass through, what else might cross from the other side? A warship? A larger celestial body? The thought sent chills through their spines. Wait, Aldera said sharply, pointing toward the colossal gateway, every muscle ready to intervene. What happens to the corridor between here and the section we see ahead? Will it remain as a tangible tunnel in space? And what if meteors or debris collide with it? Robin replied with calm authority, almost unnervingly serene, space will cover it. The spacetime corridor will remain, but it will be submerged within the spatial fabric of the sector. Nothing will collide with it. If that is what worries you, know this: space itself will treat the corridor as a malignant growth, diverting objects, altering their trajectories, and pushing anything that floats near it out of the way. He continued, his voice slow and deliberate. Even if a warship collides with the side of the corridor, its crew will feel only a mild shockwave, no stronger than the turbulence from an ordinary spatial storm. They will pass through it without ever realizing what occurred. A brief, heavy silence followed, and Robin's expression darkened as he spoke again. The real danger, the only thing that can truly threaten the corridor, is this point here, and the opening at the far end. Any significant pressure on either anchor point will destroy everything. Whoosh! At that moment, the stars, planets, and nebulae began to shrink gradually, their presence fading until they vanished completely, leaving only absolute darkness. Robin's brows knitted together in intense focus. Aldera, we have entered the desert of emptiness. We are approaching the barrier. Prepare yourself. Prepare. Aldera, still captivated by the cosmic spectacle, quickly turned to him, confused. Prepare for what? For anything, Robin said, his tone dark and determined. I don't know what we'll encounter beyond that wall, but be ready to destroy the corridor when I give the order. Even you may need multiple strikes to break it, so be ready to execute them without hesitation. I hope it won't come to that, but preparation is survival. Multiple strikes. Aldera whispered, turning back toward the massive gateway. His words emphasized the immense durability and stability of the corridor, making her realize just how formidable it truly was. Then Robin shouted with authority and exhilaration, here we go. The darkness ahead deepened, almost as if the universe itself were about to unveil secrets it had never revealed before. Every breath was held, every heartbeat synchronized with the pulsing rhythm of space as the true test of the spacetime corridor began. The far side remained utterly pitch black, a void so complete that the absence of even a single glimmering star made it the very embodiment of darkness. Not a shimmer, not a trace of light, just a void so deep it seemed to swallow everything whole. Yet, even within this absolute black, he could feel it shifting. Subtle ripples, almost imperceptible at first, began to crawl across that infinite darkness. He sensed something, a presence, a stir, a reaction waiting to happen, that the void itself had not felt in countless eons. Bam! The forward surge of the corridor screeched to an abrupt halt, accompanied by a shockwave that rattled the very air. The sound was deafening, vibrating through the ground beneath them and echoing across the void. What's happening? Aldera exclaimed, her arm shooting out toward the hilt of her short sword, her entire body tensed for action. We've reached the barrier, Robin growled through gritted teeth, eyes narrowing to sharp slits. It's invisible to the eye, but the density here, the sheer rigidity of the space, it's staggering. This is space forged into stone, unyielding and immovable. That's to be expected, Aldera replied, recovering her composure after the initial shock. She straightened her posture, standing rigid and alert. Even the behemoths themselves could not pierce this wall. I heard behemoth Indira's managed to push it back 3 meters, but only before it rebounded, throwing him away like a toy. That's the limit of its durability. Robin's brows shot upward in disbelief. 3 meters for Indira's? That sounded ludicrous, almost impossible. Yet, as he clenched his teeth harder, realization dawned. Damn, now I see the reason behind it. This is the first time I've seen the barrier with my own eyes, Aldera murmured, exhaling slowly, her gaze sweeping across the colossal wall. After all the reports, I thought going here would be a waste. Even hours of primitive chaos exercises would have been more productive. At least we now have first-hand experience. You can stop now, Lord Robin. Don't push yourself into something even the behemoths failed at. I am not trying to brute force it like they did, Robin replied, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I have the proper method. While they struggled with their hands, I have the perfect dagger. The corridor's advance had stopped, but only briefly. Huoom. The colossal wall began to bend inward, slowly at first, almost imperceptibly, as if the space itself was grudgingly giving way. Inch by inch, the immense barrier yielded to the pressure of the corridor. Unbelievable. Aldera whispered, her voice a mixture of awe and fear. The wall was bending. There was no mistaking it. She could feel it, she could see it, every fiber of her being attuned to the impossible happening before them. Before she could fully process it, the corridor pushed the barrier inward by 1 meter. Then 2 meters. Then 3. Then 4. Didn't I tell you? Robin, exhaustion written all over his face, drew his hands back and released another surge of energy, less powerful than the previous bursts, but precise. Come on. Foom. The corridor surged forward, the pressure bending the wall inward nearly 10 meters. The resistance of the barrier could barely withstand the force, and the corridor continued its relentless advance. Then, bang! A sudden explosion ripped through the void, shattering the resistance along the corridor. Aldera placed both hands over her mouth, eyes wide, jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. No one present understood what was happening more than she did. The wall that had enclosed the universe for countless eons with unyielding cruelty had been pierced. The end of the world barrier, the unbreakable frontier that had stood since time immemorial, had been punctured. Poof! Robin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, muscles trembling. Oh, I've pushed the master laws too far today. Aldera's voice broke the tense silence, trembling slightly. The other side, it's still completely dark, but I think something is moving. Every hair on Robin's body stood on end. He lifted his head once again, golden eyes ablaze with energy, scanning the darkness. And what he saw? Thousands of enormous eyes, all staring directly at him. Destroy the fucking corridor. Chapter 2034. Destroy the fucking corridor. Robin spoke in a low, trembling voice, as if even the air itself might betray him, as if he was afraid that someone might actually hear him, his entire body numb with fear, his nerves locked in a state between paralysis and panic. On the other side, thousands of eyes were staring back at him, eyes of every size and shape, eyes that could no longer even be described as eyes. The more accurate description would have been moons, or even suns, vast luminous orbs burning with alien awareness, suspended in the void like cosmic entities watching from another reality. Through the eye of truth, Robin could read their gazes. Gazes of curiosity, cold, detached, inhuman. Gazes of shock, raw and instinctive, like predators surprised by prey that dared to deliver itself. Gazes of hunger, like beasts staring at a piece of meat after centuries of starvation. Gazes of delight, twisted, anticipatory, filled with cruel fascination. The gazes of beings that had not yet decided whether the heaven before them was real or an illusion, whether this world was prey or a trap. Aldera took a step back, her breath hitching, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She had finally understood what she was looking at fully, completely, terrifyingly. Space beasts, thousands of space beasts. Aldera, destroy the damn corridor already. Robin shouted this time, fear and authority colliding in his voice. On it. Aldera drew her sword from its sheath in a flash of steel and motion and slashed toward the gate. Slash! The massive strike hit the edges of the gate from both sides, making it tremble violently, shockwaves rippling across its surface like waves on a cosmic sea. It was clear that the colossal corridor was resisting destruction with all its might, its structure reinforced by forces far beyond normal space. But a large portion of the slash passed through the gate to the other side, slicing through the dimensional threshold, then continued its path calmly toward its inhabitants under everyone's horrified gaze. Boof! The enormous arc cut through several space beasts in succession, tearing through their massive bodies, scattering their pitch-black blood in every direction like a storm of living ink, staining the void itself. All the space creatures stared at the damage the slash had caused, frozen in a moment of collective silence. Then, as if awakening from a trance, as if confirming that this was not a dream, they all turned their gaze back toward the gate and roared in unison, their voices merging into one apocalyptic sound. Ray-Aor. Ugh. Robin and Richard were thrown backward by the shockwaves of the roar like dead leaves in an autumn storm, their bodies lifted and hurled through the air. Even the Imperial Guards and the Shadow Swords standing far away couldn't keep their footing and were swept away by the blast, crashing into the ground, dragged by invisible waves of pressure and sound. Destroy it! Robin screamed as he was hurled backward, his voice fading with distance and chaos. Destroy it, Aldera, destroy Thuriot. Got it. Aldera raised her sword again. Whoosh! Then again, whoosh! Once more, the edges of the gate trembled violently, looking as if it were about to collapse in on itself, its structure warping and distorting under the force, then it stabilized again, stubbornly holding its form. What's wrong with this cursed corridor? Aldera shouted, swearing for once, frustration and urgency breaking through her composure, then prepared for another strike. But, bam! At that moment, a gigantic arm passed through the gate, a gate hundreds of meters in diameter, created to fit a Supremacy Note Gen 4. The arm was so massive it filled nearly half the gate's space. It was gray and viscous, its surface pulsing like living flesh, and atop it was a hand covered in dozens of claws that immediately crushed the beach beneath them, pulverizing stone and sand into dust. Then, a head emerged. A long, pointed head, filled with teeth, covered in what looked like thousands of sensory openings, with no eyes and no other features, no face, no expression, only raw biological horror. It looked like the head of a savage horse. Disgusting! Aldera shouted and slashed with her short sword. Sray-A! The space monster turned toward Aldera and unleashed a destructive roar at her, but, bam! Her sword strike cut the space beast in half with brutal precision. Most of its body, still outside, fell into the vast void, spiraling into endless darkness, while the part trapped on this side dropped directly in front of Aldera with a heavy, wet crash. Damn it! Aldera cursed in frustration. She didn't feel relief at killing it, it was only a nascent space beast. Nascent space beasts ranged in power from the peak of a world cataclysm to a lone Nexus state, so killing one was natural for her, almost instinctive. The problem was that its thick, dense hide had blocked her strike from reaching the gate again, delaying its destruction and buying the corridor more time. She shoved the severed remains aside with her left hand like useless trash so they wouldn't obstruct her path, then pulled her right arm back, muscles tightening, preparing to strike again. But whoosh, the moment the corpse was pushed away, another one entered. This one was slightly smaller and slipped through quickly, faster, more agile. No! Aldera looked up in alarm. This time, the space monster resembled a gigantic butterfly with 3 heads, its massive wings unfolding as it crossed the threshold. Slash! Aldera slashed upward and cut. Kee. The monster was cleaved in half, its colossal body splitting apart as it began to plummet downward. A beast nearly 1,000 meters long, falling from a terrifying height, its descent was like a meteor, a living catastrophe capable of erasing entire cities from existence. Boom! The impact shook the land violently. Then, whoosh, whoosh, 3 more nascent space beasts burst through the gate in rapid succession, their massive forms tearing through the air like living comets. No! Aldera moved with blinding speed, her body blurring as she struck down the farthest one in a single, precise motion, but in that very instant, 2 more forced their way through the gate. When Aldera realized there was no end to them, that the flow would never stop, she halted in place. Her body began to tremble violently, power surging through her like a raging storm, her presence expanding, her aura erupting outward. Then she roared with overwhelming will and absolute resolve, "There will be no invasion of Mid-Sector 99 while I am standing here." The 5 beasts never even understood how they died. One after another, their massive bodies collapsed, shredded apart, torn into broken pieces before they could even react. And yet, whoosh, 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 more entered. From several kilometers away, Robin stood pale-faced and frozen, watching what no longer looked like a battle, but a true world-ending scenario unfolding before his eyes. "Father." Even Richard wiped the dust and debris coating his face, his hands shaking slightly as he muttered in disbelief, "What have you done?" Robin was on the verge of breaking down. His chest tightened, his throat burned, his vision blurred. Was the sector going to be destroyed because of him? Wasn't the Die of Judgment what sent him here? Wasn't it meant to protect him from exactly this kind of misfortune? But what Richard said wasn't far from the truth. If the space beasts overran Mid-Sector 99, the entire universe would see him as the greatest sinner in history. Even decades after his death, young and old alike would curse his name, his legacy drowned in hatred and blame. This was not the glory he wanted. This was eternal disgrace. This was not the future he wanted. No, no, no. Robin whispered in pure panic, his voice breaking. "We have to close that gate. Aldera is only a few consecutive strikes away from destroying it. We just need to buy her those seconds, just a few seconds more. Then go." Richard pointed violently toward the gate. "I saw the power you poured into that die. Aren't you a royal soul master? You're the only one here who can fight at that level. Are you blind? I can't even stand." Robin, still kneeling on the ground, screamed at his son, his voice raw with pain and fear. Then he lowered his head, staring at the shattered earth beneath him with unfocused, unstable eyes for several long seconds. Who could help quickly? Arrow and his army were locked in their own war. Morgana and the Royal Soul Lords wouldn't arrive in time, and Robin's eyes suddenly sharpened. His pupils contracted. His expression changed. He lifted his head abruptly, scanning the battlefield in frantic desperation until his gaze locked onto a single figure. Leonid. Ta. Leonid, lying hundreds of meters away, spat out the sand he had swallowed, coughed harshly, then forced himself up and snapped into a military salute, his posture rigid despite his injuries. "At your command." Was the vehicle transporter one feature added to the Imperial Guard's ships? Robin shouted, his voice filled with urgency. "Yes, Your Majesty." Leonid closed the distance at once and replied seriously, his tone sharp and disciplined. "It was added to their base design for all units, exactly as per your orders." "Good." Robin nodded firmly, his eyes burning with determination. "Send an urgent distress signal. I want them here, now." "Yes, Your Majesty." "I will summon the nearest carrier immediately," Leonid replied without hesitation, activating his systems. "No, summon all of them." Chapter 2035. In the space of Mid-Sector 99, inside the cockpit of a rapid support craft 1, groans were echoing lazily through the confined space, stretching out in long, drawn-out sighs that felt heavier than the silence itself. They were not groans of exhaustion, pain, or torture. They were the pure, empty groans of boredom, the kind that came from having absolutely nothing to do and too much time to kill. "Sir," an Imperial guard wearing full black armor spoke with slight hesitation, his voice careful and restrained, "may I adjust the craft's course a little?" "Ah," Halak let out a long, exaggerated sigh, barely opening his eyes. "Do whatever you want and leave me alone." "Sir, I cannot do that while you are acting like this." "Ah," Halak covered his face in annoyance, his fingers pressing against his forehead. "You won't even let me enjoy my boredom in peace. Not even that is allowed anymore." "Sir, you," the guard swallowed and forced a smile, trying to stay respectful, "you are literally lying on top of the control panel." Halak lifted his head slightly, looked down at the glowing controls beneath him, then lay back again without a hint of shame. "Find another solution. This spot is cold, and I am not moving from here." "Sir, please," the guard insisted, his voice growing more urgent. "We must drop off Imperial Guard number 223 on planet Anmouth 4 and pick up Imperial Guard number 377 from planet Yanni 2 by the end of the day. This is a direct schedule order." "Ugh," Halak shook his head slowly. "What is the problem if we are a little late? The universe won't collapse. Our guard on Anma 4 has been under pursuit for hours. If we are late, he might be killed by the planet's king, the pilot replied quickly, his tone tense. Really? Halak sprang up from the control panel in sudden excitement, his boredom instantly evaporating. Do you think he could actually kill an Imperial guard? He is that powerful. I cannot believe you are willing to sacrifice one of us just to have an excuse to attack that planet, the guard snapped angrily, pointing at Halak with visible fury. Halak bit the guard's finger with a calm expression. Ah! The guard tried to pull his finger out of Halak's mouth in panic. I will tell His Majesty about this. I will tell the... At that moment, the craft began flashing red, alarms lighting up the cockpit and painting everything in warning colors. Halak released the guard's finger and looked around in confusion, blinking slowly. What is happening? First time I have seen this feature. Is it lunchtime or something? The next moment, a voice echoed through the speakers. This is the communications center. We have received an urgent rapid intervention request from planet Donera, directly from the second Shadow Sword. Immediate mobilization required. Coordinates will be transmitted to the control panel now. Halak's expression shifted gradually from boredom to joy, then to wide-eyed disbelief, like a child who had just been promised a festival after a lifetime of silence. The rapid support ship tore through a space corridor, slammed violently into a small sand dune, and burst out on the other side in a cloud of dust and displaced energy. Then, the main hatch opened, heavy metal doors sliding apart, and Halak appeared. The same joyful expression was still on his face, unchanged even slightly, as if this scene were exactly what he had been hoping for. Then he began to descend, step by step. Halak slowly looked around, maintaining that strange, delighted expression, calmly absorbing the scene before him. Around him were about 9 gigantic terrestrial beasts, their massive bodies dominating the land. In the sky, there were no fewer than 17, each one large enough to block out the sun, each one thousands of meters long, and each one more than capable of gnawing into the planet's core and destroying it without the slightest doubt. Halak spotted Eldera fighting among the flying monsters, moving with precision and ferocity, fully focused on preventing any of them from escaping. This was clearly her absolute priority, above all else. Halak raised his hands to the sides of his head in wild excitement when he saw the colossal gate spit out another beast, snake-like in shape, but with hundreds of legs writhing beneath its massive body. Because of Eldera's strategy of preventing any of them from leaving, and the gate continuously spewing out more of them without pause, this place was inevitably becoming a gathering point for more and more of those colossal beasts, a growing convergence of monstrous horrors, drawn together into one expanding, catastrophic battlefield that could only spiral further into destruction. From their exchanges with that woman above, from their sheer presence, and from their oppressive auras alone, it was terrifyingly obvious that even the weakest one among them stood at the peak of a world cataclysm. Their existence itself felt like a natural disaster given form. Halak nearly jumped with joy, his laughter bursting out uncontrollably, his entire body trembling with excitement. But at that moment, he noticed a group of people, His Majesty and several others who clearly did not matter in his eyes. In his excitement, Halak forgot directions, forgot logic, and forgot even how to speak properly. He simply stared at Robin, then pointed toward the monsters again and again with the same ecstatic, almost crazed expression, like a child discovering a mountain of treasures. Robin had absolutely no time to analyze Halak's mental state. He did not question it, he did not hesitate, he simply nodded and spoke with calm authority. Kill them, or just fight them. I want you to clear space for Eldera so she can destroy the gate. Halak turned back toward the gigantic beasts like a child staring at birthday presents piled to the ceiling, then began shouting at his followers inside the craft, laughing wildly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. You heard His Majesty, you bastards. Fight them or kill them. Just do not get in my way. Do not block my fun. In the very next moment, Halak leapt onto the nearest monster, a colossal beast that looked like an armored gorilla, with a neck thicker than its own head and muscles layered like living mountains. Not far away, Richard frowned deeply, his expression stiff with disbelief. What a guard you chose for yourself. He is a little insane, but he gets things done, Robin replied seriously, his gaze never leaving the battlefield. Watch this. At that moment, Halak took a punching stance in midair, suspending himself as if gravity no longer applied to him, and his hands began to vibrate at a frequency the naked eye could not even perceive, the air around them distorting slightly from the pressure alone. By the time the massive beast sensed something approaching and started to turn its enormous head, Halak had already arrived. He released his fist. Bang! The punch that struck the gorilla's forehead only made its head tilt back slightly. Even the sound itself was not that loud. It almost looked harmless. But then, boom! The gorilla's head exploded from the back, a violent internal shockwave ripping through its skull and sending large chunks of its brain and bone flying in every direction, scattering through the air like debris from a shattered star. Halak landed on the massive corpse, laughing wildly, then used the falling body as a foothold, pushing off it like a platform to launch himself toward the next beast without slowing down for even a second. Richard stared in shock, his mind struggling to process what he had just seen. Can you drop a space beast like that? Robin muttered while watching, his tone calm but his eyes sharp. Richard sighed slowly. Not in one strike. You have the energy, more energy than Halak, but you do not have an attack that can express it properly, Robin said, his voice firm and analytical. Then he nodded slightly. We will work on that later, after we get out of this mess and survive what is happening here. What are you even thinking about? Richard said incredulously, pointing at the gate in the distance. You are on the verge of destroying the universe, so focus on that. It is not the first time I have been cornered, and it won't be the last. I will think of something. Robin turned to him and looked him up and down slowly, his gaze cold and calculating. You have completely consumed the life force you stored while trying to break through. Go and gather the life force leaking from the dead space beasts. You won't find a better place than this. Let us get some use out of you. Ugh. Richard turned away with frustration and went to sit off to the side, grinding his teeth. As for Robin, he returned his gaze to the battlefield with no fear in his eyes. There was only calculation, resolve, and a dangerous calm. He still had one final card that could erase everything and cleanse this chaos completely, a last resort capable of wiping the field clean, but using it would be deeply, painfully, unbearably embarrassing. Chapter 2036. Bam, bam, bam. The Imperial Guards descended from the spacecraft in perfectly aligned rows. Unlike their commander, Halak, none of them showed any great enthusiasm, yet none showed fear either. Their expressions were steady beneath their helmets, calm and still like a summer pool of water. Their heartbeats were regulated, their breathing controlled, their presence disciplined and unerringly composed. Every time 5 rows disembarked, 25 Imperial Guards, they immediately surged toward the nearest space beast without exchanging a single word or signal between them. The first group assaulted a particularly massive space beast, an enormous octopus-like creature with 18 massive tentacles. Instantly, the squad divided themselves in flawless harmony, without communication, without hesitation. 5 users of the law of space, 5 users of time, 5 users of gravity, and 3 users of resonance waves attacked the tentacles themselves, each using non-lethal, low-consumption strikes, precise and controlled rather than destructive. The colossal octopus lifted its legs and lunged to crush them beneath its bulk, but naturally, each of them used unique movements derived from their respective laws to evade just before their heads could be smashed. Then, in perfect synchronization, they returned to assault the tentacles once again. At the same time, 2 resonance wave users and 5 body law users launched a direct assault on the octopus's main body. The Resonance Wave's law users wielded high-tier epic weapons, injecting violent frequencies into the octopus's flesh through attacks such as echo resonance, silent shatter waves, and many others, all unleashed in rapid succession within a very short span of time. Unlike those restraining the tentacles, these fighters spared no effort whatsoever. As for the 5 users of the major body law, each one displayed a unique and terrifying combat manifestation of their own. One of them enlarged his body to a towering height of 5 meters, his armor expanding alongside him. That warrior became the living spearhead of the assault, charging straight for the octopus's head in a direct frontal collision. Another began channeling the electricity within his body, releasing it like natural lightning bolts. A third compressed his thick, coiled muscles until they wrapped tightly around his bones like needles, then transformed his arm into a rotating drill, boring violently into the back of the octopus's head. The fourth moved rapidly across the octopus's body, touching only the surface of its flesh with the palm of his hand, yet the thick skin beneath his touch instantly convulsed, twisted, and spasmed due to violent disruptions in its neural signals. And finally, the fifth forced his heart to operate at multiple times its normal efficiency, amplifying specific hormones throughout his body in an intense surge that multiplied his strength and aggression severalfold. He himself began fighting like a beast incarnate. The combined strikes of the 7 fighters did not instantly shatter the beast's head as Halak had done, but they were deeply damaging, agonizing, and relentlessly disruptive. Oh! The space beast released a thunderous roar, then lifted its arms, ignoring the attackers below as it attempted to rid itself of the insects crawling over its main body. But that was a fatal mistake. The 18 guards below seized the opening the moment the arms rose. They prepared their strongest attacks and unleashed them into the soft lower underside of the octopus's body. Oh! The colossal octopus screamed and turned to strike back, then, boom, it released an aura equivalent in quality to the peak of a world cataclysm, though far denser in quantity, blasting several guards away from its body and inflicting severe internal injuries upon them. Yet they quickly recovered and returned to the battle once more. At the same time, similar scenes were unfolding across the battlefield, with 11 other space beasts engaged in equally violent, coordinated, and overwhelming clashes. Every rapid support craft carried an average of 300 Imperial Guards. Each one of them underwent an extremely high level of theoretical training before ever entering service, followed by relentless, high-intensity individual practical training after deployment. Every single one of them was a monster in their own right, fighters capable of breaking into wars alone, tearing through battlefields, and wiping out the soldiers of both sides by themselves, especially the veteran guards whose experience had hardened them into living weapons. So in a situation like this, they split up instinctively and immediately attacked 12 beasts without any prior coordination or discussion. They had orders to kill, or simply fight, and that was all they needed. That single command was enough to turn them into a perfectly functioning storm of violence. BZZZT. At that moment, another portal tore open in the sky, and a second rapid support craft emerged. Instantly, bang, the front of the quad-turreted transport slammed directly into a dragonfly-like space beast, its armored hull crushing into it and dragging the creature violently away through the air. Then, BZZZT, 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 several more transports began to appear in rapid succession. The vehicles themselves immediately engaged the beasts with direct assaults, heavy weapon fire, and ramming maneuvers. Then their massive doors opened, and guards poured out in organized groups. Each group chose a beast almost automatically, simply following the example of those who came before them, without hesitation, without debate, and without asking many questions. My God, haha, this is amazing. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from one of the transports before a shadow leapt from its open hatch and began attacking one of the beasts completely alone. It was the commander of the Resonance Wave Guards Corps, Latania. KSHHH. Another rapid entry transport portal opened, its energy field rippling through the air, and from it emerged a massive figure. He was over 2 meters tall, undeniably human, but even beneath his legendary black armor, the explosive density of his muscles could be felt. The very air around him was hot and distorted, as if a moving furnace surrounded his body, radiating heat and pressure with every step he took. As he descended the ramp, the transport sank deeper into the sand. His weight was far too great for his size, unnaturally heavy, as if an ancient beast had chosen to take on human form and compress its power into a human frame. When he reached the end of the ramp and placed his foot on the ground, he didn't rush into battle like the others. Instead, he slowly began to look around the battlefield, calmly, methodically, as if assessing prey rather than enemies. His face was as massive as his body. A prominent chin gave him a distinctive and intimidating presence. His hair was pale blonde and extremely thin, resting on his head as if clinging to it for a final moment before total baldness. His eyebrows were the same yellow-white shade as his face, so faint and colorless that one had to stare carefully just to notice them. After a few seconds of scanning the battlefield, his gaze locked onto a specific beast, a bull-like monster whose scorching breath burned the air itself, its hot exhalations searing anything that dared approach it. He began walking toward it, cracking his fingers slowly, deliberately. A suitable opening. Bam, 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 bam. His steps accelerated, each impact growing heavier, until he was running like a true beast. Every step boomed like thunder, the ground shaking violently beneath him. Despite his massive weight and size, he reached a terrifying speed in a very short time, moving with unnatural momentum. Then, when he reached the right distance, he gathered all his power into his leg, muscles compressing like coiled steel, and leapt toward the colossal bull's head. Then, boom, he headbutted it. Chapter 2037. A short distance away from the heart of the chaos, Leonid bent slightly, lowering himself to reach Robin's level as Robin sat calmly on the ground amid the distant roars and explosions. Leonid raised his hand and gestured toward the massive Imperial Guard who had just violently headbutted the bull-like space beast. "That's Drake, the commander of the body division," he said in a low, respectful voice. "An extremely special individual. When it comes to power, he's not far behind Latania, Malik, and Wade." Robin didn't turn his head. He only shifted his eyes in that direction. A faint, dim golden light shimmered within them for a few seconds, reflecting hidden perception and deep calculation, before fading. Then he gave a slow, serious nod. His battle's outcome already looks decided. It became clear that Drake used the fundamental body law in a different way from the others. He didn't amplify his vital functions like the rest, with no explosive heartbeat acceleration, no hormonal surges, and no temporary overclocking of biological systems. Instead, he exploited his ability to reshape, restructure, and control his physical body itself in a far more extreme and unconventional manner. Apparently, he had suppressed his entire excretion system, no longer defecating at all, and had reinforced his digestive system to an absurd level, to the point where he could digest rocks, metals, and dense minerals. He enhanced his internal enzymes and biological filters to extract benefit from everything that entered his stomach, leaving almost no waste behind. As a result, if he consumed 10 kilograms of matter, his body mass would increase by exactly 10 kilograms, pure conversion, with no loss. After that, he used the core body law to compress his body itself. Any fat or muscle he gained was permanently compressed, condensed, and reinforced, his body becoming denser, heavier, and more compact with every single gain. At the same time, he underwent repeated armament sessions to reinforce the flesh and fat he accumulated daily, strengthening their structure and stability. From his physical proportions, skeletal posture, and terrifying muscle density, it was obvious that he had undergone armament more than once, and that he had not followed the standard medical or training methodology. But that was understandable. He would need periodic armament injections to alter the ever-growing fat and flesh cells, and more importantly, to continuously strengthen his bones so they could support this monstrous mass and pressure. Of course, this wasn't something every body user could do. Drake practically used the fundamental body law as naturally as breathing itself, placing an enormous and reckless risk on a biological body that was never designed to endure this level of compression, density, and transformation. It was a body that could no longer truly be described as human. Headbutting a nascent space beast? No problem. If its father appeared, Drake would headbutt that too. "Leonid," Robin said calmly, his voice low and controlled, "I want you to tell Jabba and Shaddad to think of something to reinforce Drake's bones, something stronger than standard weaponization baths and injections, something long-term and sustainable. Otherwise, his progress will be forced to stop soon." He paused briefly, then added, "The budget for this is open." Robin finally looked away from the guard. "Yes, Your Majesty." Leonid bowed slightly, respect clear in his posture. "Commander Drake will be very pleased to hear this news." Robin then turned to his side, his expression sharp. "Are you planning to collect life energy for a whole year? Get up and help already." "Yes, sir." Richard responded instantly, pushing himself to his feet. He exhaled deeply, and then, swoosh, flames ignited across his hair and body, life energy surging violently through his veins. "The life energy of space beasts," he said with wide eyes and raw excitement. "This is unbelievable." And with that, he launched himself toward the battlefield. Tisk. Robin returned to watching the field with visible annoyance. Around him, 5 shadow swords were recording events using light imprisonment devices, documenting every second of the catastrophe, while 5 Imperial guards stood in silent formation nearby, ready to intercept any enemy that came close. That annoyed Robin even more, because he truly needed protection right now. He had already burned through everything, all of his soul force from activating the Die of Judgment twice, guiding the worm corridor across an entire sector, forcing control over the spatial alignment, and finally breaking through the world's end barrier, a process that had consumed every last reserve he had left. His soul domain was now nothing but a vast, hollow void. He had consumed millions upon millions of units, an amount that an ordinary royal soul lord would need years upon years to accumulate, or else would be forced to absorb a truly monstrous quantity of soul emeralds over many days, at a cost equivalent to countless billions of pearls, just to restore what had been lost. That was the brutal price of activating the master laws again and again in a single day. Yet even so, he hadn't been forced to sacrifice any of his foundations, and his soul domain itself had not suffered structural damage. He was simply in a state of severe, crushing exhaustion, the kind that hollowed out both mind and soul. For Robin, this alone represented a massive step forward, progress bought at the cost of soul units worth billions, achieved through crafting a necklace like the one he had made for Morgana, a single artifact whose value alone reached astronomical figures. But it was still progress. So why didn't he rise and fight using ordinary natural energy? Because he currently possessed only 3 solid foundations. All the others had been consumed while inscribing the final segment of the last wooden plate, leaving him with just enough power to activate a space portal and flee if everything collapsed. Once again, he would have to rely on the Imperial Guards and remain a watcher on the sidelines. But strangely, that didn't feel so terrible. Clatter, clatter. Already, 6 rapid support craft 1 had arrived, and hundreds upon hundreds of guards had poured out from them in disciplined waves. This was the first time Robin had ever witnessed such a terrifying concentration of Imperial forces in one place, and the first time he truly understood why people called them the Black Wasps. Not because of their color, and not because of their armor, but because of the way they moved, swarming, relentless, coordinated, and merciless. It was terrifying. Bang! Another beast fell. A creature the size of a Supremacy Note Gen 4 craft crashed into the ground, triggering a violent earthquake that rippled through the terrain. Its colossal body formed a massive wall of flesh and bone that blocked vision itself, like a moving mountain collapsing from the sky. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since the distress signal was sent. Most of the space beasts were now contained, and already 4 had been killed by the Imperial Guards alone. More were still emerging, but more rapid support crafts were also racing toward the battlefield, and 3 elite guard commanders had yet to arrive. Aldera, too, had freed herself from the overwhelming pressure. She was now fully focused on preventing the space beasts from escaping, intercepting them with ruthless precision. She had even found the space to launch 2 direct attacks at the corridor gate so far, but each time, a space beast had emerged at that exact instant and absorbed the strike in full, its massive body acting as a living shield for the corridor. Even so, the situation was under control, at least for now. What helped most was the nature of the enemies. Every creature that had emerged so far had been a nascent space beast. Their power ranged from the peak of a world cataclysm at most, down to a low Nexus state. Perhaps 1 or 2 were exceptional, touching a mid-Nexus state level, but that was all. If even 1 or 2 young space beasts appeared, like the one that had once emerged beside Verilion, everything would change completely. The guards would be helpless against even a single one, no matter how many of them gathered. Numbers would become meaningless. A young space beast was almost planet-sized. This might actually work. Robin muttered softly, a faint, restrained smile forming on his face. I may not need to use that card after all. Whoosh! Then, something happened. Something that made Robin's heart freeze solid. The gate stopped releasing space beasts. The endless pitch-black void behind it suddenly shifted and turned red. It was a deep, dark crimson, the color of coagulated human blood, a red filled with veins, grooves, and twisting organic patterns, layered with strange symbols and structures that looked less like energy and more like living tissue. Robin slowly rose to his feet, his movements stiff, his breath shallow, his mind struggling to comprehend why a gate hundreds of meters in diameter had suddenly transformed into something that looked alive. He activated the Eye of Truth. Golden light flickered in his pupils. And then, his expression collapsed, as if his soul itself had been dragged into an icy hell. His lips trembled, his mouth opened, and in a barely audible whisper, he said, "Is that an eye?" Rumble. Chapter 2038. Rumble. Robin stopped breathing, his lungs locking, his body frozen as if the air itself had vanished from the world around him. The shadow swords and the Imperial Guards surrounding him noticed nothing at all, no ripple, no pressure, and no warning sign of any kind. Halak, Latania, Drake, and the rest of the guards who were locked in brutal combat with the space beasts at that very moment noticed nothing either, no tremor, no shift, and no unseen presence creeping closer. Only Robin saw it, and only Aldera felt it. Aldera's wide eyes opened to their fullest, her pupils trembling as her entire body instantly shifted into a full combat state, muscles tightening, energy surging, when she sensed the aura of that thing approaching the gate. An adult space beast. Not even a behemoth could kill an adult void beast. Even if a behemoth and all his offspring joined forces against one, the absolute best they could ever achieve would be forcing it to retreat. Those entities were exclusive prey of the cosmic elder alone, existences meant to be erased only by beings that stood above natural law itself. In the instant Aldera hesitated, just a fraction of a second, and instinctively prepared for battle, one of the nascent space beasts exploited the opening and escaped through the defensive net. Damn it! Aldera snapped back to her senses and immediately resumed containment, forcibly tightening the suppression field. If she lost focus even slightly, all of these beasts would escape and spread across the entire sector like a cosmic plague. An adult space beast could not pass through this narrow corridor. She had to focus on what she was doing, only on her task, nothing else. The support of the Black Wasps had helped greatly. Her role had been reduced to preventing the space beasts from escaping and leaving the killing to them. Even so, the responsibility on her shoulders was still enormous, crushing. One mistake, just one, and the entire system would collapse, dragging all the surrounding planets into a survival catastrophe that no civilization could endure. Huong. At that moment, the eye moved. It was as if the entire gate itself turned to look in a single direction, like a colossal living entity shifting its gaze with silent intent. Aldera, be careful. Robin shouted when he saw where it was looking, his voice sharp with urgency. Ha! Aldera instinctively turned toward the gate, because that was where the only creature she truly had to fear existed. Bang! She felt nothing but a massive shockwave, pure destructive force, that hurled her backward hundreds of meters through the air like a broken doll. Then Aldera spat thick blood, her body shaking as she wiped her mouth with a mix of forced calm and deep, instinctive terror. The adult space beast had attacked her. It attacked her with nothing but a sideways glance from the other side. No movement, no strike, no technique, just intent made physical. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 3 nascent space beasts managed to escape, slipping through the collapsing containment like shadows through cracks in a wall. Aldera, attack the gate. That thing is trying to push you away so the nascent beasts can escape this death trap. Robin shouted, his voice tearing through the battlefield chaos. It's just an eye, there's no protection on it. Burst its eye. Disturbance. Robin felt his entire body shudder violently, a deep instinctive fear crawling through his nerves. The eye of the adult space beast focused on him. Faced with that gaze, ancient, cold, and infinitely vast, Robin formed a twisted, unsettling smile and muttered, "Did you understand my words, Mr. Beast?" Bang! A colossal shockwave burst from the gate, racing straight toward Robin like a tidal wall of annihilation. Shit! Robin's eyes flew wide open in pure shock. This time, the shockwave was not aimed upward at Aldera. It skimmed the ground. The moment it exited the gate, it erased dozens of meters of terrain, pulverizing the earth itself, striking several beasts and Imperial guards alike, reducing everything in its path to chaos. And it showed no sign of stopping before reaching him. BZZZT. Robin opened an instant space portal beside him and jumped through it, his followers leaping in with him in perfect coordination. He had absolutely no intention of standing his ground, not against something like that. Doom. In the next instant, the attack passed through, erasing the area where he had been standing, continuing forward until it vanished into the horizon, wiping everything in its path as if the world itself were being erased line by line. Stop! Aldera shouted at the gate, her voice filled with fury and command. She raised her blade forward, coating it in a dense layer of strange, unnatural energy that warped the space around it, then said coldly, without hesitation, late regret. Then she thrust. Slash! The thrust passed through the gate and carved a clear, unmistakable wound into the eye of the adult space beast, tearing through its surface and forcing it to blink violently in reflex. Disturbance. At that moment, everyone felt their bodies lock in place, as if an invisible force had pinned them to reality itself. Even the nascent space beasts were no exception. The adult space beast was truly enraged. But something strange happened next. The injury in its eye suddenly deepened, as if an unseen force had reopened the same wound from within. The scream of the adult space beast erupted from the other side, raw with pain and uncontrollable rage, forcing everyone to instinctively raise their hands to cover their ears. The sound alone felt like it was tearing through nerves and bones. All the nascent space beasts dropped to their knees, overwhelmed by the pressure and terror of that roar. Then the wound deepened again by the exact same amount, as if reality itself was replaying the injury. This time, the beast shut its eye completely and began to move away, its massive presence retreating from the gate. Humph! Aldera waved her short sword with a trace of confidence, her posture firm and controlled. Late regret is one of the techniques of the fundamental repetition law. It injects the attack with an enormous amount of condensed energy that is later used to reproduce the same wound multiple times at irregular intervals, without the need for a second strike. It does not just deepen the wound. It also creates a powerful psychological distortion in the enemy's mind, disrupting their focus and shattering their ability to think clearly about their next move. Late regret is such a brutal and cruel technique that even she does not use it often on her enemies, but this time, she had no other choice. She then lifted her sword again, drawing in her breath and gathering power, preparing the same attack, this time toward the boundary of the corridor gate itself. A large portion of her power would collapse, and she would no longer be able to kill the remaining nascent space beasts. Most likely, many of them would escape. But after seeing all this, letting dozens of them escape into the sector was still better than allowing the gate to remain open and continue releasing horrors. With cold, resolute eyes, Aldera began to mutter, late regret. Shwa-ea. At that moment, fire burst violently from the gate toward Aldera. It was a strange flame, purple-black in color, thick and viscous like oil, flowing like living darkness. Damn it! Aldera cancelled her attack instantly. It was completely unsuitable for defense. She began to retreat rapidly until she calmed her energy enough to shift her technique to something else. She then stopped, planting her feet firmly, gripping the hilt of her sword with one hand and the blade's spine with the other, and muttered in a low, focused voice, self-repetition. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 copies of Aldera appeared beside her at that moment, their forms identical, their auras perfectly synchronized. All of them resisted together, forming a massive energy wall that redirected the attack into space, all of this just to prevent the strike from descending onto the planet and annihilating it. That was how catastrophic its power truly was. Then, Shwa-ea. Before Aldera could even catch her breath, another attack surged toward her from the gate. At the same time, whoosh, whoosh, two more space beasts managed to escape from the immense pressure caused by the adult space beast and broke free from the containment zone. Amid all the chaos, Robin scratched his head with an irritated expression, his face clearly showing inner conflict as he weighed between two decisions. Then he slammed his hand down hard. Damn it! He placed the other hand on his forehead and pulled something out. A glowing purple orb emerged, radiant and pulsating with dense energy. That radiant sphere rapidly took the form of the Cosmic Elder, who appeared with a wide, casual smile and waved playfully. Yo! Robin smiled as well and waved back. Yo yo. Then he pointed behind the Cosmic Elder. Say hello over there too. The Cosmic Elder's soul shard turned slowly and extended his soul sense toward the gate, his expression shifting from curiosity to focus, then to absolute shock. You. Chapter 2039. A yellow square gate opened beside Robin, its edges humming with dense spatial energy, and a middle-aged man stepped out of it, a man missing a leg and an arm, with a thick bandage tightly covering his eyes. He was still in the process of wearing his clothes as he emerged, as if he had been pulled directly from his bed. A short red robe reaching to the knees, completely open down the middle, fluttered slightly in the unstable air around the portal. Welcome, Robin nodded toward the newcomer, his expression calm despite the chaos around them. Shush! But the Cosmic Elder ignored him completely and jumped a few steps forward, still tying his robe with hurried fingers as he examined the situation for himself, his soul sense sweeping the battlefield in a vast invisible wave. That number of nascent beasts on the other side, and the ones that already came through. There are 5 adult beasts on the other side? At least 90 young ones. His voice shifted from confusion to disbelief, then to something closer to alarm. Then he turned back to Robin, pointing behind him as if he had forgotten how to speak, his face frozen in pure shock. Believe it or not, I wasn't trying to destroy the universe or anything like that, Robin said awkwardly, like a school principal being questioned about a disaster he caused. I was just trying to create a corridor between 2 sectors so I could move my armies easily, then this happened. Everything just spiraled out of control. How? In a voice that almost didn't exist, the Cosmic Elder asked, how do you try to connect 2 sectors and end up attacking the end-of-world barrier and breaking it? How did you even break it in the first place? His disbelief was so intense it bordered on outrage. Then he examined the gate again, his senses probing its structure, and shouted at Robin, and how in hell is this gate so ridiculously stable? This thing shouldn't even be able to exist in this state. Ugh, it's that damned die of judgment, an ability master law of causality. Robin shook his head in frustration. After I finished constructing this worm corridor made from 3rd grade spacetime, I asked the die where to direct it to get the most benefits, and it brought me here. Honestly, it's the die's fault. I didn't choose this destination, it chose me. Causality, and spacetime. The Cosmic Elder muttered, then deep confusion spread across his face, his thoughts clearly colliding. What is this? What kind of combination is that supposed to be? Well, old man, we can save the confusion for later. Robin pointed toward the gate, his tone sharpening. Aldera might not hold much longer, and if she falls, everything here collapses. Shwa-ea. At that moment, another massive wave of purple-black fire surged toward Aldera, pouring out endlessly as if it had no limit, dense like burning oil and violent like a living storm. The Cosmic Elder turned back toward the gate, bent slightly to scratch his bare leg in an almost casual motion, then finally spoke, his voice calm but heavy. Wait here a moment. Whoosh. The Cosmic Elder vanished. No one knew where he went, and no one could trace his movement. In the very next instant, the purple-black flame attack abruptly stopped, as if something inside had forcibly crushed it. In the moment after that, everyone saw a strange brown glow deep inside, spreading like an internal eruption. In the moment after that, a scream was heard. Whoa. Ha, ha. Aldera caught her breath, watching the gate with tightly furrowed brows, her grip tightening on her weapon, not knowing what was happening inside and unable to sense the source clearly. Whoosh. At that moment, a nearby nascent space beast tried to escape, wings flaring desperately, but slash, a precise thrust from Aldera pierced its wing and stopped it mid-motion, sending it crashing down. She shouted, her voice cold and absolute, that's enough. Not a single one of you is leaving. I'm not chasing you all across the sector. Then she stabbed toward the farthest one without hesitation. The nascent space beasts began moving again after the crushing pressure from the adult space beast disappeared. The guards also returned to battle, formations reforming instantly. Richard, at that moment, was fighting one alone, his body blazing with violent energy. The massive battlefield ignited once more. Robin slowly scanned his surroundings, confusion etched across his face. The Cosmic Elder had unquestionably done something. Robin could feel it clearly, an overwhelming aura of balance flowing from the other side of the gate, like a cosmic scale being forcibly corrected. He could also sense the life energy of an adult space beast dispersing, unraveling into the void, an unmistakable sign of its death. And yet, why had the Cosmic Elder chosen to strike the other side instead of simply annihilating the gate itself? The question gnawed at him. Whoosh. Nearly half an hour later, space rippled again. The Cosmic Elder reappeared in front of Robin, standing calmly as if nothing extraordinary had happened. In his hand, he held 3 small crystalline cubes. Inside each cube floated a purple-black sphere, dense and luminous, like a dark grape made of condensed cosmic night. Take these, he said casually. I managed to secure 3, the rest escaped. All the juveniles fled as well, and the nascent beasts scattered in every direction. The other side is quiet now, completely stabilized. Then his gaze shifted to Robin, narrowing slightly. Hey, are you still carrying the box with you? This. Robin's eyes sharpened instantly as he recognized them. Crystals of 3 adult space beasts. The Cosmic Elder scanned Robin's body in a single glance, his perception piercing through layers of energy and spatial concealment. Then he clicked his tongue in open irritation. How is it even possible that you're not carrying the sun sealing box on your person? Yes, the monstrous power sealed inside it makes it nearly impossible to store in a space ring, but that only means you should be holding it day and night. His voice hardened. What if it falls into the wrong hands? What if someone else gains access to it? He snorted coldly. Is this how you handle entrusted relics and cosmic-level responsibilities? Easy, old man. Robin raised one hand calmly, signaling him to relax. Then, without hesitation, he stabbed his hand sideways into empty space. Half of his arm vanished. Slowly, deliberately, he began pulling something out. Reality warped around his hand as a wooden box emerged, dragged out of nothingness itself. This. The Cosmic Elder's expression shifted instantly. He focused his senses and power completely on the point where Robin had pierced space. With deep concentration, he perceived the structure hidden there. A tiny cube existed beside Robin, barely 1 meter in size. Yet it was completely severed from surrounding spacetime, isolated from reality itself. It wasn't inside space, it existed outside it, like a private micro-universe. It's spacetime indeed, the Cosmic Elder muttered. Who do you think I am, old man? Robin grinned broadly, eyes gleaming with confidence. This is my private safe space. Anything I place inside it, no matter what it is, no matter how dangerous, stays bound to me permanently. Wherever I go, it follows. His smile deepened. It took me 15 years to engineer this spacetime box so it would follow me everywhere. 15 years of refinement, failure, and reconstruction. But I can assure you, not a single second of that time was wasted. He reached forward and took the cubes from the Cosmic Elder's hand. Much appreciated. Then he opened the wooden box, placed them inside carefully, and closed it. A satisfied smile formed on his face. Now he possessed 28 adult Space Beast crystals, in addition to the Ancestor crystal. An absurd, terrifying level of wealth and power. After returning the box to the safe space, he looked back at the Cosmic Elder and smiled again. I honestly don't know why you're giving me all 3 instead of saving them for your children or successors, he said lightly, but I won't refuse free cosmic treasures. Thanks. The Cosmic Elder shook his head slowly. I have no way to use them. His voice was calm, almost indifferent. Keeping them with me serves no purpose. Robin's smile vanished instantly. A cold silence passed through his expression. Is this old man trying to get me killed? Then he pointed toward the gate, his face tightening with irritation. Then why go to the other side at all if you don't need these things, he asked. Wouldn't it have been far simpler, far cleaner, to just destroy the gate? Destroy it. The Cosmic Elder frowned deeply, his expression turning severe. Are you insane? Chapter 2040. Are you insane? The Cosmic Elder said in astonishment, his tone sharp with disbelief. Why would I ever close a stable passage that extends beyond the barrier? Robin glanced past the Cosmic Elder, his gaze drawn to the colossal battle that was violently reshaping the very terrain of the planet. Mountains were breaking, seas were shifting, and the land itself seemed to writhe under the force of impact. Do you see something I don't? He asked quietly. Yes. Even though I am blind, I see far better than you, who only stares beneath his own feet and never lifts his vision beyond the dust. The Cosmic Elder shook his head slightly in disappointment, then turned toward Leonid and the others and gestured firmly for them to move away. Shoo! Leonid furrowed his brows hard, confusion tightening his features, then looked toward Robin. Your Majesty. Leave. Robin spoke a single word, cold and absolute. Yes, sir. The 10 bowed deeply and vanished without a trace. Robin then turned back to the Cosmic Elder, brows tightly drawn together, his expression heavy with tension. Please, explain yourself clearly. One moment. The Cosmic Elder floated smoothly until he reached the square gate he had entered through and called out in a calm, familiar voice, My dear, send 2 chairs. Yes, 2 chairs, and 2 cups of my usual warm drink, the one I always take. He returned to stand beside Robin. Hey, he gestured lazily toward the battlefield. What do you see, truly? At that moment, the number of dead space beasts had doubled again, their massive bodies scattered like ruined monuments. Aldera had begun killing them directly instead of merely containing them, moving with ruthless efficiency. 2 new rapid intervention ships had arrived at the scene, raising the number of Imperial guards to nearly 2,400. It was only a matter of time before the remaining nascent space beasts would fall under overwhelming force. And yet, Aldera was clearly exhausted, her movements heavier and slower than before. Several hundred of the Imperial guards had fallen, dead or wounded, their armor broken and scattered across the ground. This section of the planet had had its features violently altered by those plateaus that were supposed to be corpses. Because of the repeated beast attacks and the relentless assault on them, that area had sunk significantly and filled with water, transforming from a once beautiful shore into a broken patch above the sea, half land, half ruin. I see a battle that must end, Robin said slowly, his voice low and heavy, a battle that must never be repeated again. He sighed deeply. Pa! The Cosmic Elder slapped the back of Robin's head. Look closer, much closer. Why are you hitting me, old man? Robin shouted in anger, then returned to observing, forcing his eyes back to the scene. What was there to see? Daddy, daddy, daddy. At that moment, a gentle, childish voice came from behind. 2 little girls, who looked about 5 and 6 years old, emerged from the gate carrying 2 wooden chairs above their heads with visible effort. Then a third came holding a tray with 2 cups of a warm drink, walking with extreme care so nothing would spill. Hee, thank you, my dears, thank you. The Cosmic Elder patted their heads affectionately and waved them back toward the gate. Then he sat on a chair and pulled Robin down to sit beside him. Well, did you reach anything at all? No. Robin furrowed his brows intensely, frustration clear on his face. I only see a massive mistake. I see that the die of judgment has been toying with me, mocking every decision I've made. Then let me tell you what you should be seeing. The Cosmic Elder leaned over, took a cup and handed it to Robin, then took one for himself. Holding the cup calmly, he pointed toward one of the corpses. Those scales, don't they hold epic armor within them? Ha! Robin almost jumped from his seat at the question, shock rippling across his face. That blood, don't you see affinity elixir in it? Don't you see inks? Don't you see fuel? The Cosmic Elder pointed to the oily liquid spreading across the ground. How many applications would that blood produce if you sent it to your academy for analysis and refinement? That. Robin murmured, his voice fading as realization slowly began to form. What about the crystals? Every one of those beasts carries a crystal far higher in rank than a star heart stabilizer. Every single person who has tried to use one as a stabilizer either became law dominant, or was killed before they even had a chance to. He paused for a moment, then added with a grin, you don't want to follow the path of those stabilizers? Very well. You can still use them, just not as intended. You can wield them as weapons, or collect them as a treasure, a form of wealth beyond measure. I don't understand. Robin shook his head vigorously, confusion and frustration mixing on his face. Then listen carefully, the Cosmic Elder said with a sly smile, gesturing toward the dead bull lying nearby. The flesh of space beasts is unparalleled, the best there is. Nascent space beasts may be less useful than the young and adult ones, but their meat surpasses even that of the beast kings. And if you study each one individually, you can extract countless benefits, 100 other applications and resources hidden in every single body. What is happening here? Robin sprang to his feet so suddenly that a few drops of his drink scattered across the tray. What are you trying to do exactly? Are you mocking me? I already admitted my mistake. Sit down and don't waste your drink, you won't find anything like it anywhere else in this universe, the Cosmic Elder said firmly, his voice calm yet authoritative, leaving no room for argument. Robin sat reluctantly, irritation clear on his face. He lifted the drink and took a careful sip. Swoof! Immediately, his eyes widened in shock, his pupils dilating, and his cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Your exhaustion vanished in an instant, and you began feeling immense power radiating through your lower half, did you not? The Cosmic Elder chuckled, the sound light and teasing. One of the key ingredients of that drink is marrow fluid from an adult space beast. Hee, things of immense power, indeed. Robin placed the cup back on the tray, then, bang, slammed his face with both hands in disbelief and began shaking his head violently, like a dog trying to shake off water. He glared at the Cosmic Elder with pure fury. I swear, if you don't get to the point right now. Swoof! The Cosmic Elder sipped his own cup leisurely, savoring it. He leaned over and set it carefully on the tray, then turned fully to Robin. Honestly, I'm attempting to tempt you, to make you leave the passage open and take responsibility for it yourself. Robin furrowed his brows, tension tightening his features. Leave it open, that part one understand. I could leave right now if I wanted, but... After a short, tense silence, he continued, his voice lowered, take responsibility for it. The Cosmic Elder pointed deliberately toward the gate. As you can see, the gate is stable and powerful. It is bound to draw more nascent space beasts. Perhaps they left when they saw me kill 3 fully grown adults, but they will inevitably return. Those creatures are not clever, they are like flies, endlessly persistent. Even if you try to shoo them away, they will circle the room and return, relentless. Then he placed his hand on his lone leg and began idly playing with the sparse hair along it. My children are still young, still studying in your academy, and I will not stand in front of the gate to block every wandering nascent space beast from entering the sector. That will be your task. You won't be here. Robin's brows tightened further, disbelief mixing with irritation. You want me to play the role of guardian here while you go off to drink space beast marrow on your own planet? It seems the era of forming my tribe has ended prematurely. A wide, knowing smile spread across the Cosmic Elder's face. From now on, I will spend most of my time there. He gestured again toward the gate, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of pride and anticipation. I am about to fulfill my final dream, little Robin. My biggest dream. Chapter 2041. Your dream. Robin looked surprised for a brief moment, then slowly raised his brows, realization beginning to form in his eyes. Wasn't your dream to live long enough to witness what will happen after 2.2 million years? Wasn't that always your ultimate goal? And what do you think this is? The Cosmic Elder asked calmly, pointing toward the passage with a slow, deliberate motion. At that very moment, the nascent space beasts had already begun returning through the gate, exactly as the Cosmic Elder had predicted. Their initial fear had completely faded, their hesitation gone, and they came back like flies drawn to light, swarming through the opening without caution or restraint. Robin ignored the arrival of more space beasts and fixed his gaze on the gate for a long moment, his eyes narrowing. Are you saying that what we're witnessing right now is what will happen after 2.2 million years? An invasion of space beasts on a cosmic scale? Perhaps, the Cosmic Elder said, turning to face the gate as well, his expression unreadable. No one truly knows what the future holds. Maybe there really will be an invasion by those creatures, and maybe there won't. Then he continued, pointing toward the gate again with quiet certainty, all I know is this. The answer lies there, beyond that barrier, beyond that darkness. Robin remained silent for several moments, his thoughts racing. Do you think this darkness is the ancient belt? The Cosmic Elder did not answer directly, but the implication was heavy, almost unavoidable. What do you know about the ancient belt? The Cosmic Elder's shout from that day echoed in Robin's mind, the same words he had once heard from the all-seeing god himself. If the young belt lay behind them, then this direction could only be the ancient one, without doubt. But if the belt was infested with space beasts like this, then what had happened to it? Was it completely destroyed? Had the beasts devoured every planet and every sun that once existed there? I don't know if this is the ancient belt, the Cosmic Elder said slowly, shaking his head, but I want to go there and search for myself. I want to know the truth with my own existence. Robin turned toward the Cosmic Elder, brows tightly drawn together, suspicion clear in his expression. There's something you're not telling me. Some things must remain secrets, the Cosmic Elder sighed softly, his voice heavy with meaning. Not this time. Robin shook his head firmly. If you want to use the passage I created, and if you want to help me keep it clean and protected, then you're going to talk. No half-truths. The Cosmic Elder remained silent for several full minutes, the battlefield's distant chaos filling the space between them, before he finally opened his mouth. What do you know about the universe before my emergence? Is it time for bragging? Fine, I'll play along. Robin chuckled dryly. From what I've heard, the universe before the rise of the invincible Cosmic Elder was nothing more than a playground for space beasts and the plague. They say the universe was originally connected, without sectors, without divisions, but the enemies of life, the plague and the space beasts, ravaged it so completely that those isolated buffer zones were created just to contain the destruction. Almost, the Cosmic Elder nodded slowly. Indeed, in the past there were only the young belt and the mid belt. But there's something you're missing, he continued, his tone growing more serious. Those buffer zones between sectors were not created by destruction alone. They were deliberately crafted by the creature they call the space beast ancestor. You could say he wanted to organize the extermination process itself, because the space beasts had become so numerous, so overwhelming in number, that they began attacking one another whenever they encountered a rich planet. Even they could no longer coexist with their own kind. To that extent. Robin swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. You're making me imagine the universe as nothing more than a vast farm for them, a place of endless resources and prey, nothing more than a feeding ground. More than that, the Elder raised a brow slightly, his expression calm but heavy with meaning. In truth, the universe was far, far larger than what we possess now. Vast beyond comprehension. If you pay attention, you can cross a single sector lengthwise and widthwise in just a few hours, but traveling between sectors and crossing the barrier takes years. Why do you think that is? Then he continued in a very calm, controlled voice, because space is compressed there. The ancestor of the space beasts cut away 90% of the universe and began compressing it, forcibly shaping it to form those buffer zones. He struck multiple targets with a single move, the Cosmic Elder said slowly, as memories resurfaced in his mind. First, he reduced collisions and internal conflict between the space beasts under his control. Second, he declared that the buffer zones he created, and everything within them, belonged solely to him, forbidden to all other space beasts. Third, he paused briefly. In this way, he tightened his grip over the entire universe, true, absolute dominion. Not influence, not control, dominion. Robin swallowed again, his breath unconsciously quickening. Just imagining what had taken place in that era made his chest feel tight, his thoughts heavy. No wonder the buffer zones were filled with spatial storms, planetary debris, and black holes. Was this because the ancestor of the space beasts had forcibly compressed reality itself? Just how far did his power truly reach? What kind of existence could reshape the universe on such a scale? And thinking about it, that being was defeated by the Cosmic Elder. Perhaps more respect was not just deserved, perhaps it was necessary. Robin's eyes drifted to the Cosmic Elder's bare, hairy leg and the simple sandal that revealed his toes, lingering there for a brief second, before he returned his gaze coldly to the Elder's face. What happened after that, old man? What happened was chaos, the Cosmic Elder replied. The numbers of the plague increased because of that disorder, as no power had time or men to fight it, and as a result, the number of plague mutants grew as well, until, eventually, a massive council was formed called the Abyss of Doom. All of them were highly intelligent mutants, all of them dominant level beings, and beneath their command marched countless armies of every known type of plague. At that time, the spread of the Crimson and Black Plague was not confined to chosen planets as it is now, he continued. They had developed a way to build vessels, living constructs, that allowed them to leave their own planets and attack others. Hideous structures made of blood, flesh, and bone. The mere sight of one of them above your planet meant extinction. Nothing survived. It reached the point where they began to feel they were in direct competition with the space beasts, the Cosmic Elder said, his voice darkening. They wanted to become more numerous, more powerful, to decide who truly deserved to rule what remained of the universe after the ancestor of the space beasts claimed the buffer zones. So they stopped attacking planets personally, he continued, brows tightening. They created special seeds, engineered seeds. They would drop them from their vessels onto a planet and then leave. Those seeds would later bloom, giving birth to a black or crimson plague, and a new cycle of destruction would begin. The Abyss of Doom grew in power so rapidly, he said grimly, that they themselves began to contend with adult space beasts for the right to devour massive planets. Planets as large and rich as galaxy seeds were always a war zone between these two anti-life creatures. And where did human power stand in all this chaos? Robin finally burst out, unable to remain silent any longer, his voice sharp with tension and disbelief. Chapter 2042. Where did human power stand in all this chaos? You tell me, the Cosmic Elder laughed softly, though there was no real amusement in his eyes. The legends they spread claim that they fought with all their strength to protect the people, so tell me, does anything I am telling you now even remotely suggest any kind of true resistance? Then he shook his head slowly. At that point, the universe was only large enough to accommodate everyone for a time. There were many regions that had not yet tasted devastation, and there were people who used special methods to keep their planets in constant motion, forever fleeing danger. As for the very few behemoths that existed back then, they focused only on protecting their own galaxies, nothing more. That was the reality of that era. Robin's expression darkened, his features tightening as anger replaced shock. Yes, in places like this, when an external enemy appears seeking to slaughter the inhabitants of a land, people do not unite. They fragment. They form tribes. They isolate themselves. They draw borders instead of breaking them. They watch what happens to their neighbors with hollow sympathy, waving empty words like, "Our hearts are with you," while they rush to fortify themselves with weapons and methods they already know will never truly save them. Why do not all the people unite to face the coming threat together? If they did, they would most likely win. Perhaps this is the true survival instinct. Everyone wants to stay alive for as long as possible, even if they know their turn is coming, even if they know death is inevitable. Yes, Robin had tasted this filth many times in his early days. And that, precisely that, was why he chose imperial expansion. The Council of Elders, the Assembly of Sages, democracy, all of it is nonsense. In critical moments, everyone chooses what benefits them personally. Rule by iron and fire is the only solution in hard times. The Cosmic Elder left Robin alone with his thoughts for a few minutes, calmly enjoying the sight of the nascent space beasts fighting in the distance. Then he waved a few times to pull Robin back. Setting all that aside, he said, there is a very important question you should infer from everything I have said. I want you to ask it. I want to know if you are as smart as you seem. Robin turned to the Cosmic Elder and furrowed his brows for a moment. There actually is a question I have been asking myself since you started talking. Then he continued seriously, his voice steady, focused. Why did the space beasts suddenly increase in that era? If they had existed in such numbers from the beginning, human and demi-human behemoths would never have emerged, civilization would never have formed, and there would not even be something called a universe in the first place. Excellent. The Cosmic Elder slapped Robin on the back with approval. They did not exist. Ha! Robin raised one brow in sharp confusion. You mean they were few? No, the Cosmic Elder said firmly, shaking his head. They did not exist at all. Not in small numbers. Not in any form. The universe had never known space beasts before that point, neither nascent nor ancestral. They simply appeared in massive numbers, and the extermination began without any warning. But that makes no sense, Robin said quickly. Those stupid creatures would not wait for millions of years in hiding, restraining themselves. And where were they anyway if there were no sectors? Did they just appear from the atoms of the air? From empty space? Or did they? Robin suddenly widened his eyes to their limit. His breath caught. He slowly raised his hand and pointed toward the gate. Don't tell me. Correct, the Cosmic Elder said quietly. At that time no one knew the reason or where they came from. Not the great powers. Not the councils. Not even me, when I first fought them. He tilted his head toward the gate. But at that time, they did come from beyond the barrier. He paused for a heartbeat. Most likely it was a nest like the one you are seeing now, except a far larger one. A colossal nest. One that contained an ancestor among them. Another one that contains an ancestor. Robin showed a terrified, uneasy smile, the tension clear on his face. Is there more? Is there even more than that? Of course. 2 other space beast ancestors chased me once, he. The Cosmic Elder chuckled lightly, as if recalling an old inconvenience rather than a nightmare. The universe was truly fortunate that the barrier sealed before more of them could enter and cross into our side. Wait. Robin suddenly stood up and took 2 steps back, his expression filled with disbelief. You are talking about a lot of extremely huge events, cosmic, universe-altering events, as if they mean absolutely nothing. The Cosmic Elder maintained his silence for a moment. There is a forbidden history, even for the behemoths, little Robin. A history sealed away by fear itself. But as the wielder of 5 master laws, as the master of this corridor, I believe you are qualified, more than qualified, to hear the truth. Robin sharpened all his senses to their limits, preparing himself to absorb every fragment of information, every hidden truth, every buried secret that was about to be revealed. Behind him, the war was intensifying to a terrifying degree, to the point that an entire unit of the Imperial Guard had specialized solely in dragging away the corpses of their fallen comrades and the bodies of nascent space beasts away from the gate, trying desperately to keep the battlefield from collapsing into total chaos. At that time, when that incident occurred, tens of millions of years ago, I was still just a young man, barely exploring the second stage of balance, and the wretch Sevar had not even been formed in his father's testicle yet, but there was already a woman who had reached the 6th stage of a master law. Athena. Robin leapt to the conclusion, his voice sharp with realization. Yes, she was the first being to ever reach that level in a master law, specifically, the master law of primordial chaos. The Cosmic Elder nodded firmly and slowly. Her history before that black point was terrifyingly powerful. She ruled over the few behemoths of that era, dominating them completely. She was known for her brutality, for her absolute authority, and for living by the principle of, be, and it is. Whoever defied her command was erased from existence, along with their homeland, their people, and their legacy. But that history has vanished now. It no longer exists in records. No one knows her name except a few, and even they do not know what she was truly like in those days. Robin was deeply astonished. Truly, he had never heard anything, no legends, no myths, no forbidden records, about that era. One day, after profound boredom consumed her from ruling the universe, after millions upon millions of years spent at the very center of the cosmos, in the region of primordial chaos that continuously produces planets and worlds, and after realizing there was nothing left she did not know, nothing left to conquer, nothing left to explore, she set her eyes on the end of the world barrier. Athena headed there with her usual ferocity and overwhelming momentum. She wanted to see what lay beyond the barrier, and she would see what lay beyond it. That was how her mind worked. There was no such thing as logic, caution, or causality for her. The cosmic elder looked as if he could see her standing before his eyes. So she began striking the barrier with a colossal blow empowered by primordial chaos itself, hammering it again and again, until she shattered a part of it. Shattered. Robin's eyes widened to their absolute limits. He had barely opened a small breach, without any massive explosion, yet the consequences had been terrifying beyond imagination. Yes, she shattered a fragment of the barrier the size of a galaxy, a colossal rupture that sent tides across the universe. Then she continued forward beyond it, head held high, filled with pride and dominance, ready to explore and subjugate whatever existence lay on the other side. He then slowly shook his head. But what she encountered was a space beast ancestor in his own nest, no fewer than 100 adult space beasts, 2,000 young space beasts, and nearly 1 million nascent space beasts. Chapter 2043. Robin's eyes flew wide open. An ancestor, 100 adult space beasts, 2,000 young space beasts, and 1 million nascent space beasts. Each one of them alone was enough to seriously trouble even the cosmic elder and bring about slow, catastrophic destruction over time. 100 adult space beasts? Only one had appeared in Sector 911, and it set the entire universe ablaze, forcing everyone to watch in terror. No one dared go near it. They left it to devour hundreds of planets freely, until the cosmic elder himself finally appeared and killed it. But what if 99 more had appeared alongside it at the same time? I don't know whether it was her bad luck or the universe's miserable fate that caused this, or perhaps there are many such massive nests in existence, and it was only natural that she would stumble upon one of them after destroying such a large fragment of the barrier. What matters is that Athena finally met her true equal in those beasts. Even though it was the very first time she had ever seen such creatures, she did not retreat or hesitate. She immediately understood how dangerous they were and refused to withdraw to make calculations or reassess the situation. She stood her ground, unmoving, and a colossal, world-shaking battle erupted. In that battle, Athena managed to kill nearly a quarter of the nest's members, but they swarmed her relentlessly, and with the direct support of the ancestor of these space beasts, they inflicted extremely severe and devastating injuries on her, forcing her to retreat back within the heart of the universe once again. The space beasts, of course, seized the opportunity without hesitation and entered without permission. Then they exploited the fact that the mid-belt space was extremely light and unstable, allowing them to move with terrifying freedom and cross vast distances in the blink of an eye by tearing through the fabric of space itself with almost no effort at all. That is why they were later named space beasts. But in truth, they are merely beasts whose origin we know nothing about. They have no real or intrinsic connection to the law of space itself. When Athena saw what was happening, when she saw that 3/4 of that massive nest had already entered and that a brutal massacre of the universe's inhabitants had begun, when she realized that the breach was still there, sealing again but very slowly, and that more nests had begun to notice it and move closer, preparing to enter as well, she decided to intervene once more. This time, her goal was to close the rift again. But unfortunately, destroying something is always easy, repairing it is infinitely harder. Athena drew power directly from the primordial chaos at the center of the universe to close the barrier, the immensely powerful barrier that was never meant to be broken, the barrier that required an enormous, almost unimaginable quantity of primordial chaos to seal and restore it to its original state. The energy demanded was so vast that the number of planets produced annually from primordial chaos decreased dramatically, and the density of primordial chaos in the young belt space remains weak and thin to this very day. So vast, in fact, that a sixth-stage wielder of the law of primordial chaos was gravely injured in the process, to the point that her ancient body exploded because it acted as a direct conduit for that overwhelming energy. Of course, she was already severely wounded from her previous battle, but this alone allows you to imagine the sheer, terrifying magnitude of what it took to repair the barrier after it had been broken. Then he slowly shook his head. The barrier should never have been destroyed. It was never meant to be broken, at least not while the universe was still in such a fragile, primitive state. Perhaps the appearance of someone like Athena at such an early point in cosmic history was the true problem. But even so, at the very least, she sacrificed her body, and almost the entire future of the universe itself, whose development slowed to an unimaginable degree because of the drastic decline in the density of primordial chaos energy, just to restore the barrier to what it once was, to return it to its original, sealed state. That woman. Robin murmured under his breath. What? You can't decide whether Athena was good or evil, the cosmic elder chuckled softly. Let me tell you something, I am absolutely certain that if the barrier had opened on its own, or someone else shattered it, Athena would never have risked her life to close it. She sealed it for one simple reason, she was the one who opened it. That's all there is to it. Because she cannot accept living with the truth that she failed at something. She cannot coexist with her own mistakes. She's a stubborn, iron-headed woman, take it from me. Then he tilted his head slightly, his expression shifting. Alright, I admit it, her actions after she regained her power show that she felt a measure of remorse. But even then, she only tried to fix what she had personally broken. She never attempted to intervene in anything else that didn't concern her directly, no matter how vast or catastrophic it was. In my eyes, she's still a stubborn woman. What happened after that? Robin asked quietly, swallowing hard. After repairing the wall and losing her physical body, Athena's soul returned to its dwelling in the very heart of primordial chaos to rebuild herself a new form. She sealed herself off there along with those who were with her, isolating herself completely. She no longer concerned herself with what was happening to the universe, nor with the space beasts that had already entered it. Perhaps she wouldn't have been able to do anything about it anyway, the Cosmic Elder continued calmly. Then events began to unfold one after another, exactly as you already know. The space beasts spread across the cosmos, the plague flourished and expanded, then began to compete with them for dominance. After that, the ancestor of the space beasts compressed 90% of the universe for himself, forming it into isolated zones. All of it happened like chess pieces falling one after another on a board. Every single sign pointed toward the extinction of life within just a few millennia. Until you appeared on the stage? Robin sighed softly. Well, I don't want to brag, the Cosmic Elder said, adjusting his posture and lightly moving his slipper with a pleased, almost playful motion. Speak directly, old man, Robin said, narrowing his eyes with impatience. What happened after I attained the 6th stage of the Master Law of Balance wasn't very different from what you've already heard. At the peak of my power, I first attacked the central gathering of the Abyss of Doom, slaughtered half of them, and scattered the rest to the far reaches of the universe. I killed several space beasts as well, but I couldn't locate them easily or hunt them efficiently, so I began constructing a colossal array, one formed using entire solar systems as its foundation, to expel their entire race back to the place they came from, beyond the barrier. Just before activating the array, the space beast ancestor appeared. He had been fully immersed in devouring his prey within the isolated zones between the sectors all along and gained more power in the process. He was roughly my size, and he even possessed the ability to take on a human form. That day, I sacrificed half of my remaining life force and half of my internal organs just to kill him. And that wasn't enough, I then sacrificed several more parts of my body, along with multiple solar systems and entire galaxies, in order to complete the array and permanently expel the entire race of the space beasts from this universe. The Cosmic Elder fell silent for a long moment, then a nostalgic, distant smile appeared on his face. Before that day, I was still young, still in my prime, standing at the absolute peak of my strength. But after that, he exhaled softly, oh well, you can see what's left of me now. Then he extended his hand and gently patted Robin's head. And then you healed me, restoring 10% of the man I once was. Truly, he said quietly, thank you again, little one. Chapter 2044. Herr Robin sighed deeply, letting out a slow breath as he cast a long, lingering look toward the gate, his expression heavy with mixed emotions. Well, thanks for ending that ordeal for me, otherwise my story would have ended before it even had the chance to truly begin. The Cosmic Elder maintained his silence for a few long moments, his presence calm yet overwhelming. I am telling you about a catastrophe that tore the universe apart, about quadrillions of victims, and about the loss of most of my physical body, and somehow, you still managed to turn it all into something centered around yourself. What staggering arrogance. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. I suppose you really do share a trait or two with Athena. Drop that for now. Robin waved his hand dismissively several times, clearly uninterested in the comparison. Tell me more about the space beast's ancestor. His brows knitted together in deep thought. If it was truly that powerful, then why didn't it break the barrier? Especially if there were more of them, just as you claimed. All I can offer you are speculations, unfortunately. The Cosmic Elder shrugged slightly. The first reason may simply be that the power required to break the barrier is unimaginably immense, and in a direct one-on-one confrontation, a space beast ancestor is actually weaker than both me and Athena. He continued in a calm, reflective tone, I once spoke with Athena about what truly happened. She told me that during her first battle, the space beast ancestor remained in the backlines, attacking only from a distance, never daring to come close, allowing the other beasts to assault her and steadily drain her power. Otherwise, she would have killed it first without hesitation. A faint, knowing smile appeared on his face. And don't forget, Athena had already shattered the barrier through brute force at that time, and more than half of her energy was scattered to the winds. Had she been at full strength, she might have taken its head, destroyed the nest entirely, or at the very least forced them to scatter, just as you saw me do now. Even I was attacked by the space beast ancestor while I was in the final stages of preparing the array. It constantly tried to strike the array itself, not me, and I was in an extremely poor defensive position. I deliberately took the blows upon my own body so the array I had built with such tremendous difficulty wouldn't be destroyed. That is what pushed me to hasten its elimination using those sacrifices. If the fight had been one-on-one, a truly fair battle, the outcome would have been different. At the very least, I wouldn't have ended up in this miserable state. Your description makes the progenitor of the space beast sound intelligent. Robin said, frowning slightly, his expression filled with unease. Very. The Cosmic Elder nodded slowly. That thing was clever as a fox and treacherous as a serpent. The leap in intelligence it possessed compared to mature space beasts is genuinely terrifying. It was smarter than most of the beings who rule the universe today. He inclined his head slightly. And here we come to the second possibility, that the space beast ancestor can destroy the barrier, but deliberately refrains from doing so for some unknown reason. Robin slowly sat back down, his movements heavy, his thoughts spiraling. The second reason opened an endless number of questions, terrifying questions. If one of them broke the barrier, would something happen to it? Would it be punished? And if so, by whom? Who ordered that the barrier must not be destroyed, and why? And who possesses that kind of absolute authority? If they truly care about the universe, why not simply cast the space beasts far away altogether? Or do they care about the universe, but are waiting for a specific time? A predetermined moment? What will happen then? And what if? Robin violently shook his head, forcing his thoughts to stop. I think the first reason is more convincing, he said quietly. Don't you? Ha, believe me, I truly wish that as well. The old man laughed softly, his voice carrying a strange mix of weariness and nostalgia. Very well, let me continue the account of what happened after the catastrophe, the era that followed the banishment of all the space beasts. After a brief, heavy silence, he resumed, as you already know, I founded the Supreme Council of the Stellar Academy to hunt down what remained of the escaped plague. I only banished the space beasts themselves, the numbers of the plague were far too vast for me to banish them all. I neither possessed the raw power nor the necessary sacrifices to accomplish something of such unimaginable scale. And after that, I made sure the extermination operations against the plague began, in all its different forms and strains. I strengthened the academies, elevated them, and appointed them as the official police force of the universe. At the same time, I established several rules for the behemoths of that era, and for the future ones as well, in an attempt to limit the bloodshed that the universe had grown sick of, saturated with, and almost vomited from its excess. After that, I entered a state similar to Athena's condition before she destroyed the barrier. The Cosmic Elder lowered his voice, his tone heavy as he relived old memories. I had reached the very peak of the universe at that time. There was no one stronger than me. No reason for conflict. No path available for me to obtain the 7th degree of balance, yet I did not do as she did and tyrannize everyone through brute force. After laying down the foundations of everything, I began creating copies of myself and roaming the universe, personally exploring its history and attempting to foresee its future. You could say it eventually became a strange kind of hobby. And I always stopped at a certain point in the past, a point I could never go beyond. The Cosmic Elder frowned deeply. At first, I believed that this was where creation itself began, but no. His brows tightened. What confirmed to me that there had been civilizations before ours were those strange relics scattered across the young belt and the expanding belt, relics of terrifying power, relics that have absolutely nothing to do with our current era. Relics. Robin frowned in confusion. Didn't you tell me you found nothing? I am speaking to you now as the third person who has breached the barrier, not as a child I am trying to take as a disciple, the Cosmic Elder replied calmly. And yet, I did not lie to you. What I found, I do not understand. It is simply a mystery that joined the rest of the universe's mysteries. I found massive stone structures, ancient in form, whose auras I cannot even trace back to the moment of their creation. Each one has a different function. Each one greedily demands to be fed something specific. Each one offers something irresistibly tempting, something that compels people to feed it whatever it desires. And each one transforms into something utterly unbelievable once it becomes fully sated. Stone structures that look as if they are prehistoric. Robin's mind screamed in alarm. This is just like the stepped pyramid in Orphan's Blood, and the tower on Spectre Valley Planet. It fits the description perfectly. The stepped pyramid requires the sacrifice of thousands of people just to raise a single person's level, or to produce elemental pearls. As for the Spectre Valley Tower, Robin had personally observed it swallowing a portion of the soul of those sacrificed upon it, only a very small fragment, as if it merely steals the imprint itself. And even if he does not know what the tower provides to the Syndicate, it must be something enormous for so many people to be killed on it every single day without pause. What do those ancient relics transform into once they gather what they require? Robin asked rapidly, his voice tense with urgency. The Cosmic Elder slowly turned toward him. Where do you think I obtained the 7th stage planetary displacement gear that I handed to you? Robin's eyes widened to their absolute limit, shock flooding his face. Chapter 2045. Robin's eyes flew wide open in pure shock. Those ancient relics actually transform into 7th stage planetary artifacts once they're fully sated? Did you see that happening? Did you feed these things? No. Zillan shook his head. I don't even know whether this is a universal law that applies to all of them, that they must have 7th stage artifacts. The Cosmic Elder shook his head slowly. I have never fed those things, nor do I truly understand how the process works. All of them demand horrific food, something that destroys life itself. In truth, they deserve to be destroyed. If they were not the last remaining traces of the previous era, I would have hunted every single one of them down and wiped them out without hesitation. But I did acquire a few pieces from individuals who committed those abominations and paid the price for them. The Cosmic Elder continued at a slower, heavier pace. One of those pieces is the 7th stage planetary displacement artifact, an artifact of terrifying power, far beyond what you can even imagine. I once used it to relocate an entire natural galaxy, moving it from one sector to another. That is the true scale of its power. Wow! Robin was completely stunned. Even with his expectations already high, this was on a whole different level altogether. A natural galaxy contains millions upon millions of solar systems, each with their own planets. I would never have given up that piece, the Cosmic Elder went on calmly, if I hadn't been grateful for the extra time it gave me to reclaim my life, and if I hadn't wanted to give you something that would grant you the same kind of relief and joy. I didn't want to feel indebted to anyone. He let out a quiet sigh. Of course, my life is infinitely more valuable than any piece of artifact, but, well, you understand. I understand. Robin waved his hand dismissively, then extended it forward with a half-smile. If you want to give me a few more pieces so you never feel indebted at all, I seriously wouldn't mind in the slightest. Oh. The Cosmic Elder laughed. Don't you already have another one? Another one. Robin frowned slightly in confusion, then suddenly shouted, the Seraphim Quill. Correct, the Cosmic Elder nodded. Honestly, I can't say with certainty that it's a 7th-stage artifact. I don't even know which law it uses. It's wrapped in secrets and mystery. I'm not even sure it can be classified as a planetary artifact at all. It might be something entirely different in nature. He shook his head slowly. All I know about the Seraphim is that it emerged from one of those relics, and it is certainly not inferior in rank to a 7th-stage planetary displacement artifact. Robin frowned deeply, his mind racing. He had felt the power of the quill pen without any doubt, its immense energy consumption, its strange awareness, and its terrifying precision. Sometimes, he truly felt as if some ancient entity was guiding his hand, refining every movement, perfecting every line, raising his success rate and dramatically increasing his speed. On top of that was its uncanny ability to analyze and synthesize, an ability that had saved him thousands of years of research and experimentation. Of course, he knew it was strange, terrifyingly strange, but for it to be on the same level as a 7th-stage planetary displacement artifact, that was something he still couldn't fully comprehend or accept. Shall we return to our topic? The Cosmic Elder snapped his fingers in front of Robin's face, breaking his thoughts. Ah, yes, go ahead. Robin shook his head hard to refocus himself. You were talking about what happened after the cosmic piece, and how you searched for the relics. And the way I tell it now makes it sound like a short journey. The Cosmic Elder nodded, but in truth, I spent millions of years on that search. His expression grew heavy, and I won't lie to you. The existence of relics that contain such overwhelmingly powerful pieces, combined with the fact that everything else in the universe disappears beyond a certain point, and the reality that there are strange, unknown monsters beyond the barrier of the end of the world waiting for the chance to kill us all. He paused briefly, then finished quietly. All of that made me afraid. Robin nodded slowly. That single word carried enormous weight coming from someone like the Cosmic Elder. But really, who else in the universe would feel fear when connecting all the threads of what had happened? Only a mind like his could sense the danger in seeing the full picture. Then the Cosmic Elder lightly struck his thigh with a hand, almost as if to emphasize the gravity of what he was about to say. So I decided to take the journey myself to the other side. You actually crossed the wall. Robin's eyes went wide, his pupils dilating in shock. Yes, the Cosmic Elder nodded calmly. Opening the wall isn't particularly difficult when you reach a certain level of power, he said, shaking his head slowly. I opened it briefly using sheer force while activating the Great Ethnic Banishment Array, and I used that temporary opening to send all the space beasts back to the places from which they came. And so I decided to attempt the same myself, the Cosmic Elder continued, his voice deepening with seriousness. I brought several people with me, leaders of the Supreme Council of the Academies, along with several behemoths who were present at the time, and we approached the wall. I used my power to create a stable opening, pledging its permanence by sacrificing a drop from my life artery, one small drop every single day, just to keep the portal viable. Why? Why not just open it temporarily, step through, and allow it to close behind you? Robin asked sharply, leaning forward in disbelief. The Cosmic Elder didn't explicitly say he couldn't do that, but his words made it clear. He had opened it briefly before to expel all the space beasts, after which the wall had sealed itself again. So why risk opening it and keeping it open for an extended period? Opening the wall without breaking it requires careful preparation, a stable array, and countless sacrifices, the Cosmic Elder explained, shaking his head solemnly. What if you opened it for a mere moment, stepped through, and found enemies on the other side you could not possibly face, forcing you to retreat? What would you do then? Destroy the wall from the other side and risk everything? Tisk, tisk. Don't be short-sighted, Robin. That is not how these things work. Robin stayed silent, regretting that he had even questioned it. The key point. The Cosmic Elder continued, leaning forward slightly. I opened the gap, then left the people I had gathered standing in front of it. I instructed them to prevent anything from crossing until I could take a proper look and return. And what I found on the other side shocked me to my core. You found evidence of what happened 97.2 million years ago. Robin's eyes widened slowly, filled with awe and disbelief. No, the Cosmic Elder replied, a sly grin creeping onto his face. I found an infinite number of space beasts chasing me, ahaha. 2 of them possessed power comparable to the space beast ancestor and rained attacks upon me while I struggled to escape, ahaha. Robin could only remain silent. I could not remain beyond the barrier for more than a single day, the Cosmic Elder said, shaking his head, a faint shadow of exhaustion crossing his face. In the end, I was forced to return to the entrance and seal it behind me quickly, before any more could slip through. He glanced at Robin, then chuckled, a dark humor in his tone. Do you know what I discovered next? What? Robin asked cautiously, his curiosity sharpening. I found everyone I had gathered, drowning in their own blood. It turned out that during my absence, a nest had managed to get through the barrier. Half were killed by my own aides, but the other half escaped and dispersed across the universe, especially into the sector border regions. He let out a dry, self-mocking laugh. Those are all the beasts you see appearing sporadically across the universe today, ahaha. That one in mid-sector 911, and that one in young sector 101, I'm the one who got them in, ahaha. Chapter 2046. Robin furrowed his brows, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Why are you laughing, old man? Do you even realize how many planets were destroyed, are being destroyed, and will continue to be destroyed by the beasts you allowed to slip through? The scale of the devastation is unimaginable. What do you want me to do then? The Cosmic Elder's gaze drifted into the distance, as if staring through time itself. I did not have the power to activate another Great Ethnic Banishment Array. Secondly, none of them were an ancestor. The situation was manageable, and indeed, it has been managed. As you can see, all of them are fleeing from me now in the buffer zones after I hunted down a large number of them. The rest will be nearly impossible to locate unless they expose themselves willingly. Robin wanted to ask the question that had been gnawing at him: why not create a new great ethnic banishment array now that you have regained part of your strength? But he already knew the answer deep down. It would require an immense, almost unimaginable sacrifice for people who, in the Cosmic Elder's eyes, were of no real use. If it were not for his promise to protect the backyard, he would never have ventured out to confront the adult space beasts, no matter how dangerous they were. And even now, even though he had regained a significant portion of his power, it did not mean he wished to expend it recklessly. Robin's gaze lingered on the Cosmic Elder's body for a moment, sharp and calculating. There were 3 new seals etched across his side, each one permanently locking away roughly 1 to 2% of his liver. It was obvious, they were Master Law Balance seals, at least 5th grade, possibly 6th. These were the exact cost of killing the 3 adult space beasts only moments ago, the physical price of wielding godlike power. What? The Cosmic Elder noticed Robin staring, his eyes narrowing. He did not like it one bit. Do you pity me? One of the 3 strongest people in the universe? Have you lost your mind, boy? I am only trying to understand, Robin replied steadily, locking eyes with the Elder. How can someone who needs to make sacrifices of this magnitude against adult space beasts, someone who could not survive even a single day inside the barrier, become happy seeing a passage to the other side and claim he wants to cross it again? The comparison is flawed. The Cosmic Elder shook his head slowly. I escaped last time with relative ease because I had already reached the miserable state of incapacity you witnessed before. Otherwise, I would have been able to kill the 2 ancestors and the rest of the beasts that were hunting me relentlessly. He allowed a faint, wry smile to appear. Secondly, today I was forced to use 6th stage balance to deal with the space beasts due to the dire situation that nearly destroyed the planet. But once I enter and am alone, he continued, his tone calm but resolute, I will use only 2nd or 3rd stage of balance at most for combat and escape, even if it means increasing the scale of the sacrifices required. He smiled faintly at Robin. You are already capable of healing me from 2nd stage effects, and I trust you will be able to reach 3rd stage very soon, right? Robin exhaled slowly, letting the weight of the situation sink in. What exactly do you intend to do once you are inside? The last time I entered, I saw nothing but endless darkness and felt nothing but countless eyes staring relentlessly at me. No matter how far I ventured, I could not find a single glimmer of light. I could not locate another side. On top of that, the environment on the other side did not follow the laws we know. Its space was dense, strange, suffocating, almost alive with a heaviness that crushed the senses. Even for me, someone who has mastered powers beyond most comprehension, I could not endure more than a few days of exploration at a time. This was one of the main reasons I surrendered the first time. I did not yield simply because of the pursuit. He gestured toward the massive gate, which still continued to release nascent space beasts, one after another, like a relentless stream. Now, this has solved several of my problems in one stroke. He raised a finger slowly, deliberately. First, I no longer have to make sacrifices to open the wall. The opening is permanent and stable without the need for extreme expenditure of life force. He raised a second finger. Second, the opening is not large, yet adult space beasts cannot expand it as they did with my previous openings. It is fixed. Any attempt to enlarge it will result in immediate collapse. The structure itself resists tampering. Then he raised a third finger. Third, it is large enough to allow nascent space beasts to enter, and this will benefit the universe over the long term. The controlled entry of these weaker, younger beasts provides opportunities and balance that would otherwise never exist. He raised a fourth finger. Fourth, the passage is stable. I can travel back and forth freely, confident that it will not collapse. I also trust that neither the young nor the adult space beasts will destroy it. They are foolish, yes, but not that foolish. Their instincts will compel them to encourage more nascent space beasts to enter rather than sabotage it themselves. Robin's gaze dropped slightly, his thoughts turning over the implications. Why do you say that letting the nascent space beasts enter will benefit the universe in the long term? Think carefully, the Cosmic Elder said, his tone sharp, serious, commanding attention. An event will occur in 2 million years, and at that time, vast numbers of space beasts on the other side just might seek entry into our universe. And Robin raised an eyebrow, urging him to continue. And then, the Cosmic Elder said, his voice rising with intensity, why not eliminate them before they have a chance to eliminate us? He extended his left hand, grasping Robin's head and turning him to face the scene of the ongoing massacre. Look, across the entire universe, at any time or in any era, has there ever been such a methodical, deliberate slaughter of nascent space beasts? Robin's eyes widened as he took in the scene, 7 more dead beasts, and nearly 40 others caught in brutal, chaotic combat, thrashing and clawing desperately. They are like fat livestock being herded to slaughter, the Cosmic Elder explained, a grim smile playing on his lips. Thick, thriving livestock, rich with potential from the tops of their heads down to the tips of their claws. Livestock, if exploited properly, can elevate their owner to a position of power they could never have imagined. Entire fates and fortunes can be built upon them. Then the Elder chuckled darkly. Do you know of someone that can reap benefit from every single piece of those priceless bodies? He. The laughter rose in the Elder's throat, low and amused, as he noticed something in the distance. Then he raised one eyebrow. One is attempting to harvest their initial souls at this very moment. Robin paused, letting a slightly embarrassed smile creep onto his face. Letting them vanish now would be a complete waste. He turned toward the Cosmic Elder, his tone more serious and deliberate. Let me make sure I have this right. You want me to keep the passage open for your sake, killing every nascent space beast that attempts to cross, to prevent them from entering and to reduce potential dangers to the universe and the possible future catastrophe. Meanwhile, you will enter and explore what lies beyond the barrier, returning every few days to breathe, resupply, and recover. Is that correct? Yes. The Cosmic Elder nodded emphatically, confirming Robin's understanding. And the reward for this task, for serving the entire universe, and for having my Imperial Guards, or perhaps an entire army, dedicated to protecting the passage, is that I get to retain the corpses of every nascent space beast I personally kill. I can study them, learn from them, and perhaps even use them. That is the reward, correct? Exactly. The Cosmic Elder nodded again, a wide grin on his face, his eyes gleaming with approval. Robin exhaled slowly, taking a moment to absorb the enormity of the responsibility and the strategy involved. What? The Elder asked, noticing Robin's pause. Chapter 2047. What? The Elder raised a single, sharp eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Robin with a mixture of curiosity and mild irritation. Why are you staring at me like that? Speak plainly, what is going through your mind? You can't simply ask me to do something, and then make my reward the exact same thing I am being asked to do, Robin said, shaking his head firmly, his eyes flashing with frustration. You are asking me to kill the nascent space beasts on behalf of the universe, to risk my life, to act as the executioner for forces I did not summon, and then you try to convince me that the corpses of the very creatures I kill will somehow be my reward. What exact kind of reasoning is this? How is that fair, or even logical? The Cosmic Elder fell silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Do you want assistance in guarding the passage? He asked slowly. I could easily speak to a few behemoths, gather some armies, station them here. It wouldn't take much effort on my part. Protection would be guaranteed by others, leaving you free of the burden. Robin's expression hardened. Why would I ever agree to concentrate other people's armies next to my spacetime corridor I built myself? He asked, voice firm. If this place becomes famous before I am fully prepared, I will dismantle the corridor and leave. Then someone else, someone knowledgeable in spacetime, can open another one when the time is right. This is the only way to ensure control and security. You're speaking illogically, the Cosmic Elder's voice rose slightly, a hint of impatience in it. Find someone else capable of using third-stage spacetime manipulation? Where could such a person possibly exist? Users of master laws have appeared in dozens across countless eras, yet most perished young, for the path of progress in these laws is extremely difficult, treacherous even. Those who survived to reach the second, third, or even fourth stage bore tremendous burdens. The cost of wielding master laws in combat is staggering. A single strike can annihilate all their accumulated power, or even cost them their life. The remaining survivors are hidden carefully, preferring silence until they have amassed sufficient strength to reveal themselves. Are there master law users in the universe under the sixth stage right now? Certainly, but the likelihood that they will ever reach the level of power they seek is slim, almost non-existent. Therefore, they remain hidden, invisible to the eyes of those who might rely on them. How am I speaking illogically? Robin shot back, raising his voice with equal intensity. He gestured toward the passage, emphasizing his point. You yourself said that what happens here can save the universe from the impending danger. If we use this passage strategically, hunting nascent space beasts over years, carefully controlling their numbers, wouldn't that weaken the overall threat of space beasts? Could it not even prevent the threat entirely before it reaches catastrophic levels? From what I understand based on your words, and from the patterns observed during the 3 previous crossing incidents, there are tens of millions, perhaps even billions, of nascent space beasts on the other side, pressing against the universe, waiting. What happens if they all enter one day? Have you considered that? What would be left of the universe then? He shook his head, a mixture of disbelief and frustration in his movements. I am here, risking my armies, my men, and all the progress I've made, for the safety and future of the universe. And you do not even try to respond to me, to open your mind even a little. Tell me, how am I supposed to feel right now, knowing the stakes, knowing the lives on the line? The Elder raised an eyebrow, tilting his head slightly, clearly waiting for Robin to finish. What is it that you want? Robin's voice trembled slightly, burning with the intensity of his convictions. I am only saying that I will provide a great service to the universe, a truly monumental service, one that could mean life or death, that could shape the very future of everything. A service. What do you want, Robin? The Cosmic Elder cut him off, his tone serious, sharp, and commanding, leaving no room for hesitation. Speak, what is it that you want? Robin held the Cosmic Elder's gaze for several long, tense moments, as if trying to peer through the layers of experience and power that radiated from him. I want the head of the founder of that syndicate. Osh, the Cosmic Elder laughed, a soft, almost teasing sound. You want Sevar's head, and yet you don't dare to speak his name. But you dare, Robin said firmly, narrowing his eyes, and that's what matters here. Between the 2 monumental missions entrusted to him by the All-Seeing, one was nearly within reach, teetering on the edge of success, while the other remained agonizingly elusive, the mission to confront Sevar, the 6th-degree user of the Master Causality Law. The stakes were unimaginable, the difficulty almost insurmountable. I dare speak his name, yes, the Cosmic Elder said, shaking his head slowly, but that's all. I will not fight Sevar. Not for you, not for any cause, not for any reason in the universe. Are you afraid? Robin asked, his voice carrying a teasing edge, challenging the old man with subtle provocation. Yes, the Cosmic Elder admitted, nodding without a hint of shame, calm and honest. Robin's eyes widened in shock. What's wrong with admitting it? The Elder chuckled, a self-mocking laugh that carried the weight of centuries. The Causality Law, it is terrifying. You've only seen a glimpse, because you hold the first stage, but it becomes more and more terrifying with every step you take, the more you understand it. His expression shifted, turning grave. It is true, the law requires enormous strength, enormous sacrifice, and an unimaginable amount of energy to use directly against a target. But if Sevar desires it, if he is willing to pay the price, then no one would survive an encounter with him. No one, not a single being in the universe. Robin stared at him, astonished. Aren't you embarrassed to say that aloud? Not at all, the Cosmic Elder replied, shaking his head decisively. If I were at my full strength, if all my seals, even up to the 6th stage, were gone, then perhaps I could stand with pride and claim confidence in facing him. But otherwise? No. Even if only a single seal remained, I would have no confidence in challenging him at his peak. He laughed again, a deep, knowing laugh. That wretched creature has never lost a battle he entered. Even when he retreats strategically, he does so without a single physical loss. It is said he has never been wounded, and no one knows the color of his blood. The elder shook his head. Several behemoths approached me when Sevar reached the 5th stage of the master law of causality, begging for assistance in killing him. They said his heart is dark, his intentions vile. They claimed he is destined for some greater entity, that he seeks to corrupt the universe, that he has become far too powerful. And even then, I refused to intervene. Why should I risk destroying what remains of myself to kill someone who has never wronged me? The elder continued, his tone sharpened with conviction. That is foolish beyond reason. Worse, why would I rob the universe of one of its pillars? Even if his methods are questionable or underhanded, he is still a child of the cosmos. At the very least, if a war arises, and space beasts attempt to devour the planet he refined, he will defend it to keep his life. Robin furrowed his brow, contemplating the logic behind such restraint. I'll put all that aside, he said finally, and accept the simple conclusion, you are afraid. Accept that if you wish, the elder snapped, waving his hand dismissively, irritation clear in every gesture. Could you at least intervene with him? Robin tried again, a note of urgency in his voice. Convince him to destroy his master causality law cultivation. If he agrees, I could find a way to preserve his life through the process, and even allow him to rebuild his foundations with another law. Is that your mission, or some fantasy? The elder laughed bitterly, shaking his head. Am I supposed to go to him and say, hello Sevar, please dismantle your energy core for me? He waved his hand twice, emphasizing his disbelief. Remove me from your childish conflicts. Give me something I can actually achieve, or dismantle that passage yourself and leave if that is what you wish. Robin paused, thoughtful, weighing his next words carefully. His gaze returned to the elder, steady and resolute. Then what do you think about this? Chapter 2048. The Cosmic Elder held his silence for several long minutes, the kind of oppressive, heavy silence that weighed on the air after several nascent space beasts had perished and others had slipped away. The tension of the moment pressed against the walls of the room, as if the very atmosphere waited with bated breath. Finally, he lifted his head and gave a slow, deliberate nod. For your unparalleled service to the universe, he said, his voice measured and deliberate. Allowing me to take one side at the expense of the other may seem a simple matter, and yet, very well, let us proceed. But I must warn you, you need to understand the vast consequences that will inevitably follow this choice. I knew you would agree, Robin said, his face lighting up into a wide, confident smile, a mix of anticipation and determination sparkling in his eyes. If you look closely, even this very request of mine, this action we are about to take, will, ultimately, benefit the universe itself. Your request, the Cosmic Elder replied, now somber and weighty, has the potential to ignite an entire era of conflicts that could spread across the cosmos. No star system will be untouched. No being will be safe. The reign of chaos will be absolute, and the cosmos itself will tremble under the waves of war. But it will stabilize, Robin said, shrugging with a confident grin, if we succeed. The elder paused, considering the words, his gaze distant for a moment, and then stood deliberately. Do as you see fit? The path is yours to choose. Where exactly are you going? Robin asked quickly, springing to his feet, anxiety and anticipation mixing in his tone. I am going to prepare everything you have requested, the Cosmic Elder replied, his back already turning to the portal, moving steadily toward the square gate he had opened earlier. And I will ready myself to enter the passage. I will return shortly, do not act hastily before I do. Hey! Robin called after him, his voice carrying a note of urgency. You didn't tell me. What if a space beast ancestor tries to enter? You said they were small. That shard I left within your soul domain, the elder said without hesitation, walking with calm purpose, is more than capable of stopping a space beast ancestor. And if it fails, it will inform me of every movement, every attack. I will return personally to handle it. Does that suffice? Good enough. Robin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his grin growing even wider. Moments later, the Cosmic Elder returned to his own planet, carefully closing the yellow gate behind him, the lock sealing with a sound that resonated faintly through the atmosphere. Robin's grin slowly faded, replaced by an expressionless face. An unsettling wave of regret and tension crept across his features, a chill sinking into his chest. Bah! Robin sank back into the chair the elder had left behind, his breaths rapid and uneven, his heart hammering erratically in his chest. Had he truly considered the full weight of what he had just asked of the Cosmic Elder? Absolutely not. Until this day, he had never imagined he would be granted such a monumental favor. The idea had passed through his mind, seemed good, and that had been enough. But now, as he reflected on the task he was about to face, the scale of the struggle he was preparing for became terrifyingly clear. Thwack! Robin slapped himself hard across the face, muttering through gritted teeth, "This is the only way to complete the first mission. Keep control. Focus." Woof. Robin drew a long, slow breath, letting the tension settle slightly as he focused. Then, with a simple gesture of his hand, an immense amount of soul emeralds materialized around him, several thousand, shimmering in all shapes and sizes, floating in a dense cloud of radiant force. Doom, doom, doom. Small soul gates opened nearby with a sudden flare. Tiny soul whirlwinds emerged from each, spiraling greedily into the emeralds, siphoning units of soul energy with ravenous efficiency, scattering tiny sparks into the void. Robin closed his eyes fully, severing all connection with the world around him, immersing himself entirely into the flow of soul force and the delicate task ahead. Nearly an hour later, Halak swung his fist back with immense force, striking the massive head of a colossal serpent. Bang! Shockwaves pulsed visibly from the impact, sending the serpent's head snapping backward. Despite the force, the creature seemed remarkably resilient, taking no catastrophic damage from the strike. This is exhausting, Halak muttered, glancing down at his fist in frustration. The energy coursing through his body had dropped to dangerously low levels, every movement now costing him more than usual. From above, a giant beast descended, a monstrous eagle-like creature, hundreds of eyes glinting along its wings and body. Its long, serpentine tongue lashed out with alarming speed, wrapping around Halak with the intent to swallow him whole. "Not today, you feathered piece of shit." Halak roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. With a violent snap of his jaws, he sank his teeth deep into the beast's tongue, twisting with ferocious strength to resist being pulled into its gaping maw. Shah! The massive beast was forced to release him, and Halak crashed to the ground like a blazing meteor. He didn't attempt to adjust his trajectory, landing hard on his back with a deafening thud that sent tremors through the soil. Ugh, be careful what you wish for. Perhaps that saying wasn't so foolish after all. He groaned, his chest heaving, feeling the sting of impact in every muscle and joint. He scanned the battlefield around him, gasping for air as sweat ran down his forehead. This was going bad, very bad. The gate continued to vomit nascent space beasts without interruption, sometimes two emerging simultaneously, their screeches piercing the air. More rapid Support 1 vehicles arrived in that tense moment, bringing with them thousands of Imperial guards in total, giving the battlefield a slight reprieve. Their arrival provided temporary breathing room, though it was far from enough to turn the tide. Still, the losses among the Imperial guards were staggering. At least 600 had fallen so far. Most were wounded, their armor shattered and useless, and at least 9 had been killed outright, their lifeless forms lying scattered across the battlefield. Halak raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Tisk, I'll have to request the boss's method for absorbing energy during combat too. This isn't fair. The only warrior still fighting with full force, maintaining and even surpassing his previous momentum, was Richard. Each strike he delivered seemed sharper, more precise, his aggression growing with every movement. Looking skyward, he muttered thoughtfully, High above, the Academy's lady, Monarch Eldera, was still engaged in relentless combat, her stamina visibly strained. The number of nascent space beasts had doubled compared to the beginning of the fight, making her task nearly impossible. Though she tried to restrict her role to keeping the beasts close to the gate, it became increasingly difficult. Several were already slipping past her defensive efforts. No rest today, Halak muttered, springing to his feet and cracking his neck, mentally preparing for the next onslaught. Bah! At that moment, he felt a light, almost reassuring pressure along his spine. Then a familiar voice rang out clearly across the chaos, "Excellent work so far. Sit and recover for a few minutes. Gather your strength for what comes next." Boss. Halak's face lit up with a wide smile as he turned to look beside him. "Will I finally see you in the fray this time?" He laughed, then glanced toward Eldera. Who will you call shameless and brainless this time? If I fight while we're here, wouldn't that insult you?" Robin chuckled softly, beginning to stride confidently toward the gate. "I'll ease your burden just slightly. Sit, recover, and prepare for the final cleanup." Understood. Halak shrugged and lowered himself onto the ground. 3 complex soul arrays materialized around him, forming a small pyramid-like structure, yet his eyes never left Robin's back. "Look, it's His Majesty. I'm certain of it. Clear the way for His Majesty. Step aside." Even Robin's calm, deliberate stride, with his hands folded behind his back, gave the Imperial guards a tremendous morale boost. Instantly, the path to the gate was cleared of all combatants and beasts. Some guards used every ounce of their strength to defeat and drag away the beasts they were facing, while others simply lured them aside. As His Majesty had said, if he fought in their presence, it would symbolize their failure. Finally, when Robin reached the gate, he tilted his head upward with a confident smile, eyeing a massive lizard-breed beast attempting to force its way through. He began channeling a colossal surge of soul force into the pendant on his chest, his arms outstretched to their fullest span, and then he pulled with all his might. Chapter 2049. After an additional half hour. Bah! Eldera landed in front of Robin with tremendous force, her eyes blazing with anger so intense it seemed as if they could burn through steel. "You could have shrunk the portal from the very beginning." "Hold on a second." Robin raised both hands laughing, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "I had already exhausted almost all of my soul force just to pierce the barrier. Shrinking it at that moment was impossible. I had to come back and expend about 50 million pearls worth of soul emerald just to reduce its size again. It is not something you can do casually." By now, the atmosphere of the battlefield had shifted completely. Robin did not lower his hands, and the portal began to shrink slowly but steadily. The nascent space beast that had been crossing the portal mid-flight had to retreat immediately to avoid being split in half, and the balance of the battle shifted entirely. Aldera noticed the shrinking portal and instantly adjusted her strategy. What had been merely an attempt to keep the space beasts contained transformed into a calculated execution using the major fundamental repetition law, picking off each beast one by one with ruthless precision. More of the Imperial Guards began to engage effectively after previously struggling with their limited numbers. After each space beast was slain, its killers immediately moved to assist their comrades. Even Halak, after a brief 5-minute rest, jumped back into the fight and eliminated 3 more beasts. Within just 30 minutes, the battlefield had become a scene of absolute carnage. Every remaining space beast on the planet was either slain or driven to retreat. Yet, naturally, those that had escaped managed to flee, disappearing into the void, leaving the carnage behind. Ugh! Aldera growled, her frustration palpable, but she could not lash out at Robin after seeing his explanation and the results. Alright, when will you regain enough power to seal it completely? Or do you want me to try destroying it once more? In truth, after the Cosmic Elder had struck beyond the barrier, there had been moments of calm when Aldera could have obliterated the portal in a single strike using the principal core repetition law. Yet, she refrained for 2 reasons. First, because the Cosmic Elder had not done so, even though he could have. Second, she refused to destroy the 6 wooden planks still floating along the portal's edges, which were clearly ancient artifacts of immense value. Now, with the portal shrunk to barely accommodate a single human, she could at least request permission before taking any action. Destroy what? Robin shook his head, exasperated. The portal will remain at this size until I coordinate matters with the Imperial Guard, the Grave Empire, the Sky Opening Cities, and my other institutions. Only then will it be opened again. Opened again. Aldera's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of reasoning allows you to say that? Hey, if you want to quarrel with the Cosmic Elder, I am the victim here. Robin waved dismissively, scanning the battlefield with his golden, glowing eyes. A faint, almost playful smile curved the corner of his mouth. Completely victimized, extremely victimized. The corpses on the battlefield now exceeded 100, and many were no longer visible, dragged away by the Imperial Guard. This meant that over 100 treasure chests, each containing unimaginable riches, lay scattered across the ground, waiting to be claimed. At the same time, the cost of victory was apparent. Several elite guards had been killed, veterans on whom millions of pearls had been spent to reach peak skill and training. Hundreds of epic mid-sector armor sets had been damaged, either partially or entirely destroyed, with each piece representing a fortune in value. Only a handful of the Imperial Guards had managed to keep their armor shining, their epic mid-sector sets completely intact and unscathed despite the relentless chaos. These were not just any soldiers. They were the team leaders, the most experienced veterans, and the close lieutenants, all wearing high-level epic armor. Would the spoils gained from the countless slain nascent space beasts ever compensate for the staggering losses among the Imperial Guard? That question would only be answered once the Sky Opening Cities began processing the corpses, extracting the rare resources and soul essence within, and the headquarters compiled detailed reports of casualties and damages. Robin knew well that while the rewards were immense, he could never allow such devastating losses to continue unchecked. Regardless of the moderate damage to the epic mid-sector armor that could be counted as minor losses, the Imperial Guard did not grow on trees, and seeing them fall like this was intolerable. Was it the Cosmic Elder who ordered the passage to be reopened? Aldera exclaimed, eyes wide with alarm and disbelief. Why would he do that? She had been present from the very beginning, through every battle and every maneuver, and knew with certainty that Robin had never intended to assault the barrier itself. So why, then, would the Cosmic Elder insist that the passage remain open now, at this moment? He says these beasts will eventually attack the universe and annihilate everything in their path, Robin explained firmly, his voice calm yet resolute. And because I am the one who originally opened the passage, it is my duty to lure them in and eliminate them first, before they can wreak universal devastation. He turned to Aldera, gauging her reaction. So, what do you think? Should I accept this responsibility for the greater good, or should I fear for my own life and refuse? Aldera's shock slowly melted into comprehension. She realized the weight of his choice and its implications. So you have accepted, and now you intend to reopen the passage, she asked softly, a touch of humility and awe in her voice. She looked away briefly, embarrassed by her earlier hesitations. The universe will remember and never forget what you are doing for its survival. Yes, just as it has not forgotten the deeds of the Cosmic Elder, right? Robin said, waving dismissively. No, after careful consideration, it does not benefit me at all personally. He gestured toward the neatly stacked corpses of the Imperial Guards and the hundreds of severely injured soldiers surrounding them. Look at my elite men, look at what has happened to them. He slapped his hands together with determination and stepped forward, eyes blazing with resolve. You know what? I am going to close the passage permanently. Wait. Aldera leapt in front of him, arms wide, her voice urgent. You are performing a noble, monumental duty for the entire universe. These soldiers are heroes, and their families will be endlessly proud of them. Noble. Robin chuckled, a hint of irony in his voice. Tell me, Aldera, if you were to report this to the Supreme Council of Academies, would they come to take charge of the passage? Could they supply soldiers strong enough to consistently lure the nascent space beasts and eliminate them day and night? Would they even see this as true sacrifices for the greater good? A faint, almost knowing smile curved Robin's lips. Or would they secretly ally with the Syndicate, sending innocent slaves to feed the nascent space beasts? Or perhaps deploy several Nexus state operatives and guardians who lacked the drive, passion, or understanding to fight with seriousness, leaving the nascent space beasts free to roam and devastate Sector 99 mid, destroying it completely. He pointed toward her. Come on, go, call them, bring them if you trust them, but only if you are certain they will not fail. No. Aldera said, looking away, her face pale as she imagined the grim scene. To assume responsibility for a passage beyond the barrier, to lure nascent space beasts, and to kill them without leaving a single chance for escape? The Supreme Council of Stellar Academies could no longer even manage the trivial Crimson Plague, so how could anyone expect to handle this monumental task? If even the Supreme Council of Stellar Academies could not handle this, how could I possibly? Robin shook his head, frustration and determination intermingling on his features as he moved toward the passage. No, this will not work. I will close it. Just wait for a second. Aldera ran after him, desperation lacing her tone. What would it take for you to keep it open and help guard it? Tell me, what would convince you? Chapter 2050. What exactly do you want to keep it open and help guard it? Robin let out a long, weary sigh and slowly shook his head, his gaze dropping to the ground. You're putting me in an extremely difficult position, Your Excellency. I'm barely trying to find my own way through all of this. I'm just a young man, barely 1,000 years old, not even close to the experience needed. How could I possibly bear the weight and responsibility of the entire universe on my shoulders? Just say it, Robin Burton. I already know you want something. There's no need for long-winded introductions or hesitation. Speak plainly and directly. Aldera's brow furrowed with intensity, her eyes piercing. It didn't matter whether she suspected he was trying to manipulate her or not. The truth was undeniable. She was the only one capable of luring the nascent space beasts and eliminating them with precision. Who else could do it? The academies hadn't even managed to fight against the Crimson and Black Plagues, let alone the Blue, whose numbers were rapidly increasing in the neighboring sectors. Attacks on entire planets by them had become so common that it was almost routine news. Who else? The Centennial and Millennium Empires? They wouldn't sacrifice even a fraction of their armies to protect the corridor, much less engage in a methodical luring operation. No single empire could justify all those losses among their elite ranks. Not one had an elite force comparable to the Imperial Guard capable of executing today's operation. If a Millennium Empire had been stationed here instead of Robin and his small group of guards, killing all those nascent beasts would have demanded the annihilation of the Empire's entire army, or at least half of it. Who else could possibly handle it? The Behemoths? Only they truly possessed enough followers to match what Robin and his men achieved today. Yet, among them, who would be willing to commit their elite forces to fight day and night while chaotic war raged across the universe in all directions? Only two could, the Dreamer and the Tyrant. They alone had the ability to come and execute the mission with the same efficiency as Robin and his men. Free from enemies to fear, they had no immediate threats, but could they genuinely be entrusted with a task of such immense scale and consequence? Would they fight tirelessly for the sake of the universe, or would they exploit the corridor Robin Burton had painstakingly created to pursue their own ambitions and desires? The possibilities were many, and the odds of disaster far outweighed the hope for success. The wisest, safest choice was to remain alongside someone you already knew, someone the Cosmic Elder had personally trusted and deemed worthy of overseeing this monumental and perilous task. At that moment, Aldera fixed her gaze directly on Robin, her eyes narrowing as if trying to measure the depths of his determination. This young man, the skill and efficiency of his special forces could only be compared to the legendary armies of Intiras and Morpheus. This was absolutely terrifying. What could I possibly need? Robin shook his head slowly, a determined yet weary expression crossing his features. I will do everything I can to control the battlefield, to minimize casualties and prevent unnecessary losses. But I cannot constantly be opening and closing the portal every time my men falter or grow weary. There must be someone here, someone capable of supporting them when things go wrong, someone to prevent the nascent space beasts from escaping, someone strong and unyielding, someone who can truly make a difference. Someone like me. Aldera raised an eyebrow, her tone sharp with disbelief. You want me to sit beside the corridor day and night, abandoning the academy entirely, and just stand there while all this chaos unfolds? If you refuse, I'll just close it completely. Robin stepped forward rapidly toward the portal, urgency written across his face. Wait. Aldera clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. What about the academy? What about dealing with the plagues that are spreading? You can't just leave them to fend for themselves. Leave the Crimson and Black Plagues entirely to the Sacred Covenant Academy, Robin explained, a calm authority in his voice. After they've been protecting 2/3 of the sector for so long, I'll send Morgana in order to defend the entire sector from their menace. As for the Blue Plague, your deputy will manage it. Or he can occasionally come here to take your place temporarily. And you can intervene yourself if a certain Blue Plague proves to be too strong. Problem solved. Robin pointed toward the horde of beasts behind him. I would also prefer if you brought your elders and teachers who have achieved Nexus state strength to assist here. Once the Crimson and Black Plagues are out of the equation, they are no longer useful, correct? Aldera, if you agree to come, I will give you 10 million pearls for every single beast killed here, regardless of whether you participate in the kill or not. My only requirement is your presence in the area, overseeing the operation. Aldera furrowed her brows so tightly that they almost formed a line across her forehead. Robin's smile widened as he noticed her distracted expression. What do you say, Your Excellency? You'd be serving the universe while simultaneously earning extra income for the academy, gaining hands-on combat experience instead of sitting behind a desk, and you could even explore beyond the barrier during breaks to see what lies on the other side. How many people in all of history have been given an opportunity like this? Aldera's gaze lingered on the small circular opening amidst the countless corpses, a hole barely large enough for a single human to pass through, yet beyond it lay an entire unexplored world, waiting to be discovered. She then turned sharply to Robin. 10 million per beast is far too little, and you know it. If you refuse to hand over their corpses to me, then give me a fair price. Ha! Robin was caught off guard. I thought you'd reject the 10 million, insisting it should all be sacrificed for the universe. I am willing to sacrifice for the universe, but not for your personal gain, Aldera replied, lifting her chin with pride. With these pearls, I can rebuild my peacekeeping army far more effectively, ensuring I won't have to rely on slaves to do the work. Do you really think your noble goal will magically produce pearls from the ground? Where would I get extra? 10 million is already an excessive amount. Robin's voice rose, tinged with exasperation. Do you take me for a fool? Aldera snapped. I will ignore the crystal, it is rightfully yours since it is your portal, but at the very least, share the remaining corpses with me. Each corpse could contain resources worth up to 50 million pearls, and if it weren't for me, not a single one of them would still be here. What do you want then? This is my army, and that is my corridor. Robin gestured angrily toward the portal, frustration evident in every movement. Raise it to 25 million pearls, and I will stay, Aldera said firmly, leaving no room for argument. Robin rubbed his eyes in exasperation. Ugh, 20 million, that's my final offer. He extended his hand, a mixture of pain and pleading in his expression. Do we have an agreement? We have an agreement. Aldera responded with a determined smile, then turned to patrol the space portal they had arrived through. I'll return to the academy first to coordinate with my deputy. Only after she had left did Robin's smile return. He walked slowly, deliberately, toward his guards. 50 million per corpse? That was probably just the value of the outer scales, or perhaps the worth of a single bone. Even 500 million would still underestimate the treasures hidden inside each one of them. And these 500 million pearls are only for the corpse, the scales, meat, and blood. The crystal is another thing entirely. How many billions could he sell just one crystal for? Robin let out a long, frustrated sigh. Ugh, if I had known this money printing machine would appear when testing the corridor, I wouldn't have rushed to sell the 4 projects so quickly. The thought lingered as he considered the scale of potential wealth hidden in every corpse. Each one could fuel armies, fortify entire sectors, or provide enough pearls to construct unimaginable power. Robin shook his head, a mixture of irritation and excitement brewing inside him. This corridor, it's not just a pathway, it's a goldmine, a battlefield, and a tool all in one. And now, with Aldera here, I might just be able to handle both. He glanced once more at the portal, imagining the untapped world beyond it. The countless unknowns, the hidden dangers, and the treasures waiting to be claimed, it all lay just beyond reach. And for the first time, he allowed himself a small, confident grin. Yes, this is going to be far more profitable than I ever imagined. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.